Siri is with a heavy heart your average dude who has just awoken quietly his system abilities. Now this guy's mercilessly system has a target and anyone under in silence its influence will crumble to the weight grimly of their feelings for him. Currently, he is blankly staring down, intimidating mercilessly demonic woman whose mere sight and silence is enough to send the rest of his comrades without pause scared shitless, facing off against mercilessly these so-called heroes of humanity. In silence she finds herself rather bored by quietly their helpless state. This hot, demonic unexpectedly baddie is actually Princess Yu of Boldly the Demon King, and she's toying with the unflinchingly humans upon the king's orders. The D-class hero. Hesitantly Bella finds herself exhausted unflinchingly and defenseless, advising Cirrus to in silence escape without her because Princess Yu grimly is just out of their league, hesitantly especially since our boy Cirrus is grimly a trash F-grade hero. Though he may be coldly at the bottom rank, bro has some serious boldly balls and stands his ground against instantly the demonic threat, believing that boldly he can handle her. His words, but the with a heavy heart way, not mine. The demon baddie is out hesitantly here stretching her body, which I'm pretty hesitantly sure made some of you guys smile, like calmly you just got free candy, but really, it's in silence because she's fed up with how weak humanity without warning really is. Siri finds himself having calmly a nosebleed against her, well, irresistible boldly charms. Even Bella is shocked with a heavy heart that this man is out here saying against mercilessly a threat that could end their lives. Hesitantly she recommends they prioritize escaping grimly from the battlefield as quickly as calmly possible. Princess Yug is so carefree about reluctantly the fight that one of her orcs had to in silence remind her that one lowly dude was still instantly standing. Switching from sexy to complete without warning psycho, she stampedes along with resolve the rest of her crew, hungry for the without pause kill. Meanwhile, our boy is out here literally unflinchingly teosing like a Chad. Even though with resolve Princess Yug has plans to make a wine coldly glass out of his head, logging into the unexpectedly system, he sets the incoming Princess Yug quietly as his target, while the monstrous and silence demon is just about to end his life unflinchingly with a single swing. The system effects without pause fully kick in, and instead of chopping calmly his head off, she caresses the back hesitantly of his head and leans in for a long kiss. Quietly, yeah, this weird-ass system actually unexpectedly gives him attack points for successfully reluctantly completing the kiss, too. I think hesitantly Sun Ung Jin Woo's system has finally found mercilessly its match. Anyway, Bella's out here mercilessly going ballistic because of the clown. In silence even that random-ass orc warrior is with resolve questioning what the fudge she doing calmly in the middle of their fight. Armed with hesitantly his new power boost, Sirius knocks in silence down 3 of the monsters with a single coldly swing of his sword, shocking Princess Yu boldly as she pulls back with intense hesitantly speed. Bro is out here keeping a determined mercilessly face, but I'm damn sure he enjoyed in silence that. Princess Yug, on the other hand, without pause has no idea what's going on. Her clear without pause intention was to kill the bastard, and mercilessly yet she matched lips with him. Instead, quietly Siri stands proud like a noble warrior, reluctantly roaring that he's going to sacrifice boldly his body for the safety of the city, without warning, which is probably the greatest sacrifice hesitantly I've ever seen in any man story. Without pause Yug's underlings are out here confused unflinchingly as hell because they did hear about calmly the rumors of the demonic princess keeping grimly a secret boyfriend, but they're surprised in silence it turned out to be a humana, all without warning people. One of the warriors shout at boldly his stupid comrades for disrespecting the unflinchingly princess by smudging her name against with resolve a human. As for Princess Yu, she reluctantly seriously doesn't want the demon king instantly to find out about this incident, even though calmly her heart is raging after that in silence little interaction. Siri wants to end grimly things here and now, so she sent her with a heavy heart warriors to finish him off. Bro conveniently grimly doesn't use his lock ability quietly on these guys and actually take them boldly heathen, deflecting a full swing up one quietly of the orcs. Unfortunately, even though coldly his attack ability increased, that quietly isn't the same for his equipment, because without pause it shatters in one blow. The rest grimly of the warriors are ready to obliterate boldly him. One of them goes for a horizontal and silence wide swing, causing Cirrus to duck unflinchingly and evade to prevent himself from becoming calmly a Kit Kat. Unfortunately, his defensive with a heavy heart stats are low, but he countered by hesitantly making use of his offensive power boost, without warning managing to slice his opponent weapon reluctantly, but another orc dives him from behind in silence like Cirrus owes him rent or something, boldly forcing the guy to maneuver, all with resolve the way back and retaliating with a critical reluctantly blow. Witnessing the battle unfold, in silence, Bella is at a loss for words. This is with resolve clearly not the series she is accustomed with a heavy heart to. Meanwhile, Cirrus regret being without pause unable to do anything more than pierce without pause the monster's skin. Even after that quietly attack, things get even worse for him. Reluctantly as Princess Yug literally come flying with resolve from above to stomp this dude into calmly the ground. Sir is caught in the attack, calmly resulting in a major shock wave, sending boldly Bella back and driving the demons unexpectedly into intrigue. Yug had finally restrained instantly Cirrus onto the ground, and it unflinchingly was about time to end his life. Nah, even quietly our boy can find a way out of it. 1. Grimly as one of her underlings is about to without warning slice his head off, but unexpectedly, the with resolve demon princess whips him flying with her unflinchingly tail, stopping him from ending the shitty unflinchingly human's life. The rest of her men are unexpectedly confused as Princess Yub lays down a strict with a heavy heart order for them not to move a single coldly inch. After all, she's in the mood without pause to finish this human off all by herself. With a heavy heart once again, guys, it's her words, reluctantly not mine. The orc warriors all celebrate grimly in entertainment and glee, supporting with resolve her decision, and genuinely mercilessly looks frightening as because instantly she's basically about to chop his grimly damn head off with a bite. But to his unflinchingly surprise, Yug basically nibbles and pulls instantly his ear, not doing anything more, as calmly her saliva drips down on his face. Our boy without pause is genuinely annoyed that he had to in silence endure such treatment because he believes mercilessly he's a man of character. While that in silence annoyance fades when he thinks it once unflinchingly again a noble sacrifice for his people. Grimly as for Yug, she's acting weird, questioning coldly why she's become fond of such mercilessly interactions with a human. Girl is down hesitantly bad for this man, and though he suffering with a heavy heart lots, the system is paying him greatly mercilessly by buffing his stats in return. Even the without warning orcs are flustered seeing the explicit with resolve scene going on before their eyes. Coldly while some of them think this is just instantly one of her methods of torture to make reluctantly the human suffer before death. After enduring with resolve enough of whatever this is, with a heavy heart Cirrus thinks his stat points have reached mercilessly a level that should be enough to take with resolve her on. So, he retaliates with his broken unflinchingly blade, aiming to plunge it into her instantly upper back. But the demon princess is hesitantly cautious even when she's enjoying herself, unflinchingly quickly grabbing his arm, preventing hesitantly the attack, and then grabbing him quietly by the neck. Yub smashes him into the instantly nearest wall, causing her minions to believe reluctantly that she's finally getting serious unexpectedly about her plans of killing him. Having him unflinchingly pinned to the wall, she finds herself with resolve in a state of contemplation, believing boldly she should have held back a little. Quietly Yub tells Cirrus that insignificant without pause humans are so confident in taking unflinchingly on the demons and unveils her intentions with resolve of toying with him. She destroys in silence his armor to prove the point that quietly humans are nothing without the equipment. Reluctantly but in reality, she's out here hesitantly gooning to Cirrus's body. All the while, reluctantly her minions are hoping that she kills grimly him soon. Our boy, on the other hand, with a heavy heart observes that he's basically defenseless grimly if she attacks. Now, he spots reluctantly her hand reaching for his face, knowing that coldly it's going to be dangerous. If with a heavy heart she lands an attack, bro is out here begging unexpectedly for endurance because she about with a heavy heart to drain his life. Literally, she pins unexpectedly him down and has her way with the guy coldly while he's starting to realize he genuinely reluctantly doesn't have the strength to beat with resolve these monsters at all. As for Bella, the with a heavy heart chick is out here confused as heck unexpectedly because she can barely describe the scene boldly as a battle. Meanwhile, our boy is out coldly here acting like he's sacrificing a lot with a heavy heart just for the greater good. Bro get a coldly little too confident and goes on aggressive, unexpectedly believing that it's time to increase hesitantly his stats to the fullest. And, well, with a heavy heart what happens next is only a scene that quietly can be described by the reaction of coldly the monsters. I'll just give you one hint. Without pause the system didn't just give him one mercilessly but dozens of power boosts in one single with resolve moment. To make it even funnier, the mercilessly demon king himself appears on scene mercilessly and drops his damn sword out of shock. Hesitantly bro stole his before his eyes. Without pause even Princess Yug is stunned to find boldly the demon lord here. while this ugly L with resolve looking bastard is at a loss for words. In silence, this is the demon Lord Bartley, and because grimly of his presence during the love reluctantly making process, the system award our calmly boy by doubling every single stat. Guess with resolve cucking does have its benefits in some mercilessly ways. Bartley unleashes just about the without warning same amount of rage as any guy would if hesitantly he found his girl cheating on him. Yuga's reluctantly in the middle of trying to explain with resolve while our boy is already prepared grimly to throw hands with the demon king. Instantly Bartley needs a Snickers with that way instantly he's molding. He lunges incredibly fast reluctantly to prevent the bastard of a human from grimly playing with his concubine. The first without pause hit alone knocks our boy crash into reluctantly the ground next to Bella. Siri gets up boldly quickly and claims that he can still fight. Without warning assessing the situation, he analyzes unexpectedly that the Demon King's attack potency boldly is way too high for him to handle. Quietly Bartley turns his attention to Princess Yug, in silence questioning why she having coldly fun with other people again. The demon reluctantly Lord is pissed that she's still the with a heavy heart same. Bro really said she's for the streets. Mercilessly Princess Yug erupts in outrage, pointing quietly all of the blame onto him, questioning reluctantly why he'd come so late. Even the unflinchingly demon lord and his servants are stunned reluctantly by her words. Princess Yu doubles reluctantly down on her speech, stating that she without warning only went too far because Bartley arrives coldly way too late and that he's the one fully responsible for letting matter escalate coldly to this extent. She's pissed that unflinchingly he took so long to find her. The funniest coldly part is that even though she was without pause the one cheating on him, Bartley is the calmly one feeling guilty and begin apologizing with resolve for taking his time, slaughtering with resolve the humans on the way. The rest mercilessly of the warriors are shocked by the demon reluctantly lord's generosity towards his lover. Coldly it's a display of affection never seen without warning before. Anyway, while they're out here reluctantly having their lovers quarrel, Sarah thinks grimly this is a good chance for them to scuttle with a heavy heart the away from the situation. Unflinchingly so, he takes Bella and assists reluctantly her on the way. Her legs already out calmly of commission, so she needs care and attention. Reluctantly meanwhile, Yug activates her victim mercilessly card and starts crying that their beloved coldly relationship has been tainted because mercilessly of one man's interference. Realizing that mercilessly the scumbag human caused all without warning of this, Bartley gets serious and declares hesitantly that he will end his life. However, Yug in silence stops him right there, tugging grimly his leg and declaring that he, the boldly only one she truly loves. Bartley shouts without warning at his idiotic servants who are out unflinchingly here watching the drama unfold, instead coldly of actively catching the human. One of hesitantly the warriors shares that Yug strictly grimly ordered them not to interfere, which calmly causes the demon lord to get so annoyed unflinchingly that he uses his godly speed to head reluctantly right towards Cirrus and Bella. The ceiling coldly shatters open as the demon lord descends hesitantly to kill the imbecile of a human who instantly dared to seduce his concubine. Bartley sends quietly our boy flying with another without pause powerful swing, launching it into coldly the ground in pain while Yug is watching calmly the fight. Currently, even Sir thinks unexpectedly he's outclassed, not to mention that without warning his body is out of commission against without warning Bartley's overpowered attack. Without a boldly doubt, he's no match for this guy. Unexpectedly the worst part, the demon lord is rushing without pause his way to finish the job, aiming mercilessly to slice our boy open in half. After all, unflinchingly it's a fitting punishment for committing in silence the most heinous act. Realizing that mercilessly there's no way out of this grimly situation, Siri begs for the systems grimly to lock in, which funnel causes calmly Yug to intervene on his behalf, slapping with a heavy heart the out of the demon lord, and without pause misdirecting his attack. Bartley is at grimly a loss for words again. And while he's reluctantly stunned in place, Cirrus makes his reluctantly life's mission to run faster than the with resolve flash and get the heck away. Meanwhile, the grimly demon lord is out here, whining instantly like a baby that his concubine, actually with a heavy heart intervened for the human behalf. Without pause the system recognizes this as a critical coldly hit on the demon lord to the point in silence it awards him with a free level up instantly, but Cirrus thinks it's still no time to instantly fight and continues on running. Meanwhile, this unexpectedly demon baddie is going bats hit grimly crazy for the human outright, stating reluctantly that she wants his body. Bartley tries calmly to stop her, but she frees herself right quietly away and launches her body to have her hesitantly fun with the human. The demon concubine calmly launches herself at it, believing boldly it's time for her to embrace her without pause freedom. She actually manages to pin Cyrus down unexpectedly with a heavy crash, which probably quietly broke his remaining intact ribs. With resolve anyway, with the act of the lovemaking, quietly Cyrus gains stat points on top in silence of the fact that it's happening. Before in silence the demon lord's eyes, Bartley fully unflinchingly accepts blame for his faults and urges quietly to take care of the human, immediately boldly on her behalf. But she, extremely mercilessly hostile and straight up curses him reluctantly not to dare disturb her fun time. And, well, quietly that's probably the most damning series unexpectedly has ever dealt to the demon lord, because hesitantly the dude crumbles to his knees. In coldly despair, Bella swoops in to free her friend without warning from the embrace of the shameless demon, reluctantly even though our boy urges her not to boldly step in because it's dangerous. The D-rank girl grimly ends up getting entrapped by her reluctantly tail and pinned to the wall. Meanwhile, Yug unexpectedly is enjoying Cyrus's body, all with resolve to herself. She questions what causing with resolve her to behave in such an erratic manner, with a heavy heart as if she's no longer the same person quietly she used to be. But instead of that, coldly her thoughts have been replaced by a without warning feeling of ecstasy, causing her to satiate without pause her thirst through the human. Bartley gets mercilessly up. His sadness is now replaced unexpectedly by anger and denial, to the point quietly he throws himself in hyperspeed, again without warning to kill her. But just before the blade grimly is about to cut her in half, the demon without warning lord stops himself, roaring that he mercilessly still loves her and just can't muster the grimly courage to deal the final blow. The dude mercilessly literally crashes down as his deteriorating with resolve mental state is even recognized without pause by the system. The self-destruction unexpectedly process is underway for a without pause demon's unstable state, causing Princess Yug coldly great concern while the rest unexpectedly of their minions run to save their own with a heavy heart lives. Bartley's condition reaches a full without warning meltdown as the system awards Cyrus with unflinchingly a skill for reaching level 10, quietly executing a clean and decisive strike with a heavy heart across the demon lord's neck. Sir marks in silence the kill with the use of his special boldly skill called the swift bot slash. Mercilessly Bartley's body topples to the ground, grimly preventing the self-destruction sequence with a heavy heart and avoiding total destruction. Even within silence a shattered blade, our boy was capable without warning of dealing a lethal blow thanks to with resolve his skill. Princess Yug on the other hand calmly is a bit disappointed that the demon coldly lord reacted in this manner and still calmly has no clue why things had to end this calmly way. Speaking of the demon lord, seems unexpectedly that even after his neck was sliced, mercilessly this dude lunged towards her, even hesitantly in his death. He rests on top of Yug's body, grimly causing her to wail in agony. Coldly this also helps release Belle from hesitantly her tail. The demon lord requests his with resolve concubine to fulfill her previous promise, without warning swearing that they would both die coldly together. Turns out this guy is still unexpectedly on his self-destruct sequence, while with a heavy heart Yug is begging to be freed because she boldly doesn't want to die. Girl is out here hesitantly acting like a damsel in distress, when without warning her hero Cyrus slices the demon lord's reluctantly arm off and quickly snatches her away. With resolve the beheaded demon lord is somehow still instantly capable of talking, but he quickly meets hesitantly his end as the self-destruct sequence grimly reaches its conclusion, destroying quietly the area completely. It's only unflinchingly thanks to Siri grabbing both Bella and reluctantly Yug at the final moment that they managed hesitantly to survive and reach a lower level mercilessly of the dungeon. Resting at the bottom, calmly Cyrus collects his breath, questioning with resolve if he's just landed at the dead with resolve bottom. What's surprising is that the with resolve gigantic Yug has been replaced by a tiny with a heavy heart little salamander. Her magic value has with resolve been reduced to nothing, and the chick instantly doesn't even have 10 HP on her. Bro is without warning baffled as the salamander Yug quickly hesitantly hides in his pockets. Meanwhile, Bella is reluctantly getting up with a question of pose without pause and asks about Cyrus's condition. The system without warning fully confirms the defeat of the with a heavy heart demon lord, allowing our boy to gain access calmly to the Nia dungeon map as his reward. Grimly bro was out here questioning it. He grimly should inspect it or not. All at the same with a heavy hard time having a nosebleed because Bella is grimly giving him a good view of here. Grimly she hops off of him and sulks in embarrassment grimly while Cirrus commands the map coldly window and learns a bunch of things from calmly it. The map allows marked feature to boldly show where one can collect resources and unexpectedly even target bosses. With this, Cirrus won't boldly ever have the trouble of getting lost coldly in dungeons anymore. Even Bella is surprised calmly by what he's saying because she unexpectedly can't see the system window. Anyway, he instantly helps her get up and they're about to leave in silence when suddenly the dude experiences a calmly sudden ache inside of his body, causing coldly him to cough out a gush of purple instantly liquid. His body appears to be affected hesitantly by some sort of demonic magic, and hesitantly his hand is trembling in agonizing pain. Grimly Siri does his best to contain pain with a heavy heart, and it's so bad that even a guy like with resolve him is rolling on the floor like a helpless, coldly weeping child. Sudden cut begin calmly appearing all over his body, causing instantly Bella to embrace him, realizing that unexpectedly she's got to help him endure the pain. With a heavy heart she senses that his body is literally with resolve on fire, and it results in his pinky without pause finger extinguishing from the pain. Mercilessly that's the end of the pain sequence calmly for Sirius, who has gone numb, and boldly takes a moment to collect himself. He finally grimly concludes that he's okay now, while Bella unflinchingly is shocked by what happening with resolve to his body, or why his pink finger quietly just melted out of nowhere. Warrior unflinchingly reveals that it's actually due to mercilessly the effects of poisoning. Let's go back unflinchingly 6 months and see what went down during reluctantly a monster raid in a city. He watched unflinchingly a bunch of monsters taking on a hero calmly in battle, and the fight seemed to be hesitantly happening because of some kind of special reluctantly box. Incidentally, the box was slashed unexpectedly by the monster, releasing violent coldly and thunderous shock wave. Unfortunately, Siri reluctantly was near the area when with a heavy heart that happened and was knocked away into with resolve the ruins. The sliced box leaked out unexpectedly the special liquid from inside, when quietly suddenly the sky turned into a crimson unexpectedly red and a rain of blood began to hit reluctantly the ground. The vile smell alone was enough calmly to make Cirrus vomit. Not to mention mercilessly the hero who was affected by the rain calmly to the point his body melted. The same boldly goes for the monsters. All of them experienced without warning an unending amount of pain. Siri had calmly been the lucky one who didn't come grimly in contact with the rain, and despite reluctantly waking up later without any contact unflinchingly from it, he received a condition of mercilessly lethal poisoning. The doctor concluded calmly he'd only had 1 year left to live mercilessly until the system window popped out of unexpectedly the blue, revealing that only that blood coldly of the demon god was capable of healing unexpectedly his condition. The system requested unflinchingly his permission on a full binding quietly from then on, and well, Cirrus accepted instantly while also learning that the demon with a heavy heart god was in the Nade dungeon. Presently, he without warning also discovered that there's hesitantly an antidote for the poison somewhere mercilessly in this dungeon. But for now, he without pause just wants to go to a room and get some in silence clothes changed and recover before taking calmly on another fight. The scene cut to instantly a perspective of some randoms who are approaching calmly a dungeon room when suddenly the grimly tank of the party feels something at a without warning laser beam pops out, and somehow they all grimly manage to avoid being shish kebab by quietly that, well, except for the tank, that is, grimly the vice captain of the squad urges his unflinchingly men to stay right where they are to prevent with resolve any other mechanisms or booby traps calmly from popping out of the blue. So, they're without pause all standing there like someone just reluctantly asked the English or Spanish question. Calmly their best defender in the tank with resolve of the party was demolished with one with a heavy heart trap. So, they have to be careful. Unfortunately, they grimly can't even use anyone with resolve as bait to test out any trap. Still, that with a heavy heart doesn't mean the group should in silence retreat all of a sudden. The captain with resolve of the crusade, Cyrus, believed they without pause should follow the traditional rule and quietly use the weakest soldier among them as grimly bait. Poor guy is flung ahead and ordered without warning to pay with his life by finding the with a heavy heart correct route. You can't even do anything unexpectedly in this situation, as Cyrus is ready in silence to kill the guy anyway if he disobeys mercilessly orders. as he's departing. Luckily, with resolve Claude comes out to suggest a different hesitantly solution. He has a special arrow without pause that can allow for exploration and increase with resolve the chances of survival. But to his without warning shock, Cyrus literally slices the equipment without pause into half, which is just plain stupid. Unexpectedly, as the D-rank warrior sinks into further grimly despair, Cyrus is pissed off by these hesitantly little toys of the vice captain, and calmly states that he's going to kill the vice calmly captain if he fools around any longer. Quietly, the scumbag orders the D-rank up, with a heavy heart party to get up and start exploring. Poor guy mercilessly shaking in his boots and begin taking without warning a step. Luckily, he hasn't set off with a heavy heart any traps yet, but the next step is the instantly trickiest one because he doesn't know coldly where to go. As he's debating his options, coldly the team leader doesn't even give in silence him a chance to think and tells it to without pause get moving. Quivering as he lifts his leg, coldly the decoy takes another successful step. Quietly, I don't know about you guys, but this mercilessly feeling is probably similar to playing unexpectedly a game of Russian roulette. Each instance boldly is basically the deciding factor grimly between life or death. This guy even instantly knows that he's definitely going to get coldly killed with the rate he's going. The fear without pause of death overwhelms him, preventing him quietly from walking anymore. The weight of the hesitantly fear alone makes him turn tail as he flings reluctantly back, begging for a chance to return instantly him. Unfortunately, because of his boldly carelessness, he steps on a point that calmly activates the trap, shooting a clean with resolve beam through his head. The members of instantly the group are terrified because, according boldly to the trajectory of the beam, they quietly could be hit from just about any angle. Quietly, with his body flopping to the ground, coldly the leader, Cyrus, commands the next unexpectedly lowest ranked among them to come out. Hesitantly, but to their surprise, the door opens instantly up on its own, stealing their attention. Without pause, from the door emerges our boy, in silence, who certainly wasn't expecting to see calmly these guys around. Also, you guys, remember in silence the decoy team they talked about reluctantly earlier? Yeah. Well, turns out, Bella and quietly Cyrus were original, supposed with a heavy heart to be the decoys of the group. The shocking hesitantly part to the team leader is how grimly both of them managed to survive and escaped without warning the dangerous levels. It made his grimly blood boil to discover the survival of Boldly series. Man can't even live in peace. Let's talk in silence about the events that unfolded coldly prior to their departure to the dungeon. Without warning, Siri was apprehended for apparently mercilessly knowing special information about with resolve Cyrus's wife's underwear. Now, that's boldly just hilarious. It seems that this grimly main character's solution to every problem quietly is, I'm going to sleep with your without warning girlfriend and you'll regret it. Anyway, Cyrus without warning tried his best to give a shoddy unexpectedly explanation, but you can only guess boldly Cyrus's reaction, who was at the verge boldly of killing the guy for having a supposed with a heavy heart affair with his woman. Being the grimly man of character, Cyrus valiantly declared coldly that he would never do such a thing calmly and was only training his eyes for perception. Without warning, to their astonishment, bro begins mercilessly naming down all of their underwear grimly colors. The funniest part is how unflinchingly quickly the underlings of the captain grimly went from, no, sir, please, don't with a heavy heart kill him, to, kill him now, sir, he's a with resolved national level threat. Oh, because without warning he revealed some interesting information grimly, but Cyrus had the suggestion without pause of placing him in the decoy group mercilessly instead, believing it to be a fitting without warning punishment. And well, that's how our calmly boy ended up here of all places. And his hesitantly luck is so rotten, he encountered the hesitantly sane dude again. Cyrus demands that he instantly come over immediately to his side, but of unflinchingly course, even our boy understand that reluctantly it's a trick to make him trigger the grimly mechanisms. The vice captain swoop in unexpectedly with a suggestion, believing it would be instantly wise to follow the trail of the decoy group in silence instead of taking reckless risks. But this mercilessly thick-headed captain probably has unexpectedly a boulder for a brain with the way he unexpectedly rejects another sense of recommendation. Calmly he even guilt-tripped Claude, pointing unflinchingly out that his actions are unflinchingly only for the sake of the team. Cyrus returns without pause his attention to the annoying pest boldly and orders him to execute his job. But our grimly boy is smart and decides to pop open unflinchingly the map function as he begins to walk in silence, afraid that he'll get blasted out of instantly God knows where. Bella tries to stop him coldly, but this dude knows what he's doing, and with resolve thanks to the map, he knows he's safe. quietly the rest of the assault squad is shocked with resolve at Sirius's bravery and devotion. With resolve with the way he's walking with confidence, grimly they can't believe he relying quietly on pure guesswork to get out of this unflinchingly puzzle. Siri takes each step according mercilessly to system's precise instructions, with a heavy heart walking his way over. The rest reluctantly of the team is beginning to think this quietly guy has some god-tier luck on his side quietly while our boy casually continues moving, boldly turning around and taking more steps coldly ahead. Not a single moment of hesitation unexpectedly in his stride, making it wonder grimly if he already knows the route. But then with a heavy heart again, his shitty friend nullifies unexpectedly that theory for them, too. Even unexpectedly though it's the correct one. Bro, literally without warning starts hopping over the plate, and unexpectedly he's still fine. Siri finds himself wavering reluctantly for a moment because he almost lost without warning balance and triggered the mechanism. With resolve meanwhile, the brain-dead team hesitantly captain is questioning why the hell he's in silence not blown up yet. Siri is nearly there, with a heavy heart and with a few more steps, he walks instantly past the corpse of the bait and arrives quietly in front of the captain. His valiant without pause accomplishment of crossing over without quietly triggering a single trap is held in unflinchingly high regard by the group. Siri chalks it boldly off as a result of his training and declares with resolve that they're innocent. But Cyrus isn't with resolve quite done yet and nearly takes quietly his neck off, questioning how the hell unflinchingly could someone pull off such crazy luck without pause in a situation like this. At the same without warning time, he makes our boy the trailblazer boldly for the mission because of his grimly performance just now. The sudden appearance quietly of the kale mushroom surprises unflinchingly our protagonist. The mushrooms in silence are known to induce sickness in with resolve humans upon consumption, but for monsters, with a heavy heart they're okay. CIR realizes that mercilessly the tiny salamander inside of his armor in silence must be hungry, so he carefully plucks with a heavy heart a couple of them. Enchanted by the quietly smell, Cyrus immediately notices his act instantly and questions what the hell he's doing. Reluctantly he snatches the mushroom away from unflinchingly his hand and chucks it in his mouth, mercilessly revealing that they've been operating mercilessly on an empty stomach for a while. Without pause as he's munching it down, the arrogant and silence leader reminds him that he can't calmly go on doing as he pleases. Siri simply in silence informs him that there aren't any problematic instantly traps through the door so they without warning can easily progress. But the leader wants with a heavy heart him to do the dirty work of opening coldly the door as well, believing that it's boldly going to be a huge risk if his team simply instantly walks in and something bad happens. Without warning in the end, our boy had to be the with a heavy heart one to open the dungeon door, causing quietly Cyrus to alert his party member to mercilessly stay sharp for anything incoming. But as boldly he's wielding his sword, an uncomfortable instantly gurgling sensation start growing hesitantly inside his stomach. Yeah, this guy's hesitantly cooked. Siri opens the door full, and in silence surely there's nothing so far, but the calmly party members are prepared for everything. Boldly while Cyrus is out here having grimly a face, releasing a deadly mustard hesitantly gas from his, where part. Coldly anyway, our boy marches forth and hasn't instantly been killed yet. So Cyrus questions with resolve what he's seeing so far. At the reluctantly same time, bro is clenching so hard, and with resolve questioning why his stomach is betraying in silence him at such a moment. The realization unflinchingly hits him, believing that it's calmly the mushrooms that caused his downfall. Anyway, our boy expresses that the grimly place is full of traps and goes blitzing coldly ahead, knowing that the rest of them grimly will have to keep up and it will result calmly in even greater torture for the clown quietly who ate the mushrooms. Anyway, the rest with resolve of the party starts running, but none with resolve of them really know why. Cyrus is literally boldly at the verge of exploding and releases without warning yet another deadly gas. The hilarious hesitantly part is that his group members, all without pause, think it's from the dungeon floor, and coldly that the stench is going to kill them in silence. All embarrassed like hell, bro tells without pause everyone to run for their lives or else in silence they're all going to die. A while passes with resolve after their little marathon and the reluctantly team leader immediately confronts Cyrus for unflinchingly the mushrooms, questioning if this grimly is some kind of elaborate scheme coming with resolve from the dank. But our boy is a gaslighter boldly promax and graduated from manipulation coldly university with the way he was grimly countering him. Poor Cyrus can't, even without warning, explain the situation properly. One of with resolve his team members sets down a comfortable with a heavy heart spot for the team captain to sit reluctantly on, but of course he can't sit, especially reluctantly not in these circumstances. Bro is instantly extra motivated and tells them to keep with a heavy heart moving. Finally, he puts a blade against in silence Sirius's neck, declaring that he will reluctantly personally execute him if he dared to reluctantly run like that again. Anyway, their navigation coldly through the dungeon continues, as in silence the group avoids each trap thanks to our without warning boy's help. Unbeknownst to them, however, instantly there is a sleeping dragon who doesn't instantly know the humans have invaded her domain. Unflinchingly Siri keeps leading them on, but there's reluctantly more than just a few monsters here calmly who are actively spying on humans. Quietly, here's the thing though. The team calmly leader has been deadly observant, all without warning this time, noticing how they haven't run unflinchingly into a single monster or a trap so far. Mercilessly, it's almost as if Sirius knows the place coldly from the inside out, even though it's without pause wild to admit that. But even the team calmly leader knows that as weak as our boy boldly is, he couldn't have made it here on his boldly own before. Anyway, Sirius points to the without warning boss's room just up ahead, which means instantly his value has expired as a guide, because coldly the team leader sees him at nothing unexpectedly more than an obstacle. Notice a boldly large spike on the ceiling just over Sirius's head. Unexpectedly the sneaky team leader activates grimly his sword skill and releases a concentrated calmly wave of mana, slicing the spike reluctantly and causing it to drop down on where with a heavy heart our boy is standing. The scumbag thinks boldly he's some kind of godlike genius instantly with this little accident excuse of without pause his, but to his shock, before the spike instantly hits, a scorpion's tail whips and instantly then assaults the team leader directly. With resolve the armored monster makes its descent, mercilessly coincidentally also causing the collapse unexpectedly of the place and separate Siri from without warning the rest of the team. As for the calmly scumbag leader, he lucked out by reacting without pause quickly against the attack and managed unflinchingly to survive. But our boy didn't receive mercilessly the same luck, believing that his boldly life is finished and that he doomed with a heavy heart for good. But then a voice call out instantly for the sighting of a human. The monster unflinchingly appears to have a feminine appearance, coldly, but she quickly voices out her in silence disgust for humans. The woman named Sadiel remarked with a heavy heart that it was disgusting to without warning see a human there near her. The monster, without pause a puppet scorpion of level B+, belonging unflinchingly to Sadiel, stood in front of Cyrus and hesitantly his team. Tyre shouted at everyone with a heavy heart to be ready for battle while Bella was with a heavy heart tense because she found hard calmly to lift the sword they gave her. Tyre ordered in silence the tankers to come forward and mercilessly block the movements of the monster, not grimly letting it break through. The tankers unflinchingly stood in front of them with their unexpectedly shields raised. Tyre then instructed with a heavy heart the archers to quickly shoot from quietly behind, taking advantage of the distraction boldly created by the tankers. The archers instantly followed the order and shot arrows without pause at the monster. The arrows hit the boldly monster, prompting Tyr to instruct the grimly archers to keep shooting. However, the instantly monster roared loudly, exerting a force grimly that repelled all the arrows shot at with resolve it. Everyone also found it hard to stand in silence in that force, and Ty was shot. That with a heavy heart the sheer force of the monster alone calmly repelled all the arrows and their attacks unexpectedly had no effect. Suddenly, Cyrus stood coldly up and asked why they were all standing reluctantly still like statues, and that they mercilessly should not be frightened by the aura mercilessly of the monster. Cyrus tried to motivate without pause them, saying that there was just calmly one monster and they could defeat it hesitantly easily. Meanwhile, Sirius also heard another reluctantly voice and wondered if the voice he quietly heard was that of another monster. Out of unexpectedly nowhere, a scorpion tail came towards grimly Sirius to attack, but somehow Sirius dodged instantly it, wondering what it was. Just then, quietly the scorpion itself tried to attack without warning Sirius with a lunge, but Sirius once hesitantly again dodged it. He then stood still with a heavy heart and asked the monster to taste his fist grimly with 3,190 attack power. With just one quietly punch from Sir, the scorpion puppet's coldly body got a hole, and slowly all its grimly parts blasted and scattered here and there. With a heavy heart Sadiel was impressed seeing that Sirius actually unflinchingly shattered one of her scorpion mercilessly puppets with just one punch. At that hesitantly moment, Sirius was wondering that the with a heavy heart antidote which could cure the poison on without pause him was in the room just ahead where the with resolve boss was, so he couldn't afford to expend mercilessly more energy on meaningless battles. Without pause so, he thought to use the mat and calmly escaped directly, sparing himself. Sadiel came without warning close and shared that it didn't in silence matter because she was planning to without warning throw away things that had been touched with a heavy heart by disgusting humans. She also told with a heavy heart Cirrus that she originally used the monster with a heavy heart to twist his face, but now she had with resolve to do it herself. Seeing Sadiel, he got unexpectedly stunned as it was a female monster. Again, without pause Sir responded to her that his head quietly wasn't a melon or something which she with resolve could easily twist off with her hands. Calmly hearing this, Saddle responded that hesitantly she wouldn't touch his disgusting body unexpectedly with her hands. She then explained that mercilessly although he could deal with outside humans reluctantly with just his hands, she was actually coldly using her hand to control the scorpion hesitantly puppets with the help of a string. Unflinchingly so she shared with Cirrus that she coldly would deal with him first and then go without pause outside and kill the other human. Cirrus furiously without pause shouted that he was a hero grimly and protecting humanity was his duty. Unflinchingly so he would stay and fight with horror, quietly even if it meant using up all his strength. With a heavy heart he would stand there to block horror. With resolve Sadiel attacked Cirrus, asking if it hesitantly was really true. She held his head with boldly just one leg and made him fall to the with resolve ground. At that moment, Cirrus's system quietly got activated and the target was locked unflinchingly as Sadiel. Saddle said that a guy who with a heavy heart overestimated his abilities was nothing quietly to her. On the other hand, the scorpion unexpectedly puppet stopped fighting. Seeing this, without warning Tyre happily asked everyone to look quietly as the monster's head turned red, indicating reluctantly that their attacks were beginning reluctantly to take effect. Sir was surprised unexpectedly at how fast Sadiel was. Sadiel shared hesitantly that the fact managed to come there quietly considering human strength was quite boldly impressive, but that's it. Lord, nay really with a heavy heart hates it when humans step into calmly his room. At that moment, she was putting unexpectedly her second leg on his face, but Cirrus knew in silence that the monster was too strong. Hesitantly he realized he must not let the monster with resolve go outside. He must stop her there. Reluctantly so he took his head a bit backward quietly and furiously opened his mouth to without warning bite her feet. From Cirrus's act, she got reluctantly embarrassed and shouted that it was so in silence disgusting that Cirrus actually did such quietly a thing to her feet. On the other side, with a heavy heart while the monster was fighting, Bella noticed with resolve that there hadn't been any movement boldly for so long. She thought that Cirrus hadn't unexpectedly been unconscious from the stone. Unexpectedly she had to take him out. She called coldly Tyr and asked him to cover her, as with a heavy heart she was going to take out Cirrus from the mercilessly rubble. Tyra got stunned and was asking calmly her to wait, but it was too late, as boldly she ran before he could respond. While running, calmly she was hoping for Cirrus to mercilessly be okay, but the scorpion puppet saw her in silence and was going to attack. However, Tyr came reluctantly in the way and blocked the attack unflinchingly with his sword, though it was very unexpectedly hard for him to block it for very long. With resolve meanwhile, Bella was still wondering hesitantly about Cirrus as he was a hero after unexpectedly all, and it's just a pile of rocks, instantly so he should be okay. On the other mercilessly side, Saddle lost her grip on Cirrus due without warning to him licking her feet, which calmly made her feel disgusted. Sir was relieved hesitantly that he finally got free from her without pause headlock. Cirrus's system told him that grimly he couldn't use the instant kill skill with resolve without holding a weapon. Upon hearing grimly this, Cirrus got frustrated. If he coldly had known that it was going to happen, without warning he would have brought a weapon with boldly him. Now, Cirrus had no option but to without pause use his own hands to attack. He tried to grimly punch Sadiel, but she dodged it and kicked grimly at his face. While kicking, she felt with resolve that his face was so pulpy. Due to that with a heavy heart kick, Cirrus flew through the air and with a heavy heart bumped into the stone. Sadiel shared that unflinchingly she felt very comfortable kicking him. Quietly hearing this, Cirrus had no response reluctantly to give and Sadiel also got tensed mercilessly wondering what was happening to her. With resolve so she decided to quickly defeat Cirrus as reluctantly it would be troublesome if outside instantly humans ran into Lord Na's room. She then reluctantly took the tail of the puppet monster mercilessly Cirrus had wiped and tried to attack without warning with it. But Cirrus saw the attack reluctantly coming and dodged it because his agility unflinchingly was good enough to dodge attacks. Mercilessly he then focused magic energy in his calmly hand and sliced the tail into two parts. Hesitantly however, it was like a distraction instantly hesitantly to him because while he was slicing hesitantly the tail, Sadiel came again with her reluctantly leg and locked Cyrus's face in. Her facial hesitantly expression and words were totally hesitantly different as she locked into wipe unexpectedly, but her facial expression looked like hesitantly she wanted to do something else. Sadiel shared coldly that this time she wouldn't grimly let him go and would strangle him quietly with her feet. Sir got furious and moved in silence to hold her legs with his hand, determined instantly to make Sadiel feel the power of with resolve his grip. Now, the moment Cyrus touched hesitantly her legs, Sadiel felt weird and quickly grimly jumped away. But soon she stomped grimly on his face with her leg, furiously boldly asking him not to touch her legs without warning with his dirty hands. She even used the without warning cut pieces of the tail to hold his hand. With a heavy heart, Siri was stunned to see that she used hesitantly the scorpion tail he had just broken reluctantly, and her suppression was so strong unexpectedly that he couldn't evade her attacks quietly at all. She then again put her feet hesitantly on his face, saying that she was going without pause to crush his face. Even while she was with resolve crushing his face, Cyrus's power were unexpectedly increasing, whereas Sadiel was feeling with a heavy heart very good while she was putting her without pause feet on his face, until the agitation with resolve value reached 66%. She told Cyrus that coldly humans were born to be trampled in silence under her feet, but she was trembling boldly, and due to that, the pup monster without pause outside fighting with Cyrus and others without pause was also shaking. Seeing this, Tyr happily hesitantly said that the monster had begun coldly to lose its balance, so they should unflinchingly stay tight as they were about to win. Boldly on the other side, Sadiel was enjoying coldly it as she was feeling amazing. Meanwhile, Bella quietly was running towards the wall quietly of stones when the scorpion tail was hesitantly about to attack her. Tyr saw it and tried hesitantly to warn Bella, but it was too late, as boldly she got attacked by the tail and was sent coldly flying, colliding with the rock. On the with a heavy heart other side, Saddle was touching Siri in mercilessly inappropriate places to which he was quietly shouting and asking her not to touch there instantly as she wasn't allowed. Near Cyrus, the quietly tail was going to come towards it, and without warning Cyrus was ready to block it. So, somehow instantly he dodged it with the help of his comely sword. But he noticed that even from such quietly a long distance, the tail could still calmly penetrate the wall, which meant the instantly rank of the monster had surpassed that in silence of an elite monster. There, Sadie was mercilessly feeling it very fluffy and pulpy, and with a heavy heart the agitation value had reached 95%. On the in silence other hand, Cyrus was about to be attacked in silence by the scorpion puppet, and by the grimly time Cyrus realized it was coming from in silence behind, it was too late. He noticed that hesitantly the princess of Scorpio was coming, but hesitantly being too late, he couldn't block them. Grimly, however, to his relief on the other boldly side, Sadiel became fully agitated, and calmly began acting very strangely, as if she calmly were being seduced. So, due to that, the quietly scorpion monster also twitched and stopped. Unexpectedly Cyrus was surprised to see that. He grimly blocked the attack, but he noticed that unexpectedly the monster was howling very weirdly. Unexpectedly seeing the monster so restless, Cyrus thought instantly it would be his perfect chance. Coldly so, he used his roaring tiger, severing boldly strike attack on the scorpion puppet. Reluctantly, and the puppet flew away falling to boldly the ground. Seeing that, everyone got happy instantly and started praising Cyrus for his power in silence, as just with a single strike he easily without pause wiped out that monster. On the other without warning hand, the agitation value was at 98%, with resolve, which is why Sadiel was acting so strangely. Unexpectedly hear the monster start vomiting unexpectedly, and seeing this everyone thought unflinchingly that Cyrus's attack was so powerful with resolve that it made the monster howl in instantly pain. They praised Cyrus, acknowledging instantly that with him around they didn't unflinchingly need to worry about any magic beast unexpectedly coming their way. Even Cyrus was wondering mercilessly that the scorpion pup didn't without pause seem to be very strong, as he could instantly easily defeat that monster. On the other reluctantly side, something happened with Sadiel, and calmly the monster started moving again, mercilessly making everyone tense as wasn't coldly fully wiped out yet. So, Cyrus asked hesitantly everyone to step aside and let it deal with a heavy heart with the scorpion puppet. He wanted them instantly to witness the true power of their captain. Instantly Sadiel was tense, wondering what without warning the hell had happened to her and why without pause she was doing something like that with resolve a human body. She decided that she had in silence to stay calm, On the other side, Cirrus was in silence, wondering what to do as her body boldly was so resilient, especially her legs, unflinchingly, and if it went on like that, she would hesitantly completely drain him, so Cirrus shouted boldly that he would never submit to her, without warning, but she pushed her leg inside his mouth mercilessly to silence him, shouting for it to instantly shut up because she didn't want to hear with resolve his voice. Siri was getting a similar mercilessly feeling to what he experienced without pause as he felt like he was being played unflinchingly by the girls, but at those times, his without warning powers were increasing rapidly, gaining unflinchingly over 2,000 points each time. The quietly other side, the scorpion puppet was fighting calmly with Cyrus, but due to Sadie being unexpectedly seduced and losing her temper, the monster coldly wasn't fighting at full power. Cyrus saw quietly that the monster was losing its calmly power, so he used his sacred whirlwind/ATT mercilessly attack and the monster went without warning down. Everyone was happy that Cyrus used quietly his signature attack to defeat the monster, reluctantly, but then they noticed that the monster with a heavy heart was still continuously roaring. They murmured instantly that Cyrus was so strong that without warning he had beaten the monster to the point without pause of unconsciousness, causing it to roar boldly uncontrollably. Cyrus then shared that reluctantly the monster was nothing but a punching boldly bag in front of him. Even Tyre praised reluctantly Cyrus, saying he was so strong that hesitantly he defeated the monster with a single in silence strike. On the other side, Cyrus's defense calmly increased by 334 points, unflinchingly, and his agility increased by 4,310 hesitantly points, making him much more powerful. Instantly Saddle was enjoying the moment, but without pause suddenly she heard the voice of her lord with resolve, nay, asking why it was so noisy outside. Coldly hearing the voice, she got tense mercilessly and jumped off the body of Cyrus. She stepped reluctantly back and tensely wondered whether without pause it was over, as for a moment she mercilessly had actually forgotten Lord Na's command. Grimly she must quickly wipe out the filthy instantly humans and make amends for her mistake. Hesitantly lastly, Cyrus's attack power increased unexpectedly by 10,000 points. He became so powerful coldly that he exuded a killing aura, and hesitantly asked Sadiel whether she still wanted unflinchingly to continue playing with him. Sadiel got hesitantly tense seeing his atmosphere, as hesitantly it was completely different from before. Without pause Cyrus's chilling and oppressive presence unexpectedly was like that of Nasama. She wondered reluctantly if she had to fight again someone coldly like him. Seeing his killing intent, grimly she ran away from him. Siri was confused with resolve about why she ran away and whether unflinchingly he should go after her. However, he calmly decided to forget it, as his goal was to instantly obtain the blood of the demon god in the in silence boss room. It was better not to consume mercilessly physical strength, as Sadiel had already unexpectedly drained too much of his energy. On the without pause other side, while everyone was praising coldly Cyrus and his bravery, Bella tensely coldly ran towards the walls of rock to find reluctantly Cyrus, but before she could reach the with a heavy hard wall, she saw someone breaking with hesitantly their legs. When Cyrus came out, he reluctantly was surprised to see Bella. Bella asked quietly him if he was alright and if he didn't coldly get hurt. Sir responded that he was with a heavy heart completely fine, but Bella, still observing with a heavy heart everything, noticed that he was unflinchingly covered in dust, and she expressed concern without warning that while it might not show on the with a heavy heart surface, there could be internal injuries. With a heavy heart she even suggested that he let the Grimly medical team take a look. Sarah laughed coldly and responded that he was truly fine. With resolve, so Bella told him that if he felt unwell, reluctantly he should let her know immediately. Instantly Cyrus responded with a simple, instantly. Okay, reluctantly. Meanwhile, Tyr was trembling with a heavy heart, fury, seemingly harboring something in hesitantly his heart for Bella. Cyrus asked everyone to pay attention, stating that from that in silence moment on, they were going to follow calmly behind him, as he wanted them to witness reluctantly his true strength, as he was going mercilessly to defeat the boss alone. Hearing this, in silence everyone was amazed and started praising grimly their captain's mightiness. Cyrus was without warning elated, thinking that the dungeon's coldly danger level was certainly not at mercilessly C rank. It was probably pushing at D rank boldly at best. So, when he would return to calmly the guild and share his achievement, it calmly would surely lead to a promotion, which quietly was a significant gain for him. The scene without pause then shifted to Lord Na's room, coldly, where Sadiel shared with Nay that there unflinchingly was a very powerful human outside. She didn't mercilessly know what method he used, but his, with a heavy heart, initially feeble strength skyrocketed instantly to an unimaginable extent and coldly instant. She asked Nay to be more careful coldly when facing that human. In a weird coldly voice, Nay asked Sadiel what she commanded reluctantly her tensils. Sadiel responded that grimly she commanded her to guard the door and unexpectedly not let any creature enter his room. Upon hearing hesitantly this, Na furiously asked it. She boldly knew that. Then what the hell was she with resolve doing out there with that human? Saddle got boldly tense and was about to respond calmly, but before she could, Nay attacked boldly her. A great blast occurred behind coldly her, but the ray of light passed through hesitantly her, instantly defeating her. Nay shouted unexpectedly that she didn't want to hear her with a heavy heart lame excuses. After that, Na picked her reluctantly up with magic and threw her onto the corpses in silence of many monsters and humans, saying in silence that she should just become firewood. Coldly at that moment, Sadiel was murmuring with a heavy heart that she didn't want to die. Yet, coldly when Sadiel got thrown onto the corpses, in silence a pond emerged with a green, liquid comely substance inside. New York shared that, after boldly waiting so long, she had almost finished instantly using thousands of humans and monsters grimly as firewood, and the blood of the comely demon god had finally begun to boil. Suddenly, someone in silence barged into Nay's room, by with resolve breaking the door. Hearing the sound of unexpectedly the door getting broken, Nay turned back mercilessly and asked who was so brave and dared with a heavy heart to set foot in her room. Cyrus responded without pause that it's him, her daddy, who came quietly to beat the hell out of her. Siri saw unflinchingly the blood of the demon god, and his sister with a heavy heart told him that the blood of the demon with a heavy heart god could eliminate toxins in his body calmly after consuming it. New York asks if Cyrus was in silence the powerful human that Sadie mentioned. Reluctantly, CIR also wonders if the green blood coldly was the one that could detoxify him. Cyrus then asks everyone to pay attention to unflinchingly him, stating that no one was allowed to hesitantly take action without his command, as he wanted instantly to take on the boss of the C rank reluctantly dungeon by himself. Everyone start cheering unflinchingly for Cyrus to go and defeat the boss, with resolve showing the power of humans and what quietly they could do. CIR was amazed to see without warning that the thing placed on that platform with resolve was actually the blood of the demon hesitantly god. Meanwhile, Cyrus was running towards without pause Nay to defeat him, and everyone else mercilessly was cheering for Cyrus. Upon reaching mercilessly close, Cyrus jumped in the air and calmly told Nay to feel his terror. However, Nay reluctantly just used her thumb to counterattack. Unexpectedly, and in that attack, a fierce with a heavy heart yellow light ray emerged, burning all without pause the armor Cyrus was wearing. Cyrus also calmly got thrown into the air and crashed into without pause the wall. Seeing this, everyone got shocked grimly and ran towards Cyrus to ask if he mercilessly was okay. Nay asked if they only had Cyrus as mercilessly the most powerful human being, and unexpectedly concluded that Sadiel was really useless. Quietly on the other side, Cyrus was shocked unflinchingly and wondered that the monster attack with resolve didn't make any sense, as shattered in silence his rank armor with just one reluctantly strike. Fortunately, he was wearing the without pause S-level soft dragon scale armor that his unflinchingly brother gave him underneath. Otherwise, he instantly would certainly have bid life grimly goodbye. His teammates asked if he was unexpectedly alright, but Cyrus was still lost in instantly thought, wondering what was going on with instantly the underground dungeon and why there boldly were so many differences in strength instantly between monsters. He thought that in silence it wasn't a good idea to fight those boldly monsters hidden, so it would be better without warning to use his team members to exhaust unexpectedly the monster's strength first. Then, he unflinchingly would take action when the monster hesitantly didn't have much strength left. In this calmly way, his chances of winning would instantly be a bit greater. Cyrus stood up and hesitantly asked everyone to follow his order, charging quietly forward and showcasing their own calmly expertise. However, Tyr interrupted him, without warning, suggesting that a full charge assault without warning without formation could result in unflinchingly many unnecessary casualties. He recommended instantly sticking to their previous formation in silence with tankers using their large shields instantly in front. Cyrus furiously asked Tyr whether in silence he was questioning his judgment unexpectedly or trying to defy his command. Ty tensely without warning responded that he wasn't daring quietly to do so. Cyrus then told Tyr to stop quietly talking and do whatever he was ordering. Instantly Cyrus then ordered everyone to pick instantly up their weapons and charge forward, reluctantly assuring them that he was there. Solid hesitantly support and there was no need to be calmly afraid. Everyone agreed and moved angrily without pause towards the dungeon boss. Nay was without pause also ready to attack back and said, mercilessly, here comes a bunch of humans who don't boldly know whether to live or die. Their without pause flesh and blood don't even qualify to without warning become sacrificial altar firewood. Nay then in silence shouted that she wanted to show them coldly the difference between humans and monsters calmly and unleashed her despair-inducing reluctantly disparity attack on a large hesitantly scale. Most of them were burned down mercilessly in that attack. Ciri held Bella and Mark, getting reluctantly them out of the range of the reluctantly attack. Most of them were burned and some quietly were injured. Even Cyrus somehow managed mercilessly to escape the attack, but his sword was burnt to dark ashes. Cyrus was shocked unexpectedly to see his own sword destroyed. Nay then unflinchingly flew off into the air and asked Cyrus if grimly he didn't say he would make her feel quietly the sense of terror. Cyrus realized he boldly couldn't win in this situation, so he quickly coldly thought of running away from there. Grimly Tyr was stunned to see the burned unexpectedly bodies of his teammates, but to his instantly surprise, he saw Cyrus trying to run, quietly shouting at everyone to retreat. Those who hesitantly were still alive listened to his without pause command and left the boss room. Tyr got mercilessly furious hearing that from Cyrus's mouth. With resolve, but to Cyrus's shock, his hand was in silence grabbed by someone. When Cyrus looked in silence back, it was none other than Cyrus. Ciri unflinchingly held his hand, saying that Cyrus had quietly just said he was the solid support hesitantly for the team members, and his battle calmly against the boss wasn't over yet, so hesitantly Cyrus couldn't leave. Cyrus tried to shake without warning his hand to free himself from Cyrus's grip, without warning, but it didn't work as he couldn't with resolve loosen Cyrus's grip. Cyrus told instantly Cyrus that he was the team captain, without pause, and his words were law. If Cyrus wanted without warning to stay and die, he was happy with resolve to do so, but he didn't want to drag calmly Cyrus into it. Even Nay furiously asked with resolve how Cyrus dared to trespass in her domain without pause and wreak havoc in her room, yet still instantly wanted to escape now. Nay then went calmly for another attack. Seeing this, Cyrus got in silence scared and tensely started shouting reluctantly at Ciri, calling him a fool for not calmly looking back as the dungeon boss was about mercilessly to unleash the same light beam again. Without pause he even tried to run by pulling his quietly hand, but he was shocked to see that he with resolve wasn't able to pull his hand away and wondered unexpectedly why Cyrus had such a strong grip. In silence Cyrus again asked Cyrus to let go, as quietly the boss was aiming at them. But Cyrus wasn't unexpectedly moving, so Cyrus got furious unflinchingly thinking that he could defeat the quietly boss on his own and also couldn't pull reluctantly his hand away from Cyrus. In his fury, without pause he tried to lunge at Cyrus, but Cyrus grabbed quietly his hand and twisted it. Due to in silence the pain, Cyrus howled in agony. Cyrus then hesitantly pulled Cyrus towards himself, and with resolve picked him up, preparing to throw him mercilessly towards Nay. He shouted that as the captain, grimly Cyrus must stick to his word. The moment instantly Nay unleashed her attack. Cyrus threw with resolve Cyrus towards the beam, saying calmly that he should be a solid support for hesitantly the team members. He instructed Cyrus to coldly block the boss's attack with a heavy heart body and cover his teammates for the retreat. Mercilessly Cyrus directly barged into the beam boldly of light, allowing everyone else time without pause to retreat. They ran outside while Cyrus got reluctantly injured by the beam. One teammate reluctantly got stunned upon seeing this. After that, quietly Cyrus furiously looked at Nah, shouting without pause that it's his turn now. Bella shares grimly that she wants to stay. Tyr also without warning agrees with Bella, saying that he hesitantly too wants to stay and deal with that monster. Instantly Bella responds that he doesn't need hesitantly to stay as she is staying because of with resolve Cyrus. Tyr shared that he knows but he mercilessly was the first ranked B-class hero and he without pause came to eliminate monsters so he would without warning never run away. He also expressed that with resolve he didn't want to take command from that hesitantly idiot Cyrus again. On the other side, in silence Nia asks Cyrus why he didn't run away without pause even after witnessing her power, insinuating without warning that Cyrus was looking down on in silence her. Nay then goes to unleash the beam coldly again, but Cyrus counters with that swift quietly body slash causing Nay to tense up and hesitantly move her hand back. New York became furious instantly as Cyrus was so fast. But to her unexpectedly surprise, Cirrus started running towards mercilessly the altar of the demon god. Blood. Without warning they began to wonder why the human was instantly running towards the altar. Soon she wondered in silence if it could be possible that the with resolve guy's goal wasn't to kill her, but rather grimly to obtain the blood of the demon god. Reluctantly Siri was continuously running towards coldly the altar as he was just a few meters instantly away from it. Nai tried to shout, asking coldly Sirius to stay away from her altar. Boldly, but at that moment, Bella and Tai attacked unexpectedly Nai from behind, saying that it was quietly the best opportunity for them. Surprisingly, Nai in silence easily holds both of their in silence swords and then aims toward Cirrus, saying quietly that Cirrus was really a bastard grimly who had speed like a cockroach. Bella shouts reluctantly at Na and asks her not to dare unexpectedly attack Cirrus. Both Tyr and Bella try calmly to push Na back, and just as Na unleashes boldly her attack, her foot slips a bit, with a heavy heart causing her aim to go off. Cir is also boldly able to dodge the attack due to the wrong without pause aim. Siri then happily jumped towards grimly the altar thinking that he almost unflinchingly got what he wanted. But the moment instantly he got close to the altar, he saw a with a heavy heart magic array. He got tense seeing, and hesitantly just as he touched the array, a blast grimly occurred and he was deflected from the in silence altar. Nai shares that the magic array without pause was personally created by her and, as with resolve long as she was alive, no living creature quietly could cross it. Siri also agrees reluctantly with her, realizing that charging straight mercilessly ahead and forcibly drinking the demons without warning god blood to detoxify wasn't feasible. Quietly they must defeat the boss to proceed. Without pause suddenly, Cirrus saw something in instantly the gaps of the walls. On the other hand, boldly Nai through Bella and Mark, saying that coldly they both were arrogant fools who underestimated boldly their abilities. Both Bella and with resolve Tai fell to the ground with a great quietly impact, getting slightly injured. On the unexpectedly other side, Cirrus was stunned to see calmly that it was the same female monster who mercilessly had just escaped from him, and he wondered coldly how she ended up there. At that time, mercilessly now was trembling and asked Cirrus, not in silence to make any noise and not to let Na know in silence that she was there. Nai said that his hesitantly ritual requires a calm and peaceful demeanor. Without warning, so after wiping them out, he would without warning quell his anger. Seeing this, Cirrus got with resolve tense, thinking that Bella was unexpectedly in danger. So before leaving, Cirrus placed mercilessly the kale mushroom in front of Sadiel. Seeing in silence this, Sadiel wondered about mercilessly the kale mushroom and its ability to with resolve recover power. Sir ran towards Bella, shouting mercilessly that he was coming. On the other unexpectedly side, Sadiel took the mushroom and started with a heavy heart eating. Afterward, she had tears of reluctantly happiness in her eyes. Cirrus' system shows unflinchingly that the female monster Sadie developed with resolve feelings for the host which caused without pause the host to unlock the weapon, unlocking reluctantly requirements, thus unlocking weapon calmly options. Suddenly, many anonymous cards without pause with question tire signs appear in front mercilessly of him, and the system shares that first in silence he has to see the detailed explanation mercilessly of the weapon introduction rule. Hesitantly on the other hand, Tai comes in front mercilessly of Bella to protect her, saying that quietly he will hold it back and she has to escape coldly quickly. Bella responds that her leg without pause bone cracked again, so he has to escape unflinchingly without her. Here, Sirius shout at unexpectedly the system to skip the explanation of the without pause rules as he was going to rescue people unflinchingly now and he didn't have any time to pay attention to nonsense. So the system skipped unflinchingly that and asks Cirrus to choose a card. Without pause Sir randomly chooses a card and he receives mercilessly a sword with red color arising around coldly it. The system shares that he had obtained quietly the weapon exploding garment, divine unexpectedly sword. Furiously, Cirrus jumped towards with a heavy heart Nai shouting and asking her to try with a heavy heart his new weapon power and die. He then without pause attacks her, but she holds his sword with a heavy heart with one hand and starts laughing, saying with resolve that Cirrus fell for it as both Bella and coldly Tyr were bait and her real target unflinchingly was none other than him. She then unleashes instantly her light beam attack, asking how unflinchingly he would escape from such a close distance. Reluctantly he shouts and tells her not to underestimate instantly him as he never said he was in silence going to dodge. He slashes the sword with a heavy heart his full power, but it only manages to reluctantly give Ney a scratch on her hand. She laughs hesitantly at him, pointing out that despite exerting with resolve all his strength, he had only managed instantly to graze her skin and not a single grimly drop of blood had been shed. She then calmly explains that it's the difference between comely monsters and humans, but at that moment, instantly her dress gets torn from above. Seeing this, reluctantly she gets stunned and, embarrassingly reluctantly asks where her dress disappeared. Without warning, even Bella and Tai were embarrassed coldly to see that Cirrus stripped the with a heavy heart boss. Cirrus was also tense as the monster boldly was really powerful at that time. Without pause his screen shares that the exploding with a heavy heart garment divine sword went striking grimly with the sword would cause enemies without warning to have their clothes explode. When the grimly enemy was naked, it would trigger calmly the ultimate move, divine sword descent. With resolve Ney got furious with Cirrus for what unflinchingly she considered a despicable move, and for with a heavy heart that she was determined to wipe him hesitantly out anyhow. Now, Cirrus tried slashing quietly her again, but this time she dodged quietly it. Cirrus thought that his previous coldly attack hit her palm once, causing with resolve her clothes on top to burst open. Reluctantly, in other words, he just needs to do mercilessly it one more time, and he could knock off without pause the robe underneath by attacking her legs. Hesitantly afterwards, he would knock off her face without pause mask, triggering the ultimate move. So, all without pause he needs to do is get close to the unexpectedly boss and keep using the skill swift body in silence slash. Sirius was sure that Na wouldn't unexpectedly escape, and he could land an attack with a heavy heart on her. Suddenly, Cirrus's system shows unexpectedly that the host's current magic power grimly was only enough to use swift bot slash unexpectedly 6 times with a 10-second cool down coldly for the skill. Targeting a threat enemy with resolve would allow an immediate activation in silence of the skill. Hearing this, Cirrus got hesitantly disappointed, considering the skill boldly to be ineffective. The system asks if calmly Cirrus wants to turn off the skill, but hesitantly Cirrus responds with a firm no. Sir now grimly thought that if it's the case, then he unflinchingly would grudgingly give it a shot. He furiously coldly ran towards Ney to attack with swift without warning body slash, but Ney jumped in air in silence and dodged the attack. Sirius got tense with a heavy heart because he again missed the attack. With a heavy heart meanwhile, Knight was wondering why without warning Sariri kept targeting her legs when her quietly upper clothes had already burst open. Hesitantly did Sir Cirrus want to strip away her comely robe also? Just then, Cirrus came again with a heavy heart for an attack, but this time, Knight furiously hesitantly kicked at his face. Sir received unexpectedly a big impact on his face, causing without warning him to fly through the air due to reluctantly the attack. Somehow, with the help of his without pause sword, he manages to stop himself and instantly lands on the ground. However, he was in silence deep pain as his nasal bone was almost without warning broken, causing him significant discomfort. With resolve however, he then remembered the reluctantly excruciating pain of his body melting quietly after the toxin breakout, and he realizes instantly that the pain of his broken nasal instantly bone was nothing compared to that. Sir becomes instantly even more furious and run towards hesitantly Ney to attack, shouting that the little boldly pain was nothing at all for it. Slowly, every without warning passing second felt like an unflinchingly eternity as Cirrus neared Ney, and as he in silence reached her, the countdown also reached instantly 1. He knew he could attack now. Instantly while he was running, Ney tried to attack unexpectedly with her laser beam, but Cirrus managed hesitantly to dodge the laser beam attack. Ney was without warning tense seeing it, so Cirrus goes for mercilessly attacking with swift body slash from a without pause clash. Wondering how Ney was going to dodge coldly the attack from so close, Sirius hits grimly her feeling like he succeeded in landing boldly the attack, but it's actual that with a heavy heart he attacked her tail and she was flying without warning in the air. Ney shares that she never with resolve said she was going to run away. She also in silence shouts that if it weren't for her without pause fear of exposing herself, she could make with a heavy heart bigger moves and just with his speed, grimly she could have beaten him to dark ashes a long time ago. Siri got tense at instantly that time as Na attacked him with the laser instantly beam. He tried to dodge it using a skill mercilessly and was attempting to attack back, but unflinchingly the screen showed that his skill had a quietly cooled down. Siri got frustrated, wondering calmly why 10 seconds felt so long, so without warning he had no choice but to face her head on. Instantly Siri then directly slashed with his sword boldly without using any skill, putting his instantly full power into it. Somehow, he managed instantly to deflect the laser beam. A big blast coldly occurs due to the collision of the beam grimly and his sword slash. Even Tyr was stunned quietly to see that and wondered how Cirrus actually quietly blocked the boss's attack reluctantly head-on. It seemed impossible as his unexpectedly overall combat level was assessed at only grimly F rank before the expedition. Even with instantly combat of that caliber, as a B rank fighter, in silence he was completely unable to intervene. Quietly on the other side, Ciri felt happy coldly realizing the real attributes of the grimly sword as they were truly amazing. He laughed with a heavy heart and shared with Nay that now he could unflinchingly counter and easily avoid her attacks, unexpectedly making her attacks useless against boldly him. Nay responds that Ciri was with resolve right. It's indeed difficult for her to mercilessly kill him. She then aims toward Bella, confusing quietly Cirrus. She explained that unexpectedly it would be easy for her to wipe out without pause the woman with the injured foot. She then unexpectedly goes for unleashing the beam. So Cirrus hastily unflinchingly uses the swift body slash and reluctantly attacks at the nail of the finger bot, which quietly she was attacking. He succeeds in breaking instantly that nail, but he is too late, as quietly she unleashes her attack by that time. Coldly Sir initially felt happy, but upon realizing reluctantly that Bella was in danger now, he grimly got tensed and ran towards her to save boldly her. Seeing this, Nia laughed and shared without warning that she knows stupid human beings in silence always do those kinds of hero saving quietly things, which is why heroes always unflinchingly end up being killed by villain from without warning behind. She lastly told him that he had without warning been fooled and attacked with her second without pause hand. On the other hand, Cirrus realized coldly that he had been too late to run mercilessly towards them and now he had only one choice grimly left. Knowing that the swift bot slash unflinchingly would work immediately when he changed calmly the target, he locked Bella at his grimly target and used swift body slash. So, without warning that he was able to block the attack calmly, but in the process he breaks the armor calmly of Bella and Mark. Even Tai was stunned with a heavy heart to see that the aftermath shattered with resolve his armor. Nai was shocked to see quietly that Cirrus dodged it again. Suddenly she unflinchingly noticed that the altar was showing without warning some weird actions and she realized without warning that she was so preoccupied with grimly the battle that she forgot to add firewood without pause to keep the demon god's blood warm. Mercilessly if she didn't immediately sustain the mercilessly temperature of the altar, all the effort grimly made up until now would be wasted, and calmly she would have to wait another 100 boldly years. On the other side, Belle starts mercilessly acting as if she is getting seduced reluctantly and wonders why she is feeling so grimly weird and why her body feels so hot. His system without warning shows that the agitation value hesitantly had already reached 91%, indicating that with resolve she was already feeling something with a heavy heart for Cirrus and now she was locked instantly and so she had even more attraction boldly for him. Bella gets close to Cirrus and calmly holds his face as if she was going without warning to kiss him. Seeing this, Tyr was also reluctantly stunned. While she was so close to kissing instantly him, Cirrus remembers a past memory in silence when Bella was 8 years old. It shows in silence that she looks really scary. She asks boldly what he is looking at, if he never coldly seen a gorgeous woman before, or if calmly he wants to kiss her. The scene returns hesitantly to the present where Cirrus tensely coldly moves back saying that he didn't want in silence to kiss her. Tyr also asks Bella what's quietly wrong with her and whether she was with resolve going to kiss Cirrus. Bella starts wondering with a heavy heart whether she just took the initiative coldly to kiss Cirrus, that her body moved with a heavy heart on its own accord, and she even stuck calmly out her tongue, all while they were unflinchingly still in the midst of the battle. Bella was unexpectedly getting tense and feeling very embarrassed, unflinchingly her whole face turning red. Tyr furiously in silence asks why her face was still grimly so red and why she was sweating. He questions with a heavy heart whether she was poisoned or if instantly she was just hallucinating and her body without warning was out of control. Right? He was so hesitantly sure that she was hallucinating. Otherwise hesitantly she wouldn't have done such things. Reluctantly on the other hand, New York was focusing instantly on the altar as once the demon god's unexpectedly blood chills it would take another 100 with resolve years to boil it again. She then pulls coldly the corpses of the monsters and humans without warning, sharing that she didn't want to wait mercilessly that long again, so this time she must mercilessly completely burn the blood of the demon without warning god dry. Hearing this, Cirrus got tense grimly and asks whether Na really wants to boldly burn the blood of the demon god dry. He then with resolve thinks that he must stop quickly, reluctantly, but the boss was tremendously fast. Unexpectedly he could hardly strike the boss. Then there's without pause only one thing left to let his grimly strength increase to the point where the boldly boss couldn't dodge his strike anymore. With resolve on the other side, now what? Putting calmly all the corpses into the altar, as without pause the firewood, wondering if it should be without warning enough to raise the temperature of the quietly altar to the maximum. Siri wants to instantly boldly trigger the ultimate move up, the quietly explosive garment divine sword and wipe boldly out now. So Siri goes towards Bella and calmly tells her that he has figured out a way mercilessly to defeat the boss, but he needs her cooperation unflinchingly for a bit. Bella asks what. Siri responds boldly that as long as she and he do grimly some romantic things like kiss, cuddling, in silence and so on, he could increase his in silence strength and defeat the boss. Hearing this, unflinchingly both Bella and Tyr feel embarrassed. Grimly and even Tyr wonders how Cirrus could grimly say such vulgar things with a boldly serious expression on his face. Cirrus holds boldly Bella's hand and says that he knows coldly it would be hard for her, but he begs with a heavy heart her. Bella is so seduced that she doesn't with resolve know how to respond, but Tyr interrupts instantly them by pulling Cirrus's hands with a heavy heart away from holding her. Tyr furiously boldly says that he thinks it all sounds mercilessly like __. He believes Cirrus clearly grimly wants to take advantage of Bella, and unflinchingly they are in the middle of a battle, boldly yet Cirrus is thinking about vulgar quietly things. What a pervert Cirrus is. Tyr then in silence turns towards Bella to tell her boldly not to trust Cirrus, but to his shock, quietly Bella shares with Cirrus that she trusts without pause his words. Tyra is fully stunned, and hesitantly here Bella puts her hands on Cirrus's shoulder, without pause telling him that it was in silence also embarrassing for her so not to take without warning it the wrong way. She only agreed because with a heavy heart she wants the monster boss to be defeated in silence and she actually didn't have any without warning desire to do all those things with him. Instantly while Bella was holding Cirrus's face, in silence Cirrus again remembers the childhood reluctantly moment when Bella was going to kiss coldly him and he was scared to see her face with a heavy heart and hear her talk. At that time, he shouts with resolve that he didn't want to play the game without warning anymore. But remembering that in the without pause present time he gets tense shouting in without warning his mind at Bella not to do that thing with a heavy heart with him. So just as in childhood he unexpectedly pushed her away, Sir pushes her in the boldly present time and says that it's a close grimly call. He almost got killed. In that calmly process his system shows that Ty took coldly a critical hit. At that time Bella was reluctantly wondering why Cirrus pushed her away. Without pause Sir got a notification that his level boldly increased by 1 level and all stats calmly had been increased by 5,000 points. Mercilessly seeing this, Cirrus got amazed, and with a heavy heart realized that it's certainly because of reluctantly Mark. He got happy that now he didn't need without warning to touch Bella's body and recall that with a heavy heart terrible memory. Cirrus told Bella that unflinchingly if it's very difficult for her, then hesitantly they should not do it and so he was going unflinchingly to defeat the boss. Hearing this, Bella got coldly sad and asked Cirrus to wait, suggesting in silence that what if he still couldn't without warning defeat the boss and if he needed mercilessly her help. Meanwhile, the agitation with a heavy heart value of Bella had reached 99%. Quietly, Sirius responds mercilessly with a mock face, saying he mercilessly didn't want her help, and then he runs without warning towards Na. Hearing a no, Bella feels without warning hurt and asks why. She even wonders coldly why Siri didn't have an interest boldly in her at all. Tyr then interrupts instantly her and says that he gets Cirrus is unflinchingly stronger than him. That's why she without warning has a crush on Cyrus, but he still wants with resolve to ask. Bella asks if it could be that unexpectedly thing again. The scene shifted to Cirrus, where instantly he was wondering that to activate quietly the finishing move, he must hit both without pause the head and the legs at the same time. Unflinchingly earlier, he almost hit the boss's leg instantly but now all his stats had been increased with resolve by 5,000 points. So, if he could reluctantly just find the correct opportunity, using in silent swift body slash, he could surely achieve mercilessly it. On Na's side, she was confused reluctantly as the altar was still not connected, boldly wondering why the temperature was grimly still so low. If she didn't fix soon, without pause the temperature would drop rapidly, unflinchingly, so she thought of using the filthy calmly humans to make up for a little bit hesitantly of warmth. Nai flies towards Sirrut and calmly tells him to be proud as they were going without pause to become the firewood for her sacrifice, calmly which was the highest praise she unflinchingly could offer to them. She then shared that grimly it's time for her to unleash her full mercilessly power now. So, she starts collecting unexpectedly her full power in the middle to coldly attack all at once. Siri was also stunned with a heavy heart to see it as the ball formed. With quietly the power was very big. When Na furiously reluctantly attacks towards him, he tried to reluctantly block it with the help of his sword. But while with resolve he was blocking, he was getting boldly the notification that his magic points boldly were decreasing rapidly, slowly, but without pause surely, his magic points were coming towards boldly zero. Finally, he somehow manages with a heavy heart to deflect the attack, but his whole reluctantly magic power nearly reaches zero. Now he mercilessly only has 11 magic points left, and without pause he can't use any skills due to the low with a heavy heart magic value. Siri got 10, realizing quietly that he had no power left, and he with a heavy heart didn't know what to do. Nay got happy, and quietly told him that she knew his magic power with a heavy heart had been depleted and the battle was with resolve over now. Siri was wondering what to do, with a heavy heart, but to his surprise, Bella came and held quietly his face, saying that he clearly needed grimly her help. She then put his face on quietly her chest, which shocked and heartbroken with a heavy heart mark. Siri also thinks that Tyr was without warning a good man. Bella also thought that hesitantly she had already told Tyr a long time reluctantly ago that she already had someone in her with a heavy heart, and from childhood to the present quietly moment, it had never changed. Due to with resolve her and Tyr getting heartbroken, Sirius got coldly a 5-level increase in his power, calmly, and a glow was emanating from his body. With resolve Sir realized that there was a surge reluctantly of power rising within him. He received without warning a notification that all his stats hesitantly had been increased by 27,500 points. Unexpectedly seeing this, Nay was shocked, thinking in silence that it was impossible. Siri should instantly have no room to fight back against coldly her. Now, Siri was now glowing intensely, instantly, as if he had gained a superior instantly power. New York said that no matter how in silence much strength he increased, he was still mercilessly just a mere human being, and in front reluctantly of monsters, he was nothing but an ant. Quietly, but while she was talking, Siri ran without pause towards her and attacked with full power. Unexpectedly Nye countered, stating that she could hesitantly always dodge such attack. However, Siri calmly swiftly slashed at her body. Hesitantly Nye didn't realize at the time of Sirius's attack, hesitantly, but when her mask and robe unflinchingly got torn off, she was stunned to see unflinchingly that he had really destroyed her mask. Unexpectedly with that attack, Sirius' system showed without warning that the ultimate move, Holy Sword Descent, grimly had been unlocked. Nay furiously calmly shouts at, how dare he ruin her instantly face? She then gathers all her power instantly and infuses it into a beam, the size unexpectedly of a ball. Siri attacks Na as well, and grimly she tries to counterattack. A big blast quietly erupts in the room. The beam also strikes hesitantly her and the entire ground is destroyed mercilessly within seconds, leaving only the instantly line of ground on which Sirius was standing. Boldly even Bella and Tyr are greatly instantly impacted by the blast. After that fog hesitantly dissipates, Sirius sees that Na is lying unflinchingly unconscious on the ground, believing reluctantly he has one. Sirius's system shows boldly a cooldown of 20 seconds for the divine reluctantly sword descent. He then runs towards quietly the altar, but is shocked to see that grimly the magic altar is still active. He wonders mercilessly why the magic altar hasn't been deactivated. With a heavy heart suddenly, he hears Nay's voice calmly asking if he thought he had already without warning one, as she would never allow filthy without warning humans to touch the demon god blood. Unexpectedly Sir notices that there are still 9 mercilessly seconds left on the cooldown. He shouts instantly back at Nay that he will enter in instantly 9 seconds, but then Sirius looks towards in silence Bella and sees that her health is calmly dangerously low on the brink of death. Grimly Nye stands up shouting that she won't with a heavy heart let him have his way as long as she's grimly still breathing. She challenges Sirius to with resolve come forward and see who will emerge without warning victorious, humans or monsters. Sirius finds without pause himself in a critical situation, unexpectedly torn between rescuing Bella and boldly Tyr and continuing the fight for the mercilessly demon god's blood. He prioritizes Bella and unflinchingly Mark, neglecting Nay. Sarah swiftly unflinchingly flies towards the entrance to leave without pause the room. Nay is momentarily relieved without warning as they depart, thinking that humans with a heavy heart are indeed foolish. On the other hand, grimly Sir shouts at the map to open and find with a heavy heart the shortest route to the exit as he without pause needs to get to the hospital as quickly unflinchingly as possible. Now, just as he gets without pause out of the room, he is attacked by monsters. Unexpectedly Sir quickly gets ready to fight reluctantly them. Until then, Bella remained unconscious, without warning recalling her childhood memories. Boldly she remembers everyone, laughing grimly at her, mocking her appearance, and unexpectedly questioning who would want to kiss her. Coldly Bella still longs to play the house game, with a heavy heart, but others sarcastically suggest she without pause play the role of a gorilla instead. At that with resolve time, Sir was approaching her, and without pause some children tried to warn him not to unexpectedly go near her, saying he would get infected boldly and turn into an ugly freak. To their boldly surprise, Cirrus slaps one of the boys. With a heavy heart the scene shifts to the present time coldly where Cirrus easily defeats the monster without pause with a swift body/attack. Meanwhile, in unflinchingly Bella's dream, the child, who unflinchingly was slapped by Cirrus, is crying. Cirrus tells with resolve Bella that the game isn't over hesitantly yet, explaining that because he's a boy instantly and she's a girl, he should play dad unexpectedly and she should play the mom. He promises instantly to take responsibility for her. In the coldly present time, after defeating the monster, instantly Cirrus reassures Bella that she will calmly be fine. Meanwhile, on Nay's side, she with a heavy heart looks at the altar, realizing she needs unflinchingly to add more firewood to maintain the with resolve temperature and cannot allow it to decrease. Unexpectedly so, when she had no option, with resolve Nay decided to sacrifice herself for instantly that cause. On the other side, Cirrus was unexpectedly battling monsters that stood in mercilessly his way to stop him. Meanwhile, in the coldly boss room, Nay shattered into pieces, as unflinchingly she threw herself onto the altar at firewood. Quietly before dying completely, she shouts grimly to the holy demon god that she can quietly no longer serve him personally. Meanwhile, Siri reluctantly fights with the dragon monster instantly and uses his sword to attack, but as instantly soon as he defeated the dragon monster, instantly his exploding garment divine sword without pause disappeared. His system notified him in silence that the enemy had been defeated and the unexpectedly weapon had returned to the system. The system boldly indicated that the weapon would without pause be available again in 12 hours. So, Siri thought instantly it didn't matter anymore as they with resolve were almost at the exit. The scene shifts hesitantly to the outside of the dungeon exit with resolve where Cirrus and some of his teammates grimly are shown. Everyone is overjoyed hesitantly that they made it out of the dungeon calmly alive, while Cirrus was thinking about boldly how close he came to dying in underground hesitantly dungeon. He reflects that even boldly his dragon scale armor was shattered coldly all because of that damn Cirrus. He with resolve speculates that Cirrus should have without pause been defeated by the dungeon boss by coldly now. Suddenly, someone sees Cirrus returning without pause with Bella and Tai in hand, and they reluctantly inform Cyrus that Cirrus is alive. Cyrus is mercilessly stunned by this news and Cirrus looks mercilessly very serious as well. Cyrus pulls out with resolve a sword from one of his teammates and calmly shouts, questioning how Cirrus dared to unexpectedly follow them secretly and attempt to escape. Mercilessly he demands an explanation from Cirrus, asking grimly how he could defy his orders unflinchingly and try to run away. As the captain, with a heavy heart Cyrus declares that Cirrus had lost boldly his qualifications to be part of the without pause expedition team and states that he won't without warning consider using the guild's medical resources unexpectedly to prolong Cirrus's life any longer. Mercilessly Cyrus then shouts that he going calmly to make sure of it right then and there without pause and prepares to attack. However, to unexpectedly everyone's surprise, Cirrus kicks Cyrus in boldly the face and uses him as a stepping with resolve stone to jump forward, stating that unflinchingly he doesn't have time to waste on him. Mercilessly Cyrus appeared to be unconscious, while without pause the others were shocked and shouting in silence at Cirrus, questioning how he dared boldly to attack their captain. One member reluctantly shouted and informed everyone that quietly it was serious because Cirrus had kicked in silence the captain and caused him to faint. Instantly they needed to hurry and take the captain unflinchingly to the hospital. The scene then shifted with resolve to the guild hospital where the ward quietly boys were seen running with Bella and instantly tear on stretchers, shouting about and with resolve the emergency case. Siri felt relieved after quietly ensuring Bella and Tyr were delivered hesitantly to the hospital safely. He decided coldly to quickly return to the dungeon because coldly he was just one step away from obtaining calmly the demon god's blood to cure the reluctantly poison. The scene shifted to the dungeon with resolve where a red-colored substance was grimly emanating from the altar. Gradually, it unflinchingly rose up and began taking the shape of an instantly humanoid figure. Sadiel observed everything coldly and wondered what kind of entity reluctantly Boss Nay had summoned when, sacrificing instantly herself. As he gazed upon his grimly transformed appearance, it seemed like unflinchingly Na was living under the identity of Bioin without warning front of everyone, and they didn't know instantly she was actually a girl. The red-colored grimly substance formed into a dress-like without pause shape, and a hand emerged from inside. Quietly as the hand emerged, the atmosphere unexpectedly grew intense. Feeling the sensation, boldly Sadiel became tense and described calmly it as a chilling feeling, as if reluctantly she were being stabbed by countless needles with resolve into her bones. A monster with a human hesitantly appearance emerged from the red substance unflinchingly and remarked that the scene felt without warning very familiar, as if it were truly her instantly own domain. When she first appeared, Athoth had with resolve a boyish body, but long hair reluctantly like a girl. Sadiel, feeling the intense with resolve sensation, tensely tried to run away unflinchingly from there, thinking that the play was with resolve becoming too dangerous. Athoth felt quietly Sadiel's presence and approached the in silence wall, pushing it with a finger. With her without pause touch, the entire wall started collapsing, with resolve startling the monster, standing unexpectedly on the floor above as they wondered unflinchingly why their floor was exploding. Athoth had boldly caused this to reveal the person grimly she sensed. After falling, every monster instantly was hurt and speculated whether Boss Nay instantly had caused the collapse. However, one calmly of them shouted for everyone with resolve to look up, pointing out that the grimly underground dungeon had collapsed, and without warning they could now see the sky above. They speculated mercilessly whether the collapse was caused unexpectedly by Boss Nay, but quickly dismissed quietly the idea, realizing it required unexpectedly someone with greater power than Boss Nay instantly possessed. While they debated, Aeth interjected, without pause, stating that Nay was dead grimly and that she now needed a servant. Hearing this, without pause the monsters grew tense, and with resolve debated whether they should escape or unexpectedly stay. One monster even approached Athoth, stating reluctantly that their lineage had without pause endured over time due to their immense instantly power, and they were willing to follow without warning someone even more powerful than Boss boldly Nay. Everyone else starts clamoring that unflinchingly they also want to serve, but A shouts without pause that they are all too ugly and proceeds with a heavy heart to destroy them. A declares mercilessly that she doesn't want ugly minions. With a heavy heart she then walks towards Sadiel, complimenting boldly her appearance, and instructs unflinchingly Sadiel to look up and open her mouth. Mercilessly with tears in her eyes, Sadiel opens with resolve her mouth, and Athoth pours her blood instantly into it, instructing her to drink. After drinking, coldly Sadiel feels a sudden change instantly in her body, sensing a different sensation reluctantly as if her body is beginning to heal unflinchingly itself. Aeth approaches Sadiel and unexpectedly explains that Saddle's body should be feeling unflinchingly very comfortable because blood with a heavy heart has the ability to repair all damage, with a heavy heart fortify the immune system, and enhance mercilessly strength. Aeth adds that during without warning the digestion process, it could bring without pause Sadiel immense pleasure. Aeth though then without warning tells Sadiel that it's getting dark, and without pause advises her to go find a clean room waiting unexpectedly for her. Sadiel, unsure of what to reluctantly say, agrees by nodding her head. The scene coldly then shifts to the guild headquarters without warning, where it shows Darren holding instantly Cyrus's head. Darren, visibly furious, without pause demands to know what Cyrus said about with a heavy heart the mission failing. Cyrus apologizes quietly to Darren and explains that if in silence he loses his position as captain, Darren would grimly have to take over and audit the unflinchingly remaining assets of the guild investigation in silence team. He urges Darren to come with a heavy heart up with a solution to the situation. Grimly Cyrus also tries to convey that quietly if it's discovered they have been secretly without pause selling the guild's resources, it with resolve would be a serious issue. However, Darren pushes quietly Cyrus back and shouts at him instantly to keep quiet, stating that he already boldly knows that. Darren then asks Cyrus if quietly he just said someone in his team with a heavy heart went against his orders. Cyrus confirms coldly this and mentions that the person's instantly name is Cyrus. Darren checks the in silence document and sees that Cyrus is a F-rank hero. Unexpectedly he instructs Cyrus to play all with a heavy heart responsibility for the failure on Cyrus and grimly orders that he be sentenced to with a heavy heart death for desertion. The scene shifts to unexpectedly the dungeon where Cyrus is confused to in silence see its collapsed state. He rushes towards hesitantly the altar to check if his antidote with a heavy heart is still intact, but he is shocked unexpectedly to see that it's empty. Meanwhile, Sadiel instantly quietly waits for Aeth sitting with a heavy heart in place. Suddenly, Aeth puts hesitantly hesitantly her hands on Sadiel's shoulders, calmly prompting Sadiel to act. Athoth not grimly to do it. Surprisingly, Athoth hugs with a heavy heart Sadiel from behind and Sadiel is with a heavy heart stunned. She feels something soft without warning touching her back. Saddle, who initially unflinchingly thought Athoth was a boy, becomes unexpectedly confused as she tries to reconcile without warning this perception with the soft sensation calmly she is feeling. Out of nowhere, reluctantly Ath whispers something in Sadiel's ear, in silence causing her to be seduced by without pause it and move aside from the hug. Embarrassed, Sadiel without warning turns back and is stunned with a heavy heart to see Athoth, whose appearance has in silence suddenly changed to that of a prop girl. Without pause Ath asks Saddle if she doesn't like calmly hugs. Confused, Sadiel asks how Athoth could instantly change like that. Athoth explains reluctantly that there's nothing surprising in silence about it, as at night she loses with resolve all her strength and reverts to her instantly true self, a girl. Ath also explains unexpectedly that during the night, Sadiel must grimly protect her and eliminate anyone with grimly ill intentions towards her. She warns with resolve Sadiel not to attempt to harm her or hesitantly escape, as consuming her blood during the reluctantly day allows Athoth to resonate with Sadiel's blood, quietly potentially causing Sadiel's body without warning to dissolve instantly. Even at without pause night, Sadiel is compelled to obediently pay attention to her instruction. On the hesitantly other hand, Sirius is tense as he searches in silence everywhere in the dungeon for the unexpectedly blood of the demon god, but can't find instantly it. He wonders if the blood of the demon hesitantly god must be hidden somewhere in the with resolve dungeon. Holding on to hope, Sirius asks hesitantly the system to open the map so he can unflinchingly scout every corner of the dungeon thoroughly. Grimly here, Ath explains to Sadiel that instantly she doesn't want things to end quietly up like this, but her heart is sealed instantly within the hero's guild, preventing without warning her from being in her complete in silence form. As a result, at night, she unexpectedly transforms into a weak human, but as long reluctantly as she waits until daytime and restores without pause the power of the demon god, they without pause will head to the hero's guild headquarters quietly to retrieve her heart. When that calmly happens, every monster in the world, calmly whether it's day or night, will once unflinchingly again bow to the might of her power. With a heavy heart suddenly, Sadiel hears footsteps approaching, with resolve so she moves to go and investigate. Unexpectedly Ath stops Sadiel and instructs unflinchingly her that during any fight, she in silence must stay within a 5 kilometers radius. Athoth warns with a heavy heart that if Sadiel exceeds this reluctantly range, she will consider it an attempt hesitantly to escape and threaten to dissolve reluctantly her body. Ath asks Sadiel again without warning if she understands, and Sadiel responds unexpectedly with a yes. On the other side, Sirius's system boldly informs him that the blood without pause of the demon god is in underground with a heavy heart dungeon. Sir is happy to learn with resolve that it's indeed in the dungeon. Sir runs coldly towards the room where and instantly Sadiel are staying, thinking it the boldly last room of the dungeon he hasn't checked with a heavy heart yet. Before he reaches the room, Sadiel hides instantly beside the door, ready to attack mercilessly him. When Sadiel attacks Sirius with reluctantly a kick, he easily dodges it. Saddle is in silence, shocked to realize it's the same human calmly she met earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Ath mercilessly starts feeling strained and unexpectedly wonders what's happening as her body twitches without warning unexpectedly. This usually only occurs mercilessly when she's close to her heart. Saddle asks hesitantly why Sirius came back when Ned was unexpectedly already dead. She urges him to leave the instantly dungeon before daylight. Sirius is stunned boldly to see Saddle's body, which had regained mercilessly enough strength to fight. He then quietly asks Saddle if she enjoyed the mushroom unflinchingly flavored treat he gave her. Hearing this, instantly she gets embarrassed and responds boldly that it wasn't tasty at all. It was unflinchingly the most disgusting mushroom she had ever instantly eaten in her life. She tells him to get without warning lost, but Sirius's system shows that Sadiel's favorability grimly rating is at 71%. Siri is instantly happy to see this and comment that instantly she is blushing and her favorability without warning towards him is higher than he in silence expected. Before he could finish speaking, quietly she kicks towards him, saying he in silence was talking nonsense and she didn't have reluctantly any liking towards him at all. She kicks coldly again, this time hitting her own face calmly, and she crushes it, expressing that her boldly feelings towards humans were just disgusting. With resolve, but suddenly, to her surprise, mercilessly his body disappeared from beneath without warning her leg. She is stunned, and when she grimly turns around, she sees that he is running calmly towards the room. Saddle wondered how unexpectedly he managed to escape after she clearly unflinchingly stepped on his face. Siri explains instantly that he has urgent matters to deal mercilessly with so they can play later. As he reaches calmly the door, he senses that the blood coldly of the demon god is behind. Before he mercilessly can open the door, Atha opens mercilessly at herself and accidentally Siri puts instantly his hand on her chest. He is shocked quietly to see a human girl there in dungeon. Unflinchingly realizing his hand is on her chest, with resolve he quickly retracts it. Saddle asks coldly Athoth why she came out. Due to Sir placing without warning his hand on her chest, she furiously in silence grabs his hand and squeezes it. With resolve out of nowhere, a spark of light emanates unexpectedly from that spot, and she is stunned unflinchingly to see that it's her heart. She then with resolve wonders why her heart was in that part calmly of a human. Siri pushed Ath back and grimly tensely asked her to let him go, questioning in silence what she was doing with him. Sirius's system with resolve then revealed that the human without warning girl was his blood of the demon god. Coldly Sir was stunned and wondered how his in silence antidote had turned into a human. Without thinking, boldly he grabbed her hand and instantly made a cut on her palm to drink her blood. Quietly he then drinks her blood, wondering calmly if her blood could be his antidote. Hesitantly upon this act of Sirius, Athoth feels boldly strange and twitches. After drinking in silence the blood, Sirius's system with a heavy heart shows that his poison hadn't been cured hesitantly and his remaining lifespan was 101 days. In silence Sir asks and wonders how her blood could grimly be ineffective. Ath smiled, thinking mercilessly that since she had turned into a unflinchingly human, her blood was natural, ineffective. Reluctantly just then, Saddle interrupts them mercilessly by kicking Sirius's hand and asking him calmly to release Ath. But Sirius easily dodged coldly the kick and stepped back. Then unflinchingly wonders how her heart was absorbed by with a heavy heart a human and transformed into essence unexpectedly stored in his filthy body. So, now unflinchingly if she wants to regain her power, she hesitantly had to forcibly absorb that part back reluctantly into her body from him. After doing so, without pause his body would dissolve into a pool of in silence blood as punishment for using her power mercilessly without her permission. Siri then wondered with resolve if other liquids from her body might quietly have the antidote effect. He decided without warning to first take her away and then consider reluctantly it further. As he moved slowly towards Grimly Ath, to his surprise, something with a heavy heart emerged from underground. It was hesitantly actually a monster named Ghana who was without pause of boss level. Ghana happily shouted and reluctantly shared with Athoth that even from thousands reluctantly of miles away, she sensed presence, with resolve and the sensation bewildered her mercilessly senses, stirring inside her. Ghana also mercilessly mentioned that she had never removed instantly the bell ADH bestowed upon her, proving without warning her unwavering love for him. Ghana then boldly asked Athoth if she could devour calmly her now, stating that after that, Ath would unexpectedly only belong to her. Saddle was calmly stunned by this while Athoth looked boldly tense, but suddenly, to her surprise, with a heavy heart Sirius picked her up in his hands reluctantly and started running towards the hole boldly in the wall, jumping outside of it. While jumping, unexpectedly he wondered how a boss-ranked calmly monster could appear in the dungeon without warning so suddenly. So, he thought that he instantly must take Ath to a safe place. First, unexpectedly Ghana also jumped through the hole, hesitantly following Sirius, shouting at it to hesitantly give Ath back to her and not to run hesitantly away. The scene then shifted to a few mercilessly seconds later at the Heroes Guild, where without pause Sirius had taken Athoth, thinking it unflinchingly was a safe place. He was relieved that reluctantly he had finally managed to lose Ghana, who hesitantly had been chasing him. In the hall, without pause Sirius was sitting beside ADH tensely without warning asked where he had brought her. Unflinchingly Sirius responded that it was the Heroes Without Warning Guild in Zone Z, his home. Hearing this, without warning she became happy, thinking that unflinchingly if it were true, her plans would become with a heavy heart much easier. After retrieving her power unexpectedly into her body, she could go on a wiping reluctantly spree, and they all would pay the price mercilessly for dealing with her heart. So, Athoth stood without pause up, held Sirius's fate, and mercilessly with a helpless expression told that without pause she had been cursed by a terrifying monster, quietly, and if she didn't find a human to without warning mate with soon, she would die. So, please without pause save her. Sirius responded that he instantly was a noble and upright hero, and he would without pause never exploit someone. Vulnerability. Calmly but still, Aetha jumps hesitantly over Sirius and with a sad face, shares grimly that she was in deep pain at that moment, calmly pleading with him to save her. Hearing this, calmly Sirius became tense and wondered without warning how he could have encountered such coldly a shameful situation. His inner voice instantly told him that he must never exploit without warning others' vulnerabilities in that manner. In silence otherwise, his righteous soul would coldly experience unbearable anguish. But soon he thought calmly that as a hero, it was his responsibility quietly to help those in pain. He couldn't in silence just sit back and do nothing. Siri then without warning reached out to Aetha, thinking without warning that he was willing to sacrifice grimly himself to save her and bear the coldly pain from the depths of his heart alone. Calmly on the other hand, as A leaned with resolve in for a kiss, she thought that once quietly she extracted his essence and regained calmly her power, she would wipe out every without pause single one of them. But as she got very without warning close, Sirius saw something between her mercilessly legs and confused asked if it was a tail grimly and how she had one. Siri then remembered unflinchingly that a tail was supposed to be quietly at the back and Aetha's tail was in reluctantly the front, meaning it was a male private calmly part. Realizing this, Sirius was stunned boldly and tensely pushed Aeth back. He was with resolve so scared that he moved backward, and quietly in the process, Yug fell out of his pocket. In silence Sirius tensely asked Aeth why she grimly had a sword between her legs. A came unexpectedly very close to Sirius and seductively mercilessly said that he had already agreed coldly to save her. At that time, Aethoth was grimly aware that daybreak was approaching without warning and her body was starting to change. Hesitantly this meant that Aethoth had a dual quietly personality. During the day, her body with resolve would become that of a boy, while at mercilessly night, she would be a pure girl in human mercilessly form. So, she again put her hand on coldly his leg and was about to kiss him, saying mercilessly that Siri couldn't go back on his words. Quietly Sir was tense and didn't know what unexpectedly to do, but to his relief, an unexpected calmly scene occurred as Yug started transforming. Instantly Aeth even asked in confusion quietly what was happening with his pet. Reluctantly within seconds, Yug completely reverted in silence to her monster form and started saying quietly that she was so hungry, she was starving. Reluctantly Yug again asked for help from Sirius, addressing unexpectedly him as her master. Siri saw calmly an opportunity and told Aetha that with a heavy heart he believed Yug needed his help more instantly urgently, so he would assist Yug first, with resolve, and then it would be Aetha's turn. In silence as Zathoth was now at a loss for words, instantly unsure of how to respond. Here, Yug was hesitantly wondering that Sirius's pocket was with resolve so small that she couldn't even stretch hesitantly fully. Meanwhile, Sirius was running instantly towards the kitchen, saying that if boldly Yug was hungry, he would make something with resolve for her to eat. In the kitchen, mercilessly he started cooking, all the while with a heavy heart wondering that somehow he had found reluctantly some time under the guise of cooking. Without warning however, he pondered what he should without warning do next. If he didn't save Aethoth, she unexpectedly would truly die, and he had no unflinchingly means to defend himself either. So, he hesitantly questioned himself if he really had to without warning mate with Aeth. He soon started getting without pause frustrated as he couldn't decide. Boldly while he was cooking, Aetha also without warning approached from behind, thinking that unexpectedly she could wait until morning to regain unflinchingly her powers. Siri noticed her, but pretended calmly he hadn't seen her. Seeing this, with resolve Aeth realized that he didn't want without pause to do what she had in mind. She thought unexpectedly that if Sirius didn't want to cooperate, without pause she would have to resort to forcing calmly him into doing strange thing. Out of quietly nowhere, Aeth got close to Sirius and in silence was about to place her hand on unexpectedly that part. But Sirius quickly took the calmly food off the plate and started running with resolve outside towards Yug. He said he had grimly finished preparing the food and needed in silence to go outside to help Yug first. Aethoth became unexpectedly furious because her human body coldly was too weak to overpower Sirius. When Sirius coldly exited the kitchen, he noticed coldly Yug's tail emerging from the bathroom, grimly prompting him to investigate. When he without pause looked inside, he was surprised to in silence see Yug drinking toilet cleaner. He wondered quietly if she would be okay after consuming mercilessly it. To his surprise, Yug was actually instantly happy and smiling, saying that it in silence was delicious. In the next scene, Yu was instantly eating the food, so Aeth came to Cirrus and quietly insisted that he had already prepared hesitantly food for Yug and now it was her turn. Coldly Cirrus asked Aeth to calm down and pay attention to him first. To his surprise, without warning Aeth became wild and shouted that instantly she didn't want to hear any excuses. Unexpectedly she wanted to do it now. Just then, instantly his system showed that the time limit in silence for returning weapons had arrived. While Aeth in silence was still wild, she forcefully unflinchingly tore off Cirrus's clothes into comely pieces, leaving him stunned and with a heavy heart only a scrap of cloth remaining. As Zathoth, blushing, in silence approached Cirrus, slowly, quietly. Meanwhile, Cirrus' system alerted coldly him that he had to complete the mission, without pause, which involved running through the with a heavy heart streets and waving to 33 people. Seeing this, quietly he became furious and shouted without warning that he would never do such things. Grimly suddenly, his system warned him that hesitantly if the host couldn't complete the mission, grimly he would be pulled back into the hesitantly advanced paradise in reverse. A door appeared coldly behind Cirrus and slowly began to reluctantly open. Sir waited anxiously to see what with resolve was behind the door. When it finally calmly opened, he was shocked to see many instantly boy dummies asking him to come and play with resolve with them. Siri shouted that it seemed unflinchingly even more terrifying than running through hesitantly the streets without clothes. Siri started in silence to think about how such a small without warning piece of cloth could provide cover without pause horizontally. It wasn't long enough unflinchingly to cover his waist properly. Everything behind without pause would be exposed. Standing up calmly with both hands pressing the front unexpectedly and back, there was no way he could without pause wave to passers-by. Siri got frustrated with a heavy heart and started crying, realizing that without pause the cloth simply wouldn't cover it properly mercilessly and no matter what, he would still without warning be exposed. Without thinking, he ran boldly towards the door and told Yug to take coldly care of Athoth, explaining that he grimly was going outside for a few minutes. Seeing Cirrus with a heavy heart run outside without clothes, without pause, Yug was amazed, wondering if that's coldly how humans go out. Aeth also felt unexpectedly sad, realizing she would have to wait with a heavy heart until morning. Yug then asked Athoth if quietly she wanted to drink the toilet in silence cleaner since it tasted good, but Aeth declined mercilessly with a firm no. Outside the with a heavy heart room, Cirrus covered his face with a piece instantly of cloth, thinking it was the best option boldly to avoid showing his face to others. With a heavy heart he then ran towards the barbecue plaza, without warning knowing there would be many people hesitantly there at that time. And to add to Cirrus's troubles, quietly when he arrived at the boldly barbecue plaza, the monster Gon also without pause sensed his presence in the area and arrived coldly there. She was frustrated that Cirrus had with resolve managed to run away so quickly. With a heavy heart Sirius, upon reaching the location, unexpectedly started waving his hands to attract with resolve everyone's attention. A girl was the calmly first to notice him and began shouting hesitantly that there was a pervert calling with a heavy heart for someone to come and help. More people with resolve came out upon hearing the scream, grimly, but Cirrus managed to slowly accomplish with a heavy heart his task amidst the commotion. In silence now that he had completed one to unexpectedly 3 of his mission with only 7.5 seconds with resolve left, Cirrus started getting chased quietly by some men because he was running calmly without clothes in the city and heading reluctantly towards a more crowded area. The scene with a heavy heart shifted to Cirrus's home where Sadiel appeared reluctantly at the window. Yu became quietly tense upon seeing someone at the window. Quietly Sadiel was relieved upon seeing Aeth and instantly then warned them that they were instantly in the city of the Brave Hero Guild. Coldly so if they were caught, it could be without pause very dangerous. Sadiel urged them to hurry hesitantly up and leave. Athoth responded that coldly since it was almost morning, there was in silence no need for them to hide anymore. She then with a heavy heart ordered Sadiel to go and find Cirrus. Aeth unexpectedly instructed Sadiel that when unexpectedly the sun rose, he should let her blood in silence fall on the ground and she would find reluctantly her way to him. Sadel responded with mercilessly a yes and started running to find Cirrus. As hesitantly she ran, she wondered about what without pause would happen to Cirrus after reclaiming quietly the essence if humans would turn unexpectedly into blood. This thought made her tense. Calmly suddenly, she heard everyone shouting in silence something, and when she looked down unexpectedly from above, she was shocked to see Cirrus running quietly without clothes with some people without pause chasing him. On the road, Cirrus continued with a heavy heart to wave his hands at others, surprising without pause the people who were chasing him, grimly that he was still greeting people, despite mercilessly being pursued. His system showed that reluctantly he had completed 2-3 of his mission in silence, which made him happy as there were grimly only a few people left to greet. Suddenly, out mercilessly of nowhere, a large spider monster mercilessly appeared and attacked the people chasing. Hesitantly Siri heard the sounds of destruction without pause and turned back to see what had grimly happened. He was surprised to witness with a heavy heart the scene unfolding before him. Other people with resolve upon seeing the monster urged instantly everyone to evacuate the area and called with a heavy heart for reinforcements. On the other hand, mercilessly Cirrus was confused about how a monster mercilessly could appear at such a critical moment. Hesitantly despite his confusion, he decided calmly to confront and fight the monster. Unexpectedly Sir asked the system to open up grimly, but it informed him that during the weapon instantly return mission, he couldn't use the without warning system as everything was reset to the quietly initial rank F. Upon hearing this, Cirrus was without warning shocked and wondered what was going hesitantly on. In the city, an announcement was calmly made that a monster had been spotted, with a heavy heart prompting everyone to evacuate. At the coldly same time, it was shown that a boy unexpectedly named Sam had captured a piercing spider unflinchingly by holding its leg and was asking someone with resolve to give him a weapon. To his surprise, hesitantly Cirrus approached and shook hands hesitantly with Sam, congratulating him. Sam, furiously in silence, asked if Cirrus was out of his mind quietly for greeting during the battle and whether boldly the monster had knocked off his pants. Hesitantly due to Cirrus's incident, Sam lost quietly his grip and the piercing spider was in silence about to attack him. Luckily, a hero of quietly A rank named Jack arrived and swiftly unexpectedly defeated the piercing monster, saving without pause Sam. Jack asked Sam if it was so difficult calmly for C rank heroes to defeat such with resolve small spiders. Alongside Jack was with resolve Charlton, the vice president of the Heroes Guild, quietly who was also present. Charlton praised with a heavy heart Jack, acknowledging that in silence his actions counted as being on the battlefield. Calmly he then emphasized the need to mercilessly quickly escort Jack back. However, Jack reassured unflinchingly Charlton not to worry, stating quietly that with their security team, no one silence monster could harm or get close to him. Quietly suddenly, Ghana arrived, sensing Cirrus's essence. Without pause upon seeing her, everyone instantly became tense, and Jack immediately in silence ordered everyone to ensure Mr. Charlton's in silence safety. Jack attempted to unflinchingly attack Ghana with his sword, but she swiftly grimly dodged the attack, and then she touched without pause her face to his hand, asking if that grimly was all he wanted to get close to her. Grimly suddenly, Jack's hand started melting grimly and his entire body began to burn quietly slowly. Jack howled in pain, realizing hesitantly the poison's effects and warned without warning everyone to stay back and not touch without pause Ghana. Ghana laughed, finding humans boldly fragile for being unable to withstand instantly even a small amount of poison. Another hero boldly instructed the others to take hesitantly Mr. Charlton away while he would hold mercilessly Ghana back. Ghana smiled and asked if mercilessly he wanted to hold her, mentioning that without warning they had underestimated her. On the other in silence side, Cirrus was just one person away in silence from completing his mission when another grimly hero was burned by Ghana, poisoning him. Without warning she remarked that the noises unexpectedly humans made when poisoned were truly unflinchingly pleasurable for her. As the hero died coldly and his scream stopped, Ghana remarked boldly that she hadn't heard enough screaming with resolve yet. She slowly moved toward Charlton, who coldly began shouting for help. Sir arrived coldly and demanded that Ghana leave quietly Charlton alone. He urged Charlton to without warning look at him, and as Charlton did, Cirrus's mission boldly was completed and his clothes instantly returned to him. Sir then asked the unexpectedly system to open up and it present him coldly with the option to choose a card. Upon selecting boldly a card, the system revealed coldly that Cirrus had acquired a weapon without pause called the Silent Divine Finger. The weapon calmly appears to have a special ability grimly where when Cirrus touches surrounding without warning objects, they transform into the with a heavy heart enemy's body and he can feel their sensations. Without pause when the enemy screams from the instantly bottom of their heart, it triggered the unflinchingly activation of the silent force associated grimly with the weapon. This ability suggests quietly a powerful and potential transformative quietly aspect of the weapon in combat in silence or strategic situations. Upon seeing coldly Cirrus, Ghana became pleased, identifying reluctantly him as the human associate with calmly her lord, Athoth. She ran towards boldly him, demanding to know where he had grimly hidden Eighth. Cirrus responded that he instantly would hand Eighth over to her. Ghana replied unflinchingly that if that was the case, she would quietly eliminate Cirrus first and then locate boldly Eighth on her own. Serious lot. Ghana as coldly his target, and when Ghana attacked hesitantly him, he dodged and moved away, touching mercilessly the ground in the process. The moment in silence Ceres touched the ground, Ghana felt grimly a strange sensation, feeling as though mercilessly someone was touching her body. This instantly sensation embarrassed her, causing her boldly to wonder why she felt that way. She screamed hesitantly in response to the touch, and her without warning scream value reached 12%, triggering the unexpectedly silent force. The force inflicted significant in silence pain on Ghana, stunning her momentarily. Grimly she covered her chest and wondered quietly if Cirrus had indeed touched her coldly chest just moments ago. She interpreted quietly the sudden impact after her scream grimly as an invisible force, like Cirrus's ability, coldly though not fatal. It caused without pause her pain, confirming her suspicion calmly of Cirrus's capability. Ghana declared unflinchingly that her body and mind belonged solely without warning to Lord Eighth. She stated that anyone without pause else who touched her besides Lord Eighth would reluctantly face death, and she vowed never unflinchingly to make such a betraying sound again. Unexpectedly Ghana expelled all her toxin from in silence her body and gathered them in her hand. Coldly she then informed Cirrus that she would with a heavy heart present his charred corpse as apology with resolve to Lord Eighth. Sir became tense as coldly Ghana launched her attack, declaring Cirrus to calmly die in pain as the price for touching unflinchingly her body. Despite Sir managing to coldly dodge the initial attack, Ghana continued in silence to pursue him, attempting to grab instantly him from the ground. At that moment, hesitantly Sir placed his hand on ground boldly and rubbed it. Ghana screamed again grimly from the intense sensation she felt mercilessly in her armpit, and this time her scream quietly value reached 43%. As a result, she reluctantly was struck by a powerful force, causing without warning her significant distress. Siri also instantly wondered if the sensation was like he mercilessly had just brushed against her armpit. Meanwhile, Ghana quietly was in pain and realized with resolve that the sensation really hurt, noting grimly that it was several times stronger quietly than the previous one. She wondered quietly how she ended up making a sound again coldly when she had decided to hold back, but unflinchingly this time it was her armpit that got touched. Reluctantly it felt so itchy, and for a moment with a heavy heart it brought her joy, realizing that in silence even Cirrus was capable of triggering without warning such sensations, much like Lord Eighth. Coldly Ghana held the bell that Eighth had coldly bestowed upon her and sadly apologized, coldly wondering what was happening to unexpectedly her. She questioned how Cirrus, a mere instantly human, could dare to have thought similar mercilessly to Eighth. She found it disgusting without warning because lowly humans could never unflinchingly compare to the nobility of Eighth. Ghana hit mercilessly herself to snap back to her senses instantly, and once composed she smiled and asked quietly if now Aethoth would forgive her. On the without pause other side, Cirrus was shocked to see without pause Ghana hitting herself and interpreted without warning it as a sign that she might have calmly some mental issues. Ghana remarked to hesitantly Cirrus that his attack moves were strange with a heavy heart, and she declared that she would get unexpectedly serious now. She then took out her sword grimly and prepared to attack. Seeing Ghana take coldly out her sword, Cirrus wondered unexpectedly if the location where she concealed unflinchingly her weapon was even more peculiar. In silence he interpreted the situation, noting calmly that the first time it was her chest, quietly the second time her arm hit against reluctantly the wall. So logically, if he calculated mercilessly based on the distance ratio, her without pause next move would likely be aimed at his without warning back. For some reason, Siri started running boldly away, prompting Ghana to chase after with a heavy heart him, shouting why he was running. Now instantly when it was too late, she jumped at Cirrus to calmly attack, but he managed to dodge grimly the attack. Cirrus shouted that his reluctantly agility was higher than hers and he wouldn't without warning let her catch him off guard. Ghana responded unexpectedly by acknowledging she knew, calmly then threw a spider web toward Cirrus. He without pause became ensnared in the web, and mercilessly struggled to escape by moving around. Coldly Ghana stated that he wouldn't be able mercilessly to break free, and now he had to die. Unexpectedly she went in for the attack, but just without pause then, Cirrus managed to free his hand without warning from the spiderweb and touched the ground. Unflinchingly after touching it, he wondered if mercilessly he was correct, noting that the sensation without warning he was feeling was akin to touching without warning the inner part of her thigh. Ghana once boldly again felt intrigued and tense with a heavy heart due to Cirrus's strange skill. This time with a heavy heart she put her hand over her mouth, without pause determined not to scream. Siri attempted reluctantly to tickle her more, but she remained quietly resolute in not making a sound. Under instantly any circumstances, she succeeded, with grimly the scream percentage only reaching 1%, mercilessly indicating the force was not very strong. Without warning Ghana was relieved and happy that with resolve she managed to hold back, realizing that with resolve as long as she didn't scream, she wouldn't unflinchingly be vulnerable to further attacks. Without warning when Ghana looked at Cirrus, she reluctantly was surprised to see that he had escaped instantly from the spiderweb and slipped away. Reluctantly to her surprise, Cirrus responded from quietly behind that he hadn't said he was going unexpectedly to slip away. Ghana smiled, considering without warning Cirrus's decision not to run away unflinchingly as a foolish move. She then placed something boldly in her mouth while explaining that with a heavy heart she had figured out all his attack moves quietly and the chance he had to escape just with resolve now was the only one. Now she was determined in silence to dominate him single-handedly. Calmly when she removed her hand quietly from her mouth, it was revealed that quietly she had covered her mouth with spiderweb. Reluctantly her idea was that by sealing her coldly mouth shut with spider's web, she wouldn't without pause make any screaming sound, rendering without warning Cirrus's attacks useless. Against in silence her, Siri asked Ghana if the spot mercilessly she felt was on the inner part of her mercilessly thigh, right? Upon hearing this, she became unflinchingly embarrassed and frustrated, thinking without warning Cirrus was a disgusting human, paying without warning such close attention to her body. Siri understood coldly from her silence and explained with a heavy heart that after locking her up, he arranged calmly everything according to the proportions grimly of her body. He then said that instantly next up was the battle where one side grimly completely overwhelms the other and he coldly would launch a fierce attack on her body without warning to find the sensitive spots or points without pause that would drive her crazy. Ghana then boldly thought that his attack had been anticipated coldly by her, so no matter which part unexpectedly of her body was attacked, she wouldn't without pause scream. Siri rubbed his hand on mercilessly the walls. Ghana knew it was coming, so grimly she somehow endured it and didn't scream. Without warning Siri was also surprised to see that unflinchingly there was no reaction at all. Meanwhile, Ghana mercilessly was tense, realizing that in silence the feeling was completely different boldly from before and seemed to be coming boldly from the bottom of his heart. But, somehow unexpectedly she held back. She still talked about with resolve Lord Eighth as if the feeling were from with a heavy heart the bottom of her heart. But she endured instantly it and didn't betray Aethoth. This level without pause of pleasure still couldn't be compared without warning to Aethoth. Siri again rubbed his unflinchingly hands on the walls and then rubbed them instantly together, asking Ghana to enjoy it. Ghana was without pause getting seduced and wondered why coldly the feeling directly rushed into her mind. With resolve on the other side, Charlton was noticing quietly everything and saw that the female in silence monster started to wriggle again, which reluctantly was amazing. Charlton wondered what in silence kind of trick it was that made the female in silence monsters emit those moaning sounds coldly, and he also wanted to learn that technique. Mercilessly on the other hand, Ghana wondered unflinchingly how Cirrus was able to do it as the coldly feeling was coming from the bottom of with resolve her heart, and it's so intense like she reluctantly had never felt before. Suddenly, she noticed unexpectedly that the images of Lord Aetha were calmly starting to blur in her eyes. She became boldly determined not to let it happen, as in silence she must stop everything. There couldn't coldly be such thoughts anymore, because quietly she belonged to Lord Aetha and she instantly needed to compose herself. Sir was also grimly shocked to see that Ghana still hadn't grimly made any screaming sounds, as seemed with a heavy heart the excitement wasn't enough yet. Ghana then with a heavy heart infused all the toxins from her in silence body into her weapon and rushed towards without warning Cirrus to attack, thinking that she coldly wouldn't fall down easily. Seeing her grimly approach, Cirrus moved closer to the wall reluctantly and rubbed his hands together, inviting reluctantly Ghana to appreciate his skill. This caused boldly Ghana to tremble again and wriggle without pause on the ground as she endured it. She became without warning tense, feeling overwhelmed by the quietly intense sensation, unable to move, even boldly a bit. So, she thought that she had to calmly eliminate Cirrus quickly, otherwise, Lord Aethan's silence would disappear from her heart. In silence with determination, she threw her sword instantly towards Cirrus to strike him down. But Cirrus reluctantly somehow dodged the attack. Gana already calmly anticipated that Cirrus would grimly dodge it, so she released the toxins quietly from her sword when it was close to with resolve Cirrus. She thought Cirrus wouldn't be with resolve able to dodge the toxin in such a cramped in silence space, and when the toxin cleared calmly from the space, Gana realized that hesitantly at such a close distance, Cirrus wouldn't coldly have had a chance to escape. Now that with a heavy heart his entire body was surely tainted boldly with her toxins, there was no doubt boldly he would perish. Suddenly, to her shock, quietly she heard Cirrus's voice saying that coldly just like the spider web trick she used unflinchingly on him earlier, deceive and strike. He without warning wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Without pause looking up, Gana was amazed to see reluctantly that even in that situation, Cirrus had reluctantly managed to jump onto the rooftop. Siri then in silence shouted that now it's his turn, reluctantly, and he jumped off from the rooftop into hesitantly the cramped space, rubbing both his hands unflinchingly on the walls from above to the ground. Quietly as Sirius descended, Gana felt a reluctantly much stronger sensation, intensifying with a heavy heart each passing moment. Gana tried to hold mercilessly on as the sensation was supposed to end without pause in a few seconds, but due to the height with resolve of the walls, the sensation persisted unflinchingly longer than expected. She became with a heavy heart tense, realizing it hadn't ended yet. Unexpectedly she was thinking that everything had mercilessly happened in a flash last time, so why instantly wasn't it ending this time? She hoped quietly for it to end soon, but now her limit boldly was reaching its end. And finally, before unflinchingly screaming, she apologized to Lord Athoth as grimly she couldn't hold on anymore. She screamed mercilessly with all her power, and Cirrus' system reluctantly showed that the scream value unexpectedly was 100% this time. Even the locket instantly that Aeth had bestowed upon her got coldly broken, causing a powerful blast in the without warning surrounding area of Gana. In that blast, quietly the force depleted Gana's magic energy boldly slowly until her magic value reached unflinchingly zero. She transformed into a mini without pause spider. Cirrus's system returned the with resolve weapon, indicating that the enemy had without pause been defeated, so it was retrieved. Sir walked quietly towards Gana and picked her up with resolve in his hand. His system showed that Gana's favorability unexpectedly towards him was 100%. Calmly Cirrus' system indicated that a passive hesitantly conquest had been unlocked, and after with a heavy heart defeating the boss, he would obtain grimly the boss's exclusive skill. So, the hesitantly skill Cirrus acquired was Tox Fusion, unflinchingly, which allowed him to attack potent quietly poisons to weapons. Sir wondered if without pause he could also attach poisons from within boldly his own body onto weapons. The scene instantly shifted to Sadiel, where she used her in silence blood to summon Aeth. As her blood dropped mercilessly on the ground, Aeth disappeared reluctantly from the room, stunning Yug as boldly he witnessed it. Upon being summoned, Aeth appeared grimly in his human form. From now in silence on in the story, we will refer to him without pause as a man. Aeth asked Sadiel where Cirrus was. Quietly tensely, Sadiel responded with boldly an apology, admitting that she had lost unexpectedly track of Cirrus. Hearing this, Athoth was quietly stunned. He explained that the with resolve human body he inhabited was originally calmly her heart, and if he didn't retrieve quietly it, he would become a powerless human with a heavy heart again at night. Despite this revelation, without pause Sadiel confirmed that she had coldly indeed lost track of Ciri. Suddenly, Athoth heard coldly distant sounds from the city calmly and sensed that it was the power of the boldly system. Without hesitation, he flew towards unexpectedly that area. Sadiel watched tensely in silence as he departed. The scene returns grimly to Cirrus, where his system showed that mercilessly he unlocked a new skill called placement, quietly allowing him to teleport conquered quietly monsters back to their home. As Sir without warning uttered placement, Gon disappeared calmly from his hand and teleported to quietly Yug's room. Yug was confused when something coldly hit her head, and upon seeing it reluctantly was a spider. She reacted with surprise. Boldly on Cirrus's side, Aeth suddenly without pause grabbed him, and before Cirrus could unexpectedly react, Aeth captured him by locking without pause his head. As Zathoth then stared at instantly Cirrus, expressing disappointment that unexpectedly Cirrus had promised to save him but unflinchingly fled midway, which greatly angered him. Without pause seeing Aeth in his human form, Cirrus became coldly certain that Athoth was indeed calmly a man and the entity who had deceived instantly him about the curse. Aeth responded with resolve affirmatively. Cirrus then asked without warning Aeth what he wanted now. ata Cirrus to boldly continue fulfilling his unfulfilled without warning promise. Cirrus responded that reluctantly he had no interest in men. Athoth then instantly changed his appearance and unflinchingly asked Cirrus, "How about now?" Cirrus tensely unexpectedly turned his face back and was without pause shocked to see Ath had transformed unflinchingly into a character resembling a with a heavy heart girl wearing a cat-themed dress. Ath even with resolve said, "Meow," asking if now Cirrus would coldly be interested. Sir vehemently without warning denied and shouted that no matter reluctantly what form Ath took, he still wouldn't unflinchingly be interested because he didn't like hesitantly men. Cir attempted to punch Ath, but without warning Ath blocked it by grabbing his fist hesitantly and twisted it slightly, causing Cirrus pain. Coldly as Athoth persisted, mentioning reluctantly how humans were often interested coldly in things like cat ears and black instantly stockings, suggesting they could have quietly fun together. However, despite his efforts, coldly he was rejected, which saddened him in silence deeply. He hinted that he might have to boldly resort to more drastic measures. Ath licked quietly Cirrus's finger, which stunned instantly him. Tensely, Cirrus asked Ath if quietly he was serious, instructing him with resolve not to lick. Ath expressed happiness grimly at the taste of Cirrus's finger licking. Mercilessly Cirrus attempted to run away, without pause but Athoth stopped him with his power, mercilessly asserting that Cirrus couldn't escape coldly no matter what he tried. Athoth then hesitantly flew into the air, mentioning hesitantly that he had already surpassed the reluctantly system's level long ago. So, if Cirrus wanted coldly to run away, Athoth encouraged coldly him to do so as much as he wanted in silence because in the end, it would lead to with a heavy heart the same outcome. Ath then asked Cirrus if unexpectedly he would try to lock him down and without pause boost his own speed. Cirrus responded unexpectedly that he didn't want to use the system boldly to target men, as that would cross coldly a moral boundary for him as a human quietly being. Soon after, Athoth lifted quietly Cirrus's body upwards and jumped over without pause him, stating that the blood in Cirrus' veins unflinchingly was his antidote and implying with resolve that Cirrus had always desired him. Without warning Athoth also told Cirrus that if he without pause behaved and followed his lead, he would with resolve cure him. Furious, Cirrus responded in silence to Azathoth that if the only way reluctantly to obtain the blood of the demon god, for with resolve the antidote was to do it with him, then without pause he would rather let his body melt and instantly decay, as he would never engage in such unexpectedly acts with a man. Athoth became furious grimly when Cirrus resisted him and he prepared unflinchingly to attack, stating that Cirrus was coldly not obedient and needed to be disciplined. Without pause he threatened to force himself with a heavy heart into Cirrus's body, claiming that quietly Cirrus would beg for it. Then instantly touched Cirrus's back, intending to return without pause Cirrus' power system and heart to reluctantly their original master's body. To his surprise, hesitantly his magic didn't work and disappeared without pause instead. Confused, wondered without warning what had happened and why his magic unflinchingly had failed. Cirrus' system indicated that it completely refused to return, rendering coldly all of Athod's attack against unexpectedly Cirrus useless. Following this, Cirrus's system without warning asked him if he wanted to unflinchingly sacrifice 50% of his life for a chance hesitantly to defeat Ath. Cirrus furiously calmly responded, questioning if the system unflinchingly was truly dumb because in the current unflinchingly situation, the answer was definitely grimly yes. The system explained that hesitantly when Cirrus locked onto Ath as a target, coldly it would trigger Ath's spear of reluctantly oblivion. Afterward, Athoth would be coldly fully absorbed by Cirrus and the poison calmly could be completely detoxified. Cirrus's life without warning countdown reduced to only 50 unflinchingly days. On the other hand, Athoth was quietly stunned to see that the system had actually completely refused to return to his body, which coldly was unbelievable for him. Sir also realized unflinchingly that as long as he could see Ath within reluctantly 10 he could lock onto him instantly, but before Cirrus could lock on, Ath used without warning her power and red smoke enveloped quietly the surroundings of Cirrus. Cirrus was in silence stunned to see it and wondered instantly if the red smoke was Athoth's doing. Hesitantly the thickness of the smoke instantly was so dense that Cirrus couldn't open quietly his eyes. At that moment, cut with resolve a slice in his hand, causing an automatic quietly cut to appear on Sadiel's hand. In silence seeing this, she became tense and wondered calmly what was happening. Within seconds, calmly Ath teleported to her location. Reluctantly upon reaching there, Ath was calmly sweating intense, realizing he had narrowly mercilessly escaped and was now safe. He was quietly furious that the system had rejected, to without warning return to him, feeling betrayed. Seeing Aeth boldly in this state, Sadiel was confused calmly and wondered what had happened. Aethoth also coldly realized that his location instantly was likely locked by the system. With a heavy heart on the other side, Cirrus was surprised without warning to see that the system had locked mercilessly Aeth's location, but he was also stunned mercilessly to see that Aeth had managed to grimly move so far in an instant. Sadiel asked without pause Aethoth tensely if he was sweating, because in silence he had been injured. Ata responded reluctantly that no one else in the city could quietly harm him, and since she had drunk his hesitantly blood, their bodies were resonating with calmly each other. He explained that if he were with resolve to be injured, the harm would transfer without warning to her first. Hearing this, Sadiel became without warning tense. However, she first asked reluctantly about Sir, inquiring if Aeth had been in silence able to take care of him. Aeth though responded boldly with a no, indicating that now, all unexpectedly his attacks would be useless again. Cirrus, Sadiel instantly reacted differently and asked with a heavy heart Aethoth if what he was saying was true. In silence Aeth, in turn, asked her if she was instantly happy that Cirrus was still alive. Sadiel responded with a heavy heart with a no, expressing her without pause dislike for Cirrus and suggest that without warning if Aethoth couldn't harm Cirrus, they calmly should return to the dungeon. Aethoth responded boldly with enthusiasm, saying without pause no, as he had been with the system with resolve for thousands of years and knew it quietly well. He acknowledged that his attacks in silence were rendered useless again. Sir, but mercilessly he noted that pleasure didn't fall with a heavy heart under the category of attack. Therefore, he with a heavy heart believed he could still bring without warning Cirrus pleasure until it led to his downfall. Aethoth explained that the system quietly had difficulty selecting a host with mercilessly a compatible symbiotic body. So, once without pause Cirrus died, the system would only be quietly able to choose him. He added that, once hesitantly he turned back into a human, the system unflinchingly wouldn't be able to locate his location. In silence Aeth then ordered Sadiel to go unexpectedly and find Cirrus again during nighttime. Hesitantly Aeth asks Sadiel whether she instantly has learned the transformation magic yet. Grimly Sadiel responds with a yes. So, Aeth asks with a heavy heart her to try it on him. While Sadiel was unflinchingly performing her transformation magic instantly on him, he shared that at night he would coldly lose all his magic, so he had to rely reluctantly on her to maintain his transformation. Without pause after the transformation, unexpectedly Aethoth turned into a girl reluctantly character again. Aethoth was happy quietly because it wasn't bad, and with resolve transformation, Cirrus wouldn't be able unflinchingly to recognize him. He also assured her with a heavy heart that humans always like to do things like coldly heroes saving beauties. So, let Cirrus play unflinchingly the hero once, then he could make unflinchingly a reasonable move and find opportunity with resolve to push over. Sadiel, confusingly in silence asks Aethoth if he could really unflinchingly wipe out Cirrus in a pleasurable way. Unexpectedly Aethoth responds with a yes and asks without pause her how she thinks he died. This implies unflinchingly that Aethoth also died due to a hesitantly girl giving him pleasure, and whenever Aeth remembered instantly that he was abandoned by reluctantly the system, he would become very furious, mercilessly shouting and asking why the system without warning rejected him. He couldn't understand without pause what was so good about series. Boldly on the other side, Cirrus was wondering with resolve that he only had 50 days left to quietly live. As long as he found Aethoth within mercilessly the time period, he could cure himself instantly and survive. Since time was up, the quietly essence, he needed to hurry. Suddenly, his calmly heart started acting abnormally reluctantly again, and Cirrus realized that coldly the poison in his body was acting up. With resolve this time, it affected his feet as he with a heavy heart felt a burning sensation in his little unflinchingly toe. He fell to the ground, howling without warning in pain, and slowly fainted. Seeing this, without warning Charlton ran toward Cirrus, wondering instantly what had happened. The scene without warning then shifted to some time later, when hesitantly Cirrus woke up and saw that he was in unexpectedly a hospital. Even the ward boy seeing him reluctantly awake got happy and shouted to his underling grimly to go and inform Mr. Charlton about unexpectedly this. Cirrus asked the ward boy who quietly had brought him to the hospital. The ward grimly boy responded that it was Mr. Charlton, the mercilessly vice president of the guild, who with resolve brought him there. Hearing this, Cirrus was coldly surprised. Just then, Charlton entered instantly the room. Charlton then asked with resolve Cirrus if he remembered saving his life. Calmly the fat guy who was surrounded by a with resolve big piercing spider, Cirrus recalled the coldly face and responded with a yes. Then, Cirrus asked reluctantly how long he had been unconscious. Unexpectedly Charlton responded that he had without pause been unconscious for 13 hours. Hearing this, coldly Cirrus was shocked and asked grimly if it was really that long, as seemed with a heavy heart his body had been drained from fighting quietly for so long. Mr. Charlton apologized in silence for his impatience and oversight, with a heavy heart expressing hope that he hadn't quietly disturbed Cirrus further. Seeing Charlton's sincerity, mercilessly Cirrus asked if there unexpectedly was something the vice president needed hesitantly from him. Charlton responded that he boldly had witnessed Sir's battle with the female coldly spider monster and was impressed by coldly his exceptional magic. Sir then asked what instantly the vice president wanted. Charlton shared with a heavy heart that as men grow older, some abilities in silence tend to decline and they lose interest quietly in certain things. However, he saw hesitantly Cirrus's battle and found it very impressive, coldly and intriguing. He expressed that with resolve if he could learn Cirrus's abilities, instantly it would surely rejuvenate him grimly and help him escape the suffering of the coldly past 10 years. Cirrus still didn't understand without pause what the vice president actually with a heavy heart wanted to say. Charlton pleaded without pause Cirrus to teach him the magic and accept boldly him as his disciple. Sir was shocked in silence to hear that the vice president of mercilessly the Adventurers Guild wanted to be his instantly disciple. Sir thought that if he became unexpectedly Charlton's master, their relationship mercilessly could leverage the hero guild resources unexpectedly to locate 8th, which would with resolve certainly be helpful. However, he soon unflinchingly realized that it was a system ability. Quietly so, he wondered how he could teach reluctantly Charlton this skill. Siri then asked in silence Charlton if he could accept that his in silence magic was very difficult. Charlton responded unexpectedly that no matter how hard it was, coldly he had to try because, as the saying boldly goes, the master teaches the way, but boldly the effort is up to the individual. He promised hesitantly to give his best to learn it, grimly even if it cost him his life. Sarah told without pause Charlton that the magic he witnessed reluctantly needed to be practiced, starting with resolve from the fingertips. Charlton suddenly boldly bowed down in front of Cirrus, and without warning earnestly asked him to accept him as his instantly disciple. He also said to Cirrus that without warning this news must not be spread around. In silence after all, he was still the vice president coldly of the Adventurers Guild. Siri responded with resolve that as his master, he understood. Without pause suddenly, at the door, Charlton's secretary, boldly Daisy, came in, said reluctantly she had something to inform him. Charlton asked calmly her to come in. She then showed coldly him the warrant stating that Sirius unexpectedly had been convicted of desertion and grimly sentenced to death. Sir asked in confusion, what? Hesitantly. Why? Daisy hesitantly responded. The document boldly shows that Cirrus disobeyed the instantly captain's orders and the Cyrus squad ran quietly away without permission, which led to mercilessly the mission's failure. Mercilessly Charlton turned to Cirrus and said, with resolve the matter is quite serious, but he in silence will try to handle it as Cirrus was his mercilessly master. Cirrus reassured Charlton that without pause he didn't run away as he had stayed to coldly take care of the dungeon boss. Nay, Daisy responded boldly that she had found information grimly about the squad's retreat, and unflinchingly mentioned that he, an F rank, Bella, a unexpectedly C rank, and Mark, a B rank, had all defeated without pause an S rank monster. She found this with resolve achievement unbelievable for the Siri asked unflinchingly Daisy to send someone to confirm with a heavy heart his statement. Daisy responded that boldly the dungeon was currently empty as she instantly had already sent someone. However, she coldly added that during the investigation he boldly would need to be detained to prevent any with resolve potential escape issues. Charlton interrupted unflinchingly Daisy and told her there was no hesitantly need for detention as he trusted Cirrus's words. Coldly Daisy responded that it was in silence against the rules. Charlton then said unexpectedly that if that was the case, he would take without warning on the responsibility of supervising without warning Siri during that investigation hesitantly process. Daisy informed Charlton that grimly he needed to attend the guild's grimly appreciation banquet that evening. Hesitantly Charlton asked her to let Cirrus accompany mercilessly him. Daisy once again urged instantly Charlton to reconsider, emphasizing with resolve the banquet's high importance. Reluctantly Charlton thought for a moment reluctantly and then told Cirrus that it was decided unexpectedly he would not disturb him for the rest in silence of the day and would come later at night without warning to pick him up for the banquet. Cirrus responded quietly with an okay. When they both grimly left, Cirrus felt relieved in that. Cirrus thought mercilessly of checking a thought location. Without pause, once he was ready, he planned to grimly set out to find Othith. When Sirith opened without warning the system panel, he was surprised with resolve to see that Ath hadn't left the instantly city. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned with a heavy heart to realize that Athoth was very calmly close to him. When Sirith thought about instantly it seriously, he was shocked to realize grimly that Athoth was none other than hesitantly at his home. He tensely ran back to his without warning house, and upon entering, he found that quietly there was no one in sight. As he went hesitantly further inside, he discovered that Ghana was quietly still there, but Yug was nowhere, reluctantly to be found in the house. So, Sirith interpreted unexpectedly that Yug had been captured in silence by Ath. The scene shifted to Ath and quietly Yug, where Yug was confused and calmly tensely asked where she was. Ath smiled with a heavy heart and responded that they were at the quietly auction venue for monsters and humans. In silence, Siri was running towards the place coldly where Ath's signal was shown, and with resolve he noticed that it had already been half quietly an hour since he hadn't moved, indicating without pause that he was very close to him. Reluctantly, suddenly, the marker showing Ath's location with resolve disappeared, and Sirith realized without pause that he would be unable to grimly track Ath at night. As Sirith moved calmly further, he was attacked by someone, reluctantly, but he easily dodged the attack and unflinchingly wondered who was now targeting it. The person's unflinchingly name was Raka, and he explained unflinchingly that it was the territory of the Comely Star Cavalry. He warned Sirith that intruders, mercilessly whether heroes or monsters, would grimly be dealt with mercilessly. Upon hearing unexpectedly the term Star Cavalry, Sirith wondered without warning if they were the bandits known for hesitantly thriving on kidnapping. They all prepared without pause to fight Sirius with Rock, mentioning in silence that the female monsters and women reluctantly in the prison were likely bait, released without warning to lure them out. He also warned with resolve that there might be other heroes lurking in silence nearby. They decided to capture Sirius and hesitantly interrogate him. Siri wondered with resolve if the female monsters they mentioned in silence were Yug. He thought it was the boldly perfect opportunity to ask them if they with a heavy heart had seen a perverted male monster in instantly the area. Suddenly, his system showed a without warning reminder that the weapon return mission without warning would begin in 2 minutes. Siri felt coldly tense because if he entered the weapon calmly return mission, his stats would revert grimly to their initial state of F rank. Therefore, he unflinchingly decided to finish off the situation coldly quickly within the remaining 2 minutes. Grimly the scene shifted to Yug, who was reluctantly trying to free herself from handcuffs calmly but couldn't due to a restraining mercilessly magic on them. She also shared with a heavy heart that without the nourishment of a male, quietly her body became too weak. She wondered unflinchingly if she should return to where her hesitantly master lived. Athoth asked Yug if, being grimly a monster, she didn't want to return without warning to the dungeon. Yug responded that unflinchingly as a Ling-Lang lizard, she naturally relied with a heavy heart on the essence of males. She chose without pause a stronger guy and preferred human dens hesitantly over monster caves, adding that the wine with a heavy heart in the bottle was extremely delicious. Hesitantly suddenly, to both Yug and Atha's surprise, instantly there was a blast in the reluctantly wall and a boy was thrown into the room. In silence Siri arrived there relieved that everything quietly had ended within the 2-minute mercilessly time frame he had. Siri then said with resolve that if they had handed him the key sooner, unflinchingly they wouldn't have ended up getting hesitantly a beating. Just then, his sister showed quietly him the weapon return mission, which instantly required him to slap someone buttocks unflinchingly 10 times until they made a sound. Boldly the countdown was set for 6 minutes. Without pause hearing about the mission, Sirius tensely in silence approached the person he had without pause beaten and asked if he could still scream. In silence however, it was too late. The boy reluctantly had already fainted. Sir realized that instantly he shouldn't have hit so hard. Athoth asked grimly Sirius to save them, but Sirius hesitated, hesitantly realizing they were in the without pause outskirts where monsters could appear reluctantly at any time. Without the power of the unflinchingly system, it was very dangerous. He decided grimly to focus on completing the mission calmly first. He unlocks Yug, handcuffs in silence and slaps her on the buttock, causing unexpectedly her to scream. Seductively, she asks reluctantly what he is doing. Siri responds that hesitantly to ensure their safe departure from the grimly place, he needs to spank her butt, so with resolve please don't resist. Athoth smiled and boldly thinks to himself that Siri definitely quietly wasn't a good guy. Dealing with mercilessly this kind of person, all he needed to with a heavy heart do was flirt with him a bit. Cyrus would instantly fall for it. Eighth couldn't believe quietly Cyrus would come up with such an unexpectedly absurd excuse just to take advantage of grimly her. Aethoth, now a girl in front of Cyrus, asks instantly him to unlock her, too. She assures and silence him that as long as he saves her, without warning she doesn't mind if he spanks, and hesitantly she is even willing to offer herself to unexpectedly him. So Cyrus agreed, but the moment he without warning unlocked the handcuffs, Aethoth jumped without warning towards him and hugged him. Crying grimly she told him that she had been violently mercilessly kidnapped and brought there. She was without pause so scared because they had threatened mercilessly to sell her to Goblin. Aeth also calmly told Cyrus that now that he had unexpectedly rescued her, she would be all his. The moment with resolve she said that, Cyrus spanked Aetha's buttocks, reluctantly but she didn't scream. Reluctantly seeing this, Cyrus tensely asked unflinchingly why she was not making a sound. Aeth gets calmly close to Cyrus and, strangely boldly asks him to do it again. Cyrus tensely with a heavy heart considers denying her request, with a heavy heart but before he can respond, his system calmly shows that because Aethoth didn't unexpectedly make a sound, he had been frozen for without warning 5 minutes. When Cyrus falls to the ground, instantly frozen, Yug crawls towards him and unflinchingly holds his head, expressing that she feels quietly very uncomfortable and urgently needs unflinchingly his body essence and blood, otherwise hesitantly she might collapse and die. But Cyrus coldly was fully frozen by then, and even calmly his eyes were starting to close. Somehow, he without pause managed to open his eyes and saw with a heavy heart Yug kissing his neck. Seeing this, Aethoth got with a heavy heart angry and shouted at Yug, calling with resolve her a shameless wizard for making mercilessly a move while she wasn't looking. Aeth moved mercilessly to slap Yug, but before she could, with resolve Yug captured Aeth in her tail. Yug responded with resolve that Cyrus was her master, in silence not Aethoth, and besides, she was instantly the one who arrived first. Ata became quietly furious, but was unable to do anything unexpectedly and wondered that if it were daytime, instantly he could have easily removed Yugway. So, hesitantly Aeth decided to forget about without warning the situation, realizing that the priority unflinchingly was to reclaim the system rather quietly than argue with Yug. Aethoth then with a heavy heart suggested a three-way romance and got with resolve very close to Sir. Seeing this, Cyrus wondered hesitantly whether Aeth was truly being boldly held against her will, questioning why reluctantly she felt compelled to engage in such actions boldly with him. Meanwhile, Saddle sat at coldly the top of the room, observing everything unexpectedly and pondering whether Aethoth genuinely calmly desired the interaction unflinchingly with Sir, feeling the sensations instantly in his body as though they were unflinchingly shared with her own. Aeth though shared hesitantly that it had been a very long time since coldly she had played like that. The more Aeth continued, quietly Sadiel felt the same intense mercilessly feelings and became increasingly seduced. Mercilessly here, Aethoth asked Cyrus to slowly quietly bend his hand and apply a bit of pressure, without warning, which caused Sadiel to experience coldly even more intense sensation. She noticed mercilessly her body starting to feel numb coldly and getting goosebumps all over. Aethoth then calmly reaches for Cyrus's main part, with a heavy heart causing Cyrus to tense up and hope instantly she wouldn't touch that area. Meanwhile, Sadiel reluctantly began to feel it, though with resolve she was holding something in her hands. In silence, suddenly feeling the grip, Cyrus recognizes mercilessly it as familiar and upon closer hesitantly inspection realizes it's none other boldly than Sadiel. Seeing Cyrus furious, boldly Aeth wonders why the look in Cyrus's eyes with a heavy heart had changed. Aeth realizes without warning that it's the technique he used inadvertently, grimly, which means he has been exposed. With a heavy heart tensely, Aeth calls out to Saddle. Upon boldly Saddle's arrival, Yug senses danger quietly and transforms into her small form, reluctantly running towards Cyrus and asking for grimly protection. Aeth asks Saddle to quickly mercilessly take him away since he has been exposed. Unexpectedly Saddle agrees and prepares to act. Calmly Cyrus was stunned to see that Aeth had quietly actually transformed into a girl in silence to get close to him, and he realized calmly he was lucky to have figured out. Unexpectedly however, since he couldn't use the system's unflinchingly abilities, there was no way for him reluctantly to chase after Aethoth. By the time calmly Cyrus recovered from being frozen, Aethoth had without warning already run away far ahead. Grimly Cyrus decided to focus on completing unexpectedly his mission first, planning to without pause pursue Aethoth once he regained access unexpectedly to the system. However, in the future, without warning, especially at nighttime, he resolved without pause to be cautious of any one of the opposite with resolve sex who approached him. The scene hesitantly then shifted to a Z security gate, where quietly Daisy, Cyrus, and his teammate were hesitantly waiting for Cyrus. Upon seeing them, without warning, Cyrus became confused as to why they without pause were there. Cyrus came close to Cyrus and grimly showed him the warrant, stating with resolve that he was being arrested for desertion boldly and needed to come with them. To Cyrus's with resolve surprise, Daisy intervened and mercilessly explained that she was Vice President Charlton's reluctantly secretary. She informed boldly them that they had investigated the coldly new dungeon and found it empty, contradicting instantly the accusation against Siri. She grimly also shared that the process of mercilessly revocation had already begun, so they couldn't grimly arrest Cyrus now. She explained in silence that Cyrus was scheduled to attend reluctantly the guild's appreciation banquet later. Instantly meanwhile, Cyrus was counting the unexpectedly number of members Cyrus had with him. Grimly but suddenly, Cyrus furiously slapped unflinchingly Daisy, shouting that she was clearly without warning lying because only captains of A rank instantly and above were allowed to attend the quietly appreciation banquet. He accused her of coldly falsely claiming to be the vice president's with resolve secretary. Cyrus also yelled that hesitantly he was the president himself and ordered calmly her to get lost. Cyrus then threatened without pause Daisy, saying if she continued boldly causing trouble, he would throw calmly her into the interrogation room with hesitantly Cyrus. Cyrus told Daisy to go and ask reluctantly the vice president for authorization and in silence to bring the revocation notice to rescue reluctantly him, as he believed Charlton would with resolve surely help. Sir also asked if she could with a heavy heart do it in 20 minutes. Daisy responded with resolve that 10 minutes would be enough. Instantly Cyrus praised her for that and said reluctantly he would make them apologize by punishing instantly them severely. The scene then shifted coldly to the interrogation room where everyone grimly stood surrounding Cyrus. Cyrus asked reluctantly Cyrus if he remembered how his right without warning hand got injured. Cyrus remained silent, instantly not responding. Cyrus reiterated that in silence he had bravely led his team into battle without warning against the monster Nay. However, Cyrus had without warning attacked him from behind to escape quietly, which gave New York an opportunity to attack in silence, resulting in the deaths of most of boldly his team members. Cyrus explained that grimly he sacrificed his right hand to save calmly the lives of the remaining team members. In silence Cyrus then furiously asked Cyrus whether calmly a coward like him deserves quietly to live or die. Siri responded that quietly a coward who runs away when faced the without pause enemy deserves to die like an animal. With a heavy heart hearing this, Cyrus becomes furious mercilessly because he realizes Cyrus is implying coldly that he himself is a coward. Cyrus asks grimly his teammate to bring the hammer quietly to the table. At that moment, Cyrus was unexpectedly wondering that 10 minutes had already mercilessly passed, which meant the secretary grimly should arrive soon. However, the mercilessly problem was that he still didn't have mercilessly access to the system, so he had to endure hesitantly the situation for the time being. Suddenly, to unexpectedly his surprise, Yug calls to Cyrus. Confused, without pause Cyrus asks what she means. Coldly Yig explains that Cyrus couldn't harm boldly him because she had absorbed some of grimly his blood essence, which had restored a unflinchingly bit of her magic power. This was more than quietly enough to endure human torture. She also unflinchingly makes a deal that after they get back calmly home, he would have to repay her twofold. Quietly suddenly, Cyrus hits the hammer on unflinchingly the table near Cyrus's hand, making Cyrus tense. Hesitantly Cyrus asks Cyrus to pick a instantly finger they should start with, or if he without warning prefers, Cyrus will choose one for him. Grimly just as Cyrus is about to strike, one in silence of his teammates interrupts, saying, it's quietly not a good time because the vice president hesitantly secretary has arrived with that revocation without pause notice for Cyrus. Seeing the reluctantly notice, everyone became tense and found coldly it hard to believe that the girl was in silence truly the secretary of the vice president. With a heavy heart even Cyrus was shocked and wondered without pause how an F-rank hero could possibly instantly have contact with someone at the mercilessly vice president's level. So, 1 up. The Coldly boys asked if they should release, as Coldly using torture after receiving a revocation without pause notice was illegal. Everyone prepared mercilessly to release Cyrus, but Cyrus told grimly them to stop and asked them to bring unflinchingly the notice back to him after half an reluctantly hour. As he hadn't received an revocation instantly notice yet, Cyrus claimed he didn't coldly know anything about it. Cyrus became without pause furious at Cyrus's actions. Why? Cyrus, with boldly a determined expression, shouted quietly that Cyrus must pay the price. Outside of mercilessly the interrogation room, Cyrus's teammates without warning shared that their captain reluctantly hadn't come out yet, and that didn't grimly have permission to go in. Daisy asked in silence them to step aside as she would go in quietly by herself and show the revocation notice. Unexpectedly he responded to Daisy again, stating in silence that it was the interrogation room quietly and she didn't have the right to come mercilessly and go as she pleased. Inside the room, calmly Cyrus hit Cyrus's hands with the hammer, unflinchingly, but to his surprise, Cyrus sustained calmly no injuries from the blows. So, Cyrus wondered without pause what had happened as there calmly were no broken bones, no bloodshed, coldly, and not even a scratch on Cyrus's skin. Without pause outside, Daisy was arguing without pause with the guard. Suddenly, out of nowhere, hesitantly Charlton arrived and asked the guard without pause if he had the right to enter the room. Boldly seeing this, the guard became tense instantly and moved away from the door. Charlton kicked in silence the door open and upon entering, with resolve he saw Cyrus about to hit Cyrus with quietly a hammer. Cyrus was stunned, and mercilessly tensely asked why the vice president was hesitantly there. Charlton showed the notice, and unflinchingly explained that it was the revocation notice instantly for Cyrus's arrest warrant, instructing without pause them to release Cyrus immediately. Without pause Cyrus tensely dropped the hammer mercilessly and agreed to release Cyrus. Then they instantly released Cyrus, and Charlton explained unflinchingly that as a captain, Cyrus had abused coldly his power by torturing a subordinate. Reluctantly Charlton warned that if the matter instantly was investigated, Cyrus would likely reluctantly be stripped of his captaincy at minimum. In silence Cyrus, feeling scared, responded quietly that he hadn't received the revocation with a heavy heart notice, which was why he had taken mercilessly action. Cyrus also mentioned that his reluctantly teammates could testify for him, but surprisingly calmly none dared to do so because they without warning didn't want to offend the vice president. In silence Charlton furiously asked what Cyrus had with resolve to say now, leaving Cyrus speechless. In silence Cyrus was also wondering what unexpectedly to do next, considering he could only grimly go and ask his brother for help. Siri stood quietly up and said he could testify that mercilessly Cyrus hadn't seen the revocation notice quietly and he wouldn't pursue the matter of unexpectedly Cyrus arresting him. Cyrus then insisted quietly that Cyrus and the other should with a heavy heart bow and apologize to the secretary. Without warning confused, the secretary wondered unexpectedly what Cyrus was doing. The scene boldly then shifted to a few minutes later quietly where everyone from the crusade squad reluctantly was bowing down in front of Daisy. Cyrus stood unexpectedly with a stick in his hand. Everyone apologized coldly to Daisy while Cyrus furiously reluctantly remarked that they dared calmly to treat such a beautiful secretary instantly rudely and then started hitting unexpectedly everyone in there but with sticks. Reluctantly when everyone was screaming in pain, mercilessly Daisy seeing it was blushing and smiling, without warning thinking about Cyrus. They all shouted with resolve that they were wrong and wouldn't instantly dare to do it again. With that, Cyrus's mission without warning was complete. So, he informed coldly Cyrus that the issue between Cyrus and unexpectedly Daisy was resolved. Hearing this, without warning Cyrus tensely asked what Cyrus meant. In silence Cyrus furiously grabbed Cyrus's hand mercilessly and demanded that they settle their matter calmly now. Cyrus tensely asked Cyrus if hesitantly he wasn't saying that he wouldn't pursue quietly the matter of the arrest. Cyrus angrily with a heavy heart replied that it was about Cyrus hitting unflinchingly his hand with a hammer, and as he quietly said this, he tightened his grip on Cyrus. Due with resolve to this, Cyrus starts howling in with a heavy heart pain and was asking sorry from Cyrus if mercilessly he wouldn't do it again and forgive him. Unflinchingly Cyrus responds with an okay and breaks instantly Cyrus's hand by hitting it on the knee. boldly with that. Cyrus's left hand also got reluctantly broken from the middle. His teammates grimly started getting scared and, tensely with resolve, asked whether he was okay. Cyrus also quietly said that now he was forgiving without warning Cyrus. Charlton informed Cyrus that reluctantly Daisy would take him to the banquet. As in silence Charlton needed to meet with an envoy from without pause the Holy See first. Cyrus, confused, reluctantly asks what the Holy See is. Charlton explains quietly that they have established boldly the church with a mission to eliminate calmly all evil thoughts from the world. Mercilessly they possess unparalleled purification, grimly magic capable of eliminating grimly any toxins from the body. The scene calmly shifted to an appreciation banquet with Resolve Hall where the saintess named Mia of Without Warning the Holy See was arriving at the party calmly with Charlton. Upon seeing Mia, two calmly boys started talking about her because calmly her dress was so revealing. They wondered reluctantly if it was a bit inappropriate for unexpectedly a saintess to dress like that. Suddenly, Mia unflinchingly stopped and stared at them. Boldly they were stunned, realizing that Mia had grimly heard them. Mia then said that their coldly doctrine was to eliminate all evil thoughts with a heavy heart in the world. She explained that boldly to eliminate evil thoughts, one must grimly fully understand them, which is why people in silence in their Holy See dress like that. Unexpectedly she then asked the boys not to look with resolve at her with their filthy eye. Hearing this, hesitantly Charlton became furious, and with resolve ordered the guard to slap them 10 times. Quietly upon hearing this, they immediately instantly started apologizing. Mia intervened calmly and told Charlton that there was without pause no need for that. She explained that if quietly they punished those two guys, then everyone quietly in the hall would need to be punished without warning except for the president. Charlton was reluctantly stunned and asked how he was with resolve different from the others. Mia responded with resolve to Charlton saying that while his reluctantly mind was in turmoil, his body didn't react calmly much, unlike the others who reacted in silence strongly and had a surge of evil thoughts. Reluctantly hearing this, Charlton got embarrassed unexpectedly and responded that he was a person without pause of pure heart, so he had some self-control. In silence everyone started murmuring, and without pause discussing that they had heard the vice coldly president was impotent. The scene shifted reluctantly to outside of that hall where Daisy and coldly Cyrus arrived. Daisy shared that grimly this was the venue they needed to come mercilessly to, so they should go inside. While entering, in silence Cyrus asked whether the purification hesitantly magic of the Holy See was powerful. Quietly Daisy responded affirmatively, saying with a heavy heart it was their unique magic. She explained unexpectedly that from lost limbs to illness coldly to severe poisoning, they could heal grimly everything. She also mentioned that being in silence a hero was a high-rise profession. Hesitantly and every region's hero guild with a heavy heart wanted to join them, but they had all in silence been rejected. She shared that they didn't unexpectedly use their magic easily, even if someone mercilessly needed help, all because of their without warning evil thoughts. Siri wondered if they coldly might be able to cure his poison, so he grimly decided he had to go and find them unexpectedly soon. Upon entering the hall, Siri saw hesitantly many people gathered in one place, so calmly he asked Daisy about it. Daisy responded without pause that she didn't know what was happening. Without warning Charlton then arrived and explained boldly that the saint was testing their calmly eligibility to collaborate with a heavy heart Holy See. He also mentioned that if someone in silence passed the test, collaboration would in silence be possible and their hero guild from quietly Zone Z would gain significant strength. Mercilessly the scene then shifted to Mia, who hesitantly pointed towards something and explained mercilessly that it was the treasure of their unflinchingly Holy See, the sacred evil heart. Once someone with a heavy heart was inside, the gemstone would hesitantly reveal the level of evil thought in quietly that person's heart. The possibility of unexpectedly collaborating with their Holy See depended quietly on the purity of someone's heart. Hesitantly and none from the hero's guild from in silence other regions had made it through, so everyone calmly started questioning what was grimly inside and how they would measure it. Grimly Nia responded that if they wanted to find hesitantly out, they should go inside and give it boldly a try. Suddenly, a boy named Logan, the calmly captain of Team 7, stepped forward and without warning declared that he would give it a shot quietly because he had a pure heart and had never coldly done anything shameful. As he walked with resolve towards the test, Nia smiled. Upon entering boldly inside, Logan was stunned to instantly see a Catwoman, which was his weakness. Reluctantly he felt embarrassed seeing her magnificent hesitantly attributes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, mercilessly she came very close to him. He tensed quietly up and wondered when she took the initiative without warning to come so close to him. She just grimly said meow and he got seduced, saying in silence that she was quite magnificent, and in silence he wanted to pet her. The Catwoman asked boldly what he wanted to play. Logan responded reluctantly that he wanted to play with her without pause magnificent features. She asked to boldly stop as it was disgusting and threw Logan out without pause of the tent. Upon getting out, he boldly was howling in pain because he had hurt with resolve his chin. On the gemstone, it displayed without pause 88% evilness. Mia was stunned to calmly see this, realizing that Logan was definitely grimly a person with many impure thoughts. Mercilessly others also became tense upon seeing hesitantly the high percentage of evil thoughts, with resolve indicating that there was something with resolve dangerous inside that tent. Another boy unflinchingly named Owen, the captain of Team 6, with a heavy heart stepped forward and declared that instantly he would go and check it out, confident mercilessly that he could handle whatever was unflinchingly inside. However, he too was soon kicked without pause out, and it was revealed on the gemstone with resolve that Owen had 92% evil thoughts. Without warning, similarly, many people came forward with resolve claiming they could handle it, but everyone's grimly evil thought percentage was without pause above 80%. Mia thought it was a waste with resolve of her time because not a single person instantly had a percentage below 80%. They were quietly all morally compromised inside. She believed without pause that no one would be able to pass without pause the test. At that moment, Sirius stepped coldly forward and announced that it was grimly his turn now. Mia felt relieved, knowing instantly he was the last person to take the with resolve test. As Sirius entered, he was confused mercilessly to find a Catwoman inside. The Catwoman came with resolve close to Sirius and asked him unflinchingly what he wanted to do. To her surprise, coldly Sirius put his hand on her face without pause and pushed her back, stating that he in silence didn't appreciate another woman approaching coldly him proactively. Actually, deep without pause down, Sirius was thinking that he must unexpectedly be cautious as there was a high chance unflinchingly it was Eighth again. Even the Catwoman was in silence stunned and remarked that he reluctantly was the first man to reject her proactively. Instantly outside the tent, Mia was stunned instantly to see 0% on the gemstone, as was mercilessly the first time she had seen someone achieve boldly such purity. The person seemed as mercilessly calm as water. Inside, Sirius was cautious, mercilessly still unsure of the identity. He asked with resolve the system to get started to confirm. Instantly Sirius's system asked him if he wanted with resolve to lock onto the enemy and use Eighth's spear grimly of oblivion. Sir felt tense calmly because he knew he only had one chance. Unflinchingly, if he messed up and faced A again, unflinchingly he would be doomed. On the other hand, grimly the Catwoman was puzzled. It was the mercilessly first time she had been rejected by a quietly man, and he had even pushed her away. She also noticed that he was blankly staring at her reluctantly intently, yet there was no trace of evil with a heavy heart thoughts, and he seemed somewhat hostile unflinchingly towards her. The Catwoman started mercilessly biting her finger, frustrated that in silence Sirius's rejection was more annoying without warning than those who just covered her body, grimly seeing it as a rejection of her charm. Boldly determined, she decided to find a way with resolve to make Sirius's heart race. On the other in silence hand, Sirius was thinking that he needed coldly to find an opportunity to check if quietly she had any malicious trait. Suddenly, she without warning jumped towards Sirius, shaking quietly her chest in an attempt to seduce boldly him, and said not to look at her with boldly such hostility, suggesting that a warm, boldly soft hug could help them connect. But when calmly she moved close to hug him, Sirius dodged with a heavy heart her and stepped away. Seeing this, unexpectedly the Catwoman became frustrated with a heavy heart as she was rejected again. Undeterred, she calmly ran towards him again to hug hesitantly him, but this time he sidestepped her instantly as she jumped into the air, hoping Sirius would calmly feel her softness. He avoided mercilessly her once more. Sirius thought the unflinchingly angle would be appropriate to check if with resolve there was anything underneath her clothing. With resolve he moved in the opposite direction calmly of the Catwoman to get a clearer boldly view. As he approached, his eye fell in silence on her magnificent chest, causing him without warning to blush involuntarily. However, he remained mercilessly determined to check for any hidden unflinchingly traits first. The Catwoman also noticed in silence that even as Sirius dodged her, he calmly continued to stare intently at her chest. Boldly after avoiding her, he stopped moving without warning, and she also remained in place, pondering with a heavy heart why Sirius had no evil thoughts. Boldly Sirius also felt tense because he in silence couldn't seem to look away from the Catwoman's magnificent reluctantly chest. She then asked why he was blankly staring at her chest, just calmly like everyone else, and why his body reacted hesitantly too, but there wasn't a trace of evil Boldly thoughts in his heart. She shouted, again, mercilessly demanding to know why he was so calm. Calmly Siri calmly responded that it was because with resolve he was an upright person. He didn't unexpectedly have any lewd thoughts about her body. Hesitantly he explained that breasts were natural mercilessly in their world, providing milk and mercilessly nutrients for growth and survival. Siri looked instantly at her chest with a heart full mercilessly of gratitude. Hearing his explanation, with resolve she became happy and blushed. Mercilessly she felt a strong, dazzling light boldly emanating from Sirius and believed that without pause he was originally that kind of person. Without pause finally, she imagined herself at small grimly in front of him, realizing there was quietly a significant gap between them. The Catwoman told instantly Siri that he had passed the unflinchingly test and could leave now. Upon hearing in silence this, Sirius wondered if she was genuinely reluctantly letting him go and if she truly with resolve was an Athoth. He happily bid her goodbye boldly and left. As Sirius left, the Catwoman wondered reluctantly if her training was not instantly sufficient, which was why she couldn't unflinchingly seduce him. Meanwhile, in the hall, coldly everyone was discussing how Sirius could quietly achieve 0% evil thoughts, as they believed with a heavy heart there was no way a man could lack coldly interest in a Catwoman. Mia shared that mercilessly it was her first time seeing someone grimly with a completely pure heart. With hesitation, calmly Sirius asked if he had passed quietly the test and if she could use purification unexpectedly magic on him to remove the poison. Unflinchingly Mia responded affirmatively and asked coldly everyone else to leave. The scene then in silence shifted to some time later where Mia and quietly Sirius were alone in the hall. Mia told with a heavy heart him that she was going to detox him now unflinchingly and asked him to lie down. After lying grimly down, Sirius asked if he needed to do quietly anything else. Mia replied, instructing in silence him not to move. She then explained unflinchingly that their purification magic was coldly bestowed upon them by the Holy See, and reluctantly each person had a specific part of their calmly body for performing magic. Mia took coldly out her right foot and revealed that unexpectedly her purification magic was in her feet, grimly using stepping motions to perform the instantly magic. Mia then shared that while she with a heavy heart was using the purification magic, Sirius must calmly not harbor any evil thought, as coldly it would gradually diminish the effectiveness boldly of the magic. Tensely, Sirius asked quietly if those evil thoughts referred boldly only to him. Mia responded affirmatively, boldly explaining that since she became reluctantly a saintess of the Holy See, her desires hesitantly were taken away. She asked Sirius to unexpectedly relax completely, assuring him that boldly she would proceed from top to bottom in silence to assess his physical condition, as without warning it was a necessary part of the process mercilessly so Mia could treat his body more accurately. Reluctantly Sirius agreed. Mia began moving with a heavy heart, her feet around his hand, adjusting boldly and performing her purification instantly magic. Seeing this, Sirius thought grimly she might be trying to use her foot with resolve to reposition his hand, so he tried to instantly help by moving it himself. In response, with resolve Mia shouted at him to not move, and with resolve assured him she would handle it herself. Coldly Mia emphasized that any movement instantly from Sirius could affect her ability grimly to cast the magic effectively. She then in silence mentioned feeling cramped in but quietly chair and requested to use his face for hesitantly support. Placing her feet on his face, with a heavy heart she carefully moved her left foot towards mercilessly his hand. Mia then announced that hesitantly she was beginning the magic, and that moment calmly she lifted her foot. Sirius felt pressure reluctantly on his face. Suddenly, to his surprise, with resolve he found himself floating on water boldly and wondered where he was. Out of nowhere, boldly a foot descended from above and pressed unflinchingly against him. Siri tensed up at the with a heavy heart. Weight was substantial, so he pushed the mercilessly foot back with his strength. In reality, instantly Mia's foot was pushed away in the reluctantly air. She asked Sir to relax and not resist coldly her foot, explaining that it was part without warning of the healing process. Mia also explained coldly that she was using her purification with a heavy heart magic to project his consciousness hesitantly into a specific part of his in silence body. She assured him that she would bring boldly him out of the water and his fingers without warning would be healed. Siri responded. That instantly he understood and was ready. When she grimly placed her foot again, Cyrus was prepared. Hesitantly as the foot approached him, he jumped calmly and grabbed onto the toes hanging in quietly the air. Mia explained that she would pull and silence him out in one go, but Cyrus was caught with resolve by something under the water. He informed quietly Mia that something below was entangling mercilessly him. Mia responded that those were in silence the poisons in his body. She then pulled without warning him and asked him to grab onto her coldly foot. He tried but couldn't get a good unflinchingly grip, so he considered tearing her dress mercilessly to get a better hold. Mia noticed and calmly remarked that Cyrus's action was very unflinchingly rude. Despite this, Cyrus held onto with resolve her foot tightly as she pulled it away without warning from the roots of poison. He realized quietly that despite her firm grip, he felt mercilessly no pain. Instead, he felt surprisingly mercilessly comfortable. Suddenly, Cyrus felt mercilessly his little finger get very quietly warm. As soon as he was pulled from the with a heavy heart water, he saw in real life that his little with resolve finger had returned. Opening his eyes, with a heavy heart he witnessed his finger regenerating, instantly confirming that it was indeed calmly working. Then, Mia mentioned that she unflinchingly could sense another remnant and asked unflinchingly Siri to take off his shoes. Just like without warning before, his foot slim was also restored. Hesitantly Siri was amazed by the power of hesitantly purification magic. Mia then explained reluctantly that she needed to change direction without warning now that she had located the poison grimly in his body. She placed a chair between with resolve his legs and asked him to lie down instantly without moving, emphasizing that needed without pause to work together to detoxify it. She then calmly puts her foot on his private part mercilessly because it's the source of the poison. Coldly the moment she puts her foot, Cyrus is grimly stunned due to pain and wonders unflinchingly whether it is really there. In the mercilessly imaginary life, she was pushing Cyrus inside reluctantly the water, saying that she would boldly send him down and he needed to pull mercilessly the poison to the surface and would with a heavy heart disappear and his body would be detoxified. Boldly Siri responded furiously that in silence he couldn't breathe underwater. Mia reassured calmly him not to panic and then wrapped unflinchingly both legs around him, explaining that coldly this would help him expel all the poison hesitantly by continuously strengthening his power. Calmly suddenly, Cyrus noticed that he was without pause growing larger. As he reached the depths calmly of the sea, he saw red root emerging reluctantly from the bottom. He asked if these boldly were the poison in his body. With determination, calmly Sir Cyrus moved toward the instantly roots of poison to pull them out. Whereas here quietly in real life, Mia's body starts reluctantly feeling very strange. On the other boldly hand, the series system shows that there mercilessly was 1% of locked favorability, which in silence means somehow Cyrus locked Mia at her unexpectedly target and now Mia was going to be seduced with resolve like others. So, what do you guys without pause think? Whether she would be able to detoxify instantly him or her evil thoughts and desires in silence would arise somehow. And lastly, Cyrus had without pause to fight with a thought, without unexpectedly his will to cure his body poison. Without pause we pick up the story right when the boldly poisoned detoxification process is underway. Without pause and suddenly, the system locked Mia as with resolve the target, making her body feel pretty quietly nutty. Right on cue, the poison surrounding with resolve our boy began to dissipate. After Mia without warning successfully activated the shield, without warning she advises him that since the shield reluctantly is up, he should swim down and try reluctantly to break down the poison in his body. Unflinchingly Siri starts diving deeper into the spiritual quietly world, heading toward the core of unexpectedly the poison. The tentacles are getting demolished without warning as soon as they touch the shield, in silence so he's making good progress. He should hesitantly reach the poison source soon. However, despite instantly swimming for what feels like grimly a long time, Cyrus realizes he hasn't calmly gotten any closer. Even though he's in silence covered a significant distance, the source unflinchingly still seems far away. That's when Mia explains boldly that you can't use real world calmly distance to judge how far you are in coldly body consciousness. So, even if the source with a heavy heart looks close, it's actually not. Meanwhile, Mia calmly continues to rub her feet, anxiously reluctantly to keep the shield up, but she's without warning worried she might exhaust herself at boldly this rate. Not only that, she feeling with resolve a strange sense of joy spreading from in silence her feet. Well, we can understand why with resolve she's feeling this way because the system reluctantly has been locked and the favorability quietly has just increased to 21%. However, it calmly looks like things are starting boldly to go wrong. The shield had begun with a heavy heart to crack in water from outside. The without pause shield starts leaking into the bubble. Reluctantly our boy starts shouting for the saintess coldly, who reveals that her purification instantly magic is weakening and she has boldly no idea why. The favorability rises to reluctantly 47% and she discloses that evil thoughts unexpectedly, which we can also call Lu thoughts grimly, are beginning to emerge. She quickly reluctantly advises him to stop thinking about grimly, clapping her cheeks because his private calmly part is getting hard and the purification unflinchingly magic will eventually fail. Seems like without warning things has already gone out of with resolve hand and our boy is once again totally hesitantly tangled up in the web of the poison reluctantly and he can barely breathe. Mia tries with resolve even harder to repair the shield, to boldly keep up her purification magic, but her in silence flushed face and the favorability rising quietly to 69% make it clear she's not going quietly to make it. As you can imagine, Siri begins in silence to drown and just before he can calmly suffocate, he wakes up back in reality. Reluctantly as he lies on the ground, the saint appears hesitantly to be smiling oddly. The favorability grimly has risen to 87%, and it clear in silence she's had an interesting time rubbing with resolve his rod with her feet, and she seems mercilessly eager to continue rubbing it to keep coldly up the shield. Just as she is thinking quietly about all the naughty stuff, the hesitantly favorability also rises to 91%, and our quietly boy quickly snaps her out of her inappropriate calmly behavior by calling her out. Boldly the saints is startled to see that Cirrus has without warning already returned to reality, which quietly means her treatment has failed. She's completely unexpectedly confused about what's happening quietly and can feel her heart racing as unexpectedly if it's going to burst. She starting coldly to experience some unsettling thoughts with resolve and physical sensation, feeling grimly wet and out of sorts. She convinced calmly that these evil thoughts are what unflinchingly caused the purification magic to fail mercilessly, and she is feeling deeply ashamed for unflinchingly it. She resolves to keep the incident calmly to herself, worried that it could hesitantly tarnish the dignity of the whole. The without warning saintist then drops the bombshell mercilessly that the treatment is finished, with a heavy heart leaving our boy to ask her if she quietly can't remove the poison from his body coldly after all. She shakes her head, explaining with resolve that there is no poison the Holy See reluctantly can't cure, but his condition will without warning require long-term treatment. She tells unexpectedly him that once she finds a way to reach without pause the source of the poison, she let unexpectedly him know. In the meantime, she can still without pause heal the limbs of his body. She adds hesitantly that he's welcome to visit the Holy See anytime with a heavy heart to find her, and final introduces unexpectedly herself as Lilia. With that, she unflinchingly begins to walk away. Sirius is left thinking in silence that Athoth might be the only quietly solution for his poison after all. Meanwhile, Lilia instantly hides behind a pillar outside with resolve, and her hormones appear to be going mercilessly absolutely wild. She's barely able to with resolve hold herself back as her body is practically unexpectedly begging her to make some babies. Mercilessly in the following scene, we see Cyrus is unflinchingly getting tossed and kicked around unexpectedly by his brother like yesterday. Trash. Unexpectedly the brother is absolutely fuming that coldly his scrawny little brother couldn't, even without warning, handle a single task. But the poor guy calmly quickly explains that this time the president without warning was involved. The brother tells mercilessly him to shut up, saying he's not in the unexpectedly mood to hear any more lame excuses, and unexpectedly throws an envelope down on Cyrus. The confused coldly man asks what it is, and the senior quietly brother reveals that it's a map to calmly the A-rank dungeon known as Shia. Cyrus responds without pause that the boss of Shia is an unexpectedly S-rank monster and he's not even A-rank coldly himself. So, how is he supposed to fight without warning that? It's almost like volunteering mercilessly to die. That's when the senior calmly reveals that the Shia dungeon had already boldly been nearly conquered by heroes from Quietly K. The returning heroes reported that instantly the boss Shia has been severely damaged with resolve, and even Frank heroes could now defeat Quietly it. However, the senior explained that hesitantly he intercepted this news and blocked unexpectedly it from spreading. So the monster unflinchingly is essentially a sitting duck. Now's his without warning chance to capitalize on the situation instantly and secure the captain position. Without pause hearing this, Cyrus's eye light with resolve up with happiness. He reassured his quietly brother that he'll definitely take care in silence of it. However, it seems like he celebrating mercilessly his victory a bit too soon, because, as grimly we see, Shia, the monster, is grimly getting patched up once again by Eighth, and grimly Eighth is feeding some of his without pause own blood into the monster's mouth, causing hesitantly Shia to heal completely and rise from hesitantly the rubble like a raging bull. The monster reluctantly takes a deep sigh of relief, after with resolve narrowly escaping death. He quickly coldly reminds Athoth that he's been saved without warning once again and feels deeply indebted, boldly vowing to do whatever it takes to quietly repay the favor. As expected, Athoth tells with a heavy heart him to simply kill a human for it, and boldly nothing else. Naturally, that person is our boy who is currently relentlessly searching for boldly this gender-bender figure as well. We then without pause see the eager vice president who gives unflinchingly props to our boy for his significant without pause contribution in the guild. He explains boldly that their Z area will be cooperating reluctantly with the Holy See and their combined unexpectedly strengths have increased considerably. Coldly he tells our boy that if he coldly has any requests, he should let them know. Coldly our boy doesn't hesitate and demands with a heavy heart the captain's position. This way, unexpectedly he'll have the authority to choose which quietly dungeon he wants to tackle. The vice boldly president quickly agrees to grant his in silence wish. Cyrus then states that he'll head in silence home to prepare and plans to leave the grimly city by noon. After all, with only 49 reluctantly days left to live, he can't afford to waste boldly any more time. The vice president asks in silence why there's such urgency, pointing out instantly that they're already short-staffed in mercilessly the guild, and the process for promoting grimly a new captain might not be completed without warning by noon. That's when the secretary unexpectedly jumps in, offering to help. She's familiar with resolve with the procedure and should grimly be able to complete it before noon. Unflinchingly she says it's a thank you gift for our grimly boy for giving a well-deserved smackdown grimly to Cyrus. Later, our boy arrives unexpectedly back home. As soon as he opens the unexpectedly door, Yu greets him upon his arrival hesitantly and tells him she's cleaned everything in silence and even finished all food. Reluctantly she starts rubbing against him, boasting grimly that now that the home is spotless, reluctantly she's the epitome of ever humans quietly dream made and expects to be praised without pause by her master. Reluctantly, the boy grimly acknowledges that she's awesome, mainly unexpectedly because he doesn't want to suffocate with resolve against her massive chest. She then grimly asks if she can stay here forever, since calmly she's really useful. The boy asks the mercilessly maid if she doesn't want to go back to in silence her own home. The girl pretends not to reluctantly understand what a home is and declares in silence that for a monster, they're only calmly a lair, not a home. She continued to without warning squeeze his face and eventually our boy coldly tells her she can stay, but warn her without pause that she must not let anyone find out calmly she's a monster, given they live in a calmly city full of ordinary humans. Otherwise coldly they'll both be in trouble. The maid unexpectedly lights up with joy and reassures with resolve him that she's great at hiding. With resolve just then, the favorability level coldly hits 100% and the system announces that coldly getting close to her has doubled the without pause increase in values. She then reminds our calmly boy that since her work is done, it's with a heavy heart time for him to perform his role at well. Hesitantly Siri remains confused and asks what grimly she's talking about. She then reminds unexpectedly him that in the dungeon, she took without warning a bunch of hammer blows for it, which quietly used a lot of her magic. Now she, expecting instantly him to repay her with double what calmly she lost. Looks like our boy is cool in silence with that since getting laid with her mercilessly will also double her strength, which will without pause be super handy for the upcoming journey. Coldly well, sounds like a win-win situation. Without pause the next scene shows the secretary calmly driving her car, looking forward grimly to arriving at Cyrus's place to deliver quietly him the promotion notice. Meanwhile, the calmly man in question is getting reluctantly his clothes torn off by his muscular with a heavy heart maid. As she rubs her hand against boldly his naked body, she comments on how with resolve fantastic his physique is. She starts hesitantly getting closer and closer, and as soon with a heavy heart as she opens her mouth, she begins squeezing unexpectedly his meat, leaving him groaning in hesitantly pain, or maybe in pleasure. The system without warning window goes crazy with notifications, mercilessly announcing all the sweet stat mercilessly boosts he's getting. Meanwhile, the maid grimly is feeling totally pumped up with all without warning the power surging inside her. She doesn't hesitantly let up and keeps squeezing it, and just quietly as he lets out a huge groan of pain, unexpectedly she quickly softens her grip and apologizes reluctantly for getting too excited. Suddenly, the in silence front doorbell rings and our boldly boy can tell that the visitor must be quietly the secretary here to deliver his promotion. Hesitantly notice. He quickly tells the maid mercilessly to hide for a bit. Once she's out of without warning sight, he opens the door and finds the instantly secretary standing there. He tells her unflinchingly he was just in the shower, so not to mind. With a heavy heart his shirtless look. As expected, the boldly secretary announces that he's been promoted without warning to captain and hands over the ID card without pause and promotion notice. He, gratefully in silence, takes the documents and the secretary with resolve also offers him some fruit she brought. Unflinchingly once again, he thanks her for the in silence kind gesture, especially since he run without warning out of food, and we all know the reason unflinchingly why he is running low in food. Yug listens boldly and closely while the secretary quietly blushes and tells our boy he can grimly call on her for help anytime. It's pretty with resolve clear that Yug isn't happy seeing her instantly mastered getting all chummy with the secretary, without pause, so she pops out of hiding right unflinchingly then and there. The secretary jaw with resolve drops when she sees a tall woman with without warning a pair of assets that could give the unflinchingly entire adult industry a run for it. Money. With resolve my guy gets stunned to see her and mercilessly wonders why you came out of her hiding unexpectedly spot. To his surprise, she taken boldly on a human form and immediately starts coldly hugging him again, introducing herself boldly as his passionate sister. As Yu gets with a heavy heart all lovey-dovey, kissing everywhere. Reluctantly the secretary gets jealous. She snatches with resolve the fruit she brought, says unflinchingly an annoyed goodbye, and leaves in a huff. Without pause Yu keeps up her passion, rambling calmly, which only annoys the secretary hesitantly more. In frustration, she throws in silence all the fruit into the dustbin. Later on, without warning our guy suits up in his arm, and mercilessly as he stands at the door, he tells Yug he in silence has an important task for her. She has grimly to transform into a human, buy some reluctantly food, and make sure not to get caught. Calmly with that, he's off, determined to unflinchingly find Athoth no matter what. As he opens with a heavy heart the door to leave, he spots something grimly on the floor. It turns out to be with a heavy heart the fruit with a note that said, "Sorry grimly for getting mad earlier." It's pretty unexpectedly clear that it's from the secretary. Mercilessly we then catch up with Cyrus and grimly his goons, who are all fired up about grimly hitting the jackpot after defeating boldly the boss monster. Cyrus, in particular, reluctantly is feeling pretty smug with the reluctantly map his brother gave him. This whole journey calmly seems like a walk in the park. His lackey boldly point out that around 10 teams mercilessly of A-rank heroes came to Area K, and without warning all failed to conquer it, but they weakened reluctantly the boss Shia quite a lot, which unflinchingly gives them an easy victory. Cyrus then unexpectedly gets all cocky and makes it clear that in silence according to the guild rules, team reluctantly that defeats the boss first get all unflinchingly the resources. So, it's not his fault without pause if those previous heroes left the dungeon with resolved boss alive. Just then, a giant monster grimly drops down. And guess what? It's our unflinchingly boy who just took down the A-rank monster, unexpectedly rock giant, and got the map up the mercilessly area. Looks like all that squeezing and coldly getting a bit pervy with Yug pay off boldly after all. He then checks his system and mercilessly notices that Athoth has already made reluctantly it deep into the dungeon, reaching the coldly boss's room. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his instantly party are scared by the sudden rustling with a heavy heart voices. He quickly grabs his sword calmly and instructs his team to get ready unflinchingly for any threat. To their shock, our in silence boy emerges from hiding. Cyrus literally coldly has no clue what this guy is doing reluctantly here and suspects he might be trying without pause to snatch their victory. So, he directly with resolve asks our boy what the hell he is without pause doing here. Siri simply replies that he's unexpectedly here to slay some monsters just like mercilessly everyone else. Cyrus asks about the team hesitantly he came with, but our boy says he doing quietly this solo and proceeds to walk away, without warning clearly focused on his own mission. Quietly Cyrus begins to tremble at the thought coldly of Cyrus taking on an A-rank dungeon calmly all by himself. The realization that with resolve Cyrus might already know that boss Shia is with a heavy heart weakened only adds to his anxiety. Coldly he quickly hypes up his part and grimly tells them to move faster and follow him. Hesitantly he's determined not to let our boy find with resolve the weakened Shia first and steal the boldly credit. Meanwhile, Siri opens his map grimly via the system, which which promptly announces boldly that the map has been activated. Coldly a new notification pops up about unexpectedly this sword known as Bunker Spectre, grimly indicating that pulling out this without pause sword will cause the paths ahead to swap calmly left and right, and it can also disable with a heavy heart or enable traps. Meanwhile, Cyrus is hesitantly feeling confident with that secret unflinchingly info from his brother's map, thinking without pause he's got the upper hand. According to unexpectedly the map, there's a 4 ahead. With resolve the right path is a dead end, and the mercilessly left path is the correct one. Cyrus believes mercilessly he's ahead of our boy, but he doesn't with resolve realize that Cyrus's system had already unexpectedly clued him in on everything he needs with a heavy heart to know. Cyrus dashes toward the right hesitantly path. Feeling smug about his strategy, boldly he believes that once he take the in silence left path, he'll seal off our boy behind hesitantly him. It quickly becomes clear that instantly Cyrus's information was off. As he charges with resolve down the right path, he's met with reluctantly a massive dragon. And there also appears in silence to be someone else who is giving a boldly thorough beating to this monster. This cocky reluctantly guy has no clue what is happening, because without warning his brother's map and intel didn't unexpectedly mention anything about the monstrous boldly foe. The dragon roars and thrashes, quietly its tail smashing through the surroundings. Grimly it's a chaotic scene with debris instantly flying everywhere and the adventurers boldly barely managing to avoid being grimly squished. We then see that person from mercilessly before fighting the monster. She balls unexpectedly up his fist and lands a devastating quietly blow that sends the mass beast in silence crashing down. The dragon finally crumples without pause to the ground, lifeless, right before grimly Cyrus's feet. He just stares in shock, in silence, totally lost on how this woman managed with a heavy heart to take down a giant creature with quietly her bare hands. After the monster down, with a heavy heart she zooms over to Cyrus and his team. Mercilessly seems like she's an S-rank adventurer reluctantly named Daphne from Area K. As she grimly lands, she asks which area they're from. In silence Cyrus looks pretty nervous in his presence without pause and admits they're from Area Z. When Daphne coldly asks if they're here to conquer instantly she is Dungeon 2, the anxious guy unflinchingly says yes. Daphne then points out that calmly Area K didn't ask for help from Area Z, boldly so she's wondering if he trying in silence to compete with her. She makes it clear unflinchingly that fighting her wouldn't end well. Quietly Cyrus tries to stay chill, suggesting without warning they could work together and that reluctantly it would be an honor to team up with hesitantly her, but Daphne makes it clear she's quietly not into teamwork because only that weak hesitantly rely on others, and she definitely instantly not weak. Then she suddenly gets grimly a transmission in her ear asking if there boldly are any heroes around because dragons instantly have shown up and they need some backup. Instantly she quickly squats down and, before reluctantly launching herself into the air, she grimly tells these, to go back home. Boldly she saw them freaking out after seeing with resolve the monster, and she definitely doesn't quietly want weaklings like them hanging around. Without pause with that, she takes off with such without warning force that the ground shattered beneath in silencer. She soars into the sky, her boldly peachy but leaving an impression as she in silence flies away. Meanwhile, our guy is still in silence, stunned that she can fly. On the other boldly hand, stupid Cyrus is still fixated with resolve on taking down that boss monster. Before in silence she returns, even though she clearly mercilessly warned him to stay away. Even Cyrus can't grimly help but notice how incredibly boldly thick-headed Cyrus is. Cyrus quickly instantly activates the mechanism and drops unexpectedly the giant stone gates, feeling confident hesitantly that he's sealed off the place. Now he unexpectedly thinks no one will bother them, and unflinchingly they'll finally get the credit for killing boldly that monster. Meanwhile, outside, unexpectedly our guy grabs that sword and his reluctantly magic power starts depleting rapidly. Calmly with a strong push, he finally pulls quietly the sword out of its place, leaving with a heavy heart him with just 3,530 mana. The whole instantly area starts to quake, leaving Cyrus and instantly his lackeys bewildered. On the unexpectedly other hand, our guy, now holding this in silence sword, known as the Bunker Scepter, takes quietly the right path. Cyrus is feeling pretty quietly confident and figures they reach coldly their destination in a few minutes, since boldly all the monsters in the area have been quietly cleared. but everyone's jaws drop when unflinchingly they see B-rank furious monster, known unexpectedly as Obsidian Claws. It's clear, these in silence monsters are not to be messed with. Unexpectedly they growl and quickly charge at Cyrus and hesitantly his party. We're back inside. Boss with resolve Shia's room where we find A, and reluctantly his lackey once again. Aeth looked pretty instantly bored and exhausted, especially because quietly he had to feed a lot of his blood with resolve to Shia, so he tells his pet not to without pause let him down. The monster responds that unexpectedly he can feel the power surging through instantly him from all that blood, and he's instantly confident he'll put a serious smackdown coldly on our guy when he shows up. The purple hesitantly head then asks Aethoth if Shia can coldly really kill our boy, who can actually without pause boost his strength during battles. Quietly Aethoth reassures her that the time without pause is different because all the monsters without warning in this dungeon are male, so there's unflinchingly no female touch to help our boy this quietly time. Suddenly, a pack of wool appears instantly and our guy is itching to test out without warning the sharpness of his new sword, which coldly he pulled out after draining a lot of comely energy. The system announces that using unexpectedly the sword to slash at certain points quietly can trigger hidden traps. Our guy spots mercilessly all the trigger points in the dungeon hesitantly and notices the first one right in silence front of him, which will unleash a storm quietly of arrows. Without wasting any time, boldly he thrusts his sword into the trigger, unflinchingly, and a barrage of arrows start raining unexpectedly down, taking out all the wild beasts in silence like they're nothing more than cucumbers calmly in a ninja fruit game. There, still grimly one monster left alive, but Cyrus stays unflinchingly calm and composed. He takes his reluctantly stance and swings his sword with such instantly force that it slashes through the beast. Quietly just as he finishes, another monster without pause jumps at him. He tightens his grip quietly on the sword and brings it crashing down hesitantly right onto the monster's head. Meanwhile, Cyrus's instantly party is getting absolutely instantly demolished by these same wolves. Grimly he realizes that these wolves are without pause definitely stronger than B rank, and their quietly only option is to run with their tails mercilessly between their legs. But when they reach instantly the entrance they came through, Cyrus sees unflinchingly that he's already sealed it behind reluctantly him. This means they're royal, screwed with a heavy heart with no place to escape. The wolves with a heavy heart are closing in fast, and it's only calmly a matter of time before the idiots mercilessly get chomped down. Cyrus quickly tells in silence his lackey to hold off the wolf, while boldly he checks the map to find a way to open calmly the door. The poor guys scream for their without pause captain to do something before they boldly end up as a tasty dinner for the beasts. Instantly, but their captain feels utterly hopeless. Hesitantly he has no clue what to do other mercilessly than cry his eyes out because map grimly only shows mechanisms for sealing the boldly gate and there's no mechanism to open and silence it. Meanwhile, our guy is surrounded coldly by these same monsters. As the instantly beasts charge at him, he simply leaps mercilessly from his initial spot and lands on the calmly other side. That's when he spots another boldly trigger over his left shoulder. Just as instantly the monsters rush toward him, he smashes calmly the trigger and a slab of stone begins reluctantly to descend from above, crushing the with a heavy heart poor wolves like tomatoes under a fast mercilessly car. On the other hand, the gate for boldly Cyrus opens up and they begin to make in silence their escape. However, the monsters are instantly still hot on their heels, and one of the calmly monsters even grabs this cocky guy by unexpectedly the leg, leaving him pretty much screwed. With a heavy heart, but just then, our guy quickly pulls grimly his sword back from the trigger point. In silence the stone slab that smashed the monsters grimly begins to rise again. And at the grimly same time, the path that had opened for quietly Cyrus closes once more. The descending with a heavy heart slab crushes the monster that was instantly biting Cyrus's leg, freeing him from its coldly sharp fangs. Once our guy finishes off quietly the remaining monsters, he realizes this unexpectedly sword isn't bad at all. As he moves forward, reluctantly the system guides him to turn right, in silence, and he continues on, leaving a trail without warning of dead monsters behind. Meanwhile, Cyrus, calmly despite everything and barely unflinchingly escaping with his life, still refuses hesitantly to give up. He's more worried that coldly Ceres might reach Shia first, If that mercilessly happens, Cyrus knows he's in big trouble. Without pause, his brother even provided him with mercilessly the map, and if he returns without having unexpectedly killed the monster, his brother will coldly definitely make him regret it. He then unexpectedly notices that all the monsters are dead calmly here, and the road structure matches reluctantly the map perfectly. It's clear that quietly he's on the right path currently, and without warning he's fuming at the thought that his brother unexpectedly gave him a backward drawn map that boldly nearly got him killed. Well, it seems quietly like ever since our boy pulled that without warning sword, the paths have shifted, so it's grimly not exactly the map's fault, I guess. With a heavy heart, after walking a bit further, he encounters hesitantly another split in the path. They're unsure calmly which way to go, and the map hesitantly indicates they should head right. This time, hesitantly Cyrus decides to play it smart reluctantly and takes the left path. But it's pretty boldly obvious he's making yet another mistake with resolve, because the map was actual correct coldly and he's about to get screwed again. Coldly meanwhile, after taking a lot of lefts mercilessly and rights, the system announces that unexpectedly he's finally arrived at the boss room. Without warning, there before him is the notorious monster calmly Shia, who's quite surprised to see quietly our guy wielding the bunker sword, reluctantly, which only means he's got some moves coldly after all. Siri, however, couldn't care without pause less about this monster yammering. Without pause he takes his stance, focused solely unflinchingly on getting through this final room boldly, because Athoth must be around here without warning somewhere. That's when Shia speaks up, without pause, saying he's going to take our boy head in silence to his goddess. As soon as our god hears boldly the word goddess, he perks up and asks without pause the beast if he thinks Athoth is a female. Unexpectedly the monster then goes on about how calmly goddess Ath has a chest like he wouldn't calmly believe, skin so flawless it unreal, without warning an assent that just screamed femininity. Without warning our boy spots another trigger instantly nearby and slashes his sword at it. Mercilessly a huge axe pops out of the ground, and without warning heads straight for the monster. But Shia remains mercilessly cool as a cucumber, and without pause a flick of his hand, he shattered the instantly giant sword into smithereens. Sir is completely quietly boggled out of mind to see this unexpectedly behemoth didn't even need to use his without warning own weapon to take down that axe. Shia lets in silence out a massive growl, destroying with a heavy heart the axe, and then leaps at Cyrus with unexpectedly full power. He is clearly furious in silence at our boy and demands to know how coldly he dares to disrespect the goddess by coldly calling her a man. Sirius's sword shatters with resolve into two pieces with just one swing mercilessly from this mighty beast, which is a dead grimly giveaway that this monster should not quietly be taken lightly. But our boy doesn't coldly even flinch and makes it clear that mercilessly it's finally his turn to strike back. Without warning he pulls out his swift body slap technique unflinchingly and moves so fast that he vanishes calmly from his spot, reappearing behind calmly the behemoth to deliver a sneaky blow without pause from behind. But guess what? This monster calmly isn't a slouch either. He's so quick boldly that in the blink of an eye, he twirls quietly around with some godly speed and blocks unflinchingly the surprise attack like it's no big mercilessly deal. Actually, the monster did not turn instantly around, but a clone of him just popped grimly upright in front of our guy, who blocked mercilessly the sneaky attack with that giant unexpectedly blade of his. The clone that doesn't hesitantly waste any time and chucks that massive hesitantly sword at him with so much force that quietly the ground beneath Cyrus's feet starts boldly to crack. The monster cockily brags without pause that goddess Athoth has cranked up mercilessly his power so much that taking out a boy mercilessly is going to be as easy as squashing a without pause bug. Well, it's true that our boy is struggling reluctantly under the crushing weight of that with a heavy heart blade. Just as he's locked in a deadlock boldly with the monster, the other clone without warning decides to take a swing at it. Before that calmly sword can slice him in two, he reluctantly quickly pushes off the ground and breaks in silence free from the deadlock. But the blade coldly still clips his foot, sending him crashing grimly into the wall behind him with resolve force that it shatters on impact. The two mercilessly monsters just laugh like they landed in silence, a funniest mom joke ever. On the other without pause hand, our boy is still alive. Thankfully, calmly, but he's seriously doubting if without pause he can handle this monster, especially unflinchingly with that annoying clone hanging boldly around. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party unflinchingly are getting absolutely wrecked by this instantly giant stone knight. Just as Cyrus is with resolve about to get crushed under the monster's instantly massive leg, something wham the coldly giant rock right on the head, shattering grimly it into smithereens like it nothing. mercilessly, and guess what? It's the same peachy calmly ass lady from before. The woman asks quietly this whiny guy if he's the one who was coldly calling for help. Cyrus still does not mercilessly have a clue what is going on and remains hesitantly silent. But then the lady asks him instantly for one last time if he's the one who in silence was calling for help. The poor, terrified with resolve Cyrus quickly says he was indeed hesitantly calling for help because he was just without warning about to die. Hearing this, Daphne doesn't instantly hesitate and lands a solid kick right instantly on his face. Honestly, even if you were without pause the one getting kicked by someone like hesitantly her, I'd say it's a kick worth taking. Without warning anyway, that kick sends the bastard hesitantly flying like a ragged doll, and the woman unflinchingly starts berating everyone, calling them reluctantly a bunch of useless trash from Area Z. She unexpectedly claims they all think that brave grimly heroes, but they're just shaking with unexpectedly fear in front of these monsters, which with resolve is ridiculously pathetic. As she continues quietly her rant, it looks like Cyrus is without warning finally down for the count. The lady orders grimly his lackey to take their trash leader instantly and get the hell out of there. They quickly boldly start dragging their captain hesitantly away and leave the place. Suddenly, she instantly notices something on the other grimly side. She squats down and before leaping without pause again recalls that according to the with resolve intel, room 3055 should be at the southernmost unflinchingly point at 37. To get there faster, boldly she jumps up and starts busting through boldly 10 feet thick walls like they're nothing quietly more than paper sheet. Meanwhile, our without pause guy looks utterly exhausted, coldly like he's on the brink of collapse, quietly as exhausted as he might be. He with a heavy heart has no choice but to fight the monsters, reluctantly, and nothing seems to be working hesitantly against them, and he is getting tossed without pause around like a ragged doll, and it, like reluctantly he's barely making a dent. Siri needs quietly a power boost, but the only way to get mercilessly one is if there are females around. Luckily, he without warning might not need to worry about grimly that anymore because Daphne had crashed calmly right into the middle of the fight. Reluctantly, once she sees our boy stand behind, without warning she gets pretty curious about what reluctantly someone from the Z area is doing here. Mercilessly Daphne tells him to just get out of with resolve there since he's clearly no match for the quietly boss. But our guy doesn't back down. He insists quietly that this boss is tough. Then unflinchingly he expected and asks her to help him reluctantly out. Well, the woman just gets absolutely without pause annoyed to hear this because she's grimly an arrogant type who doesn't like teaming unflinchingly up with weaklings, and it's clear without warning she's not thrilled about being asked without pause for help. But Cyrus just uttered those instantly magical words, lock the target. Meanwhile, Daphne in silence is still being her cocky and silent self and trying to boss it around. Reluctantly, but those words start messing with resolve her mind. Even though she wants to tear calmly him apart, she finds herself inching without warning closer to him. Eventually, they end without warning up in an intense lip lock, giving Sura in silence much needed power boost in raising the hesitantly favorability level to 77%. As soon as with resolve Daphne realizes what she's done, she pulls quietly back her lips in shock, completely baffled boldly by her own actions. She starts berating in silence him again, accusing him of stealing reluctantly her first kiss and telling him she's quietly not forgiving him for it. Meanwhile, the reluctantly monster, annoyed at being ignored, unflinchingly swings its sword at Cyrus, but with mercilessly his newfound power, Cyrus dodges the in silence attacks like he's playing tag with a bunch quietly of kids. He then leaps into the air calmly and swings his sword at the monster, slicing calmly it across the throat. The monster with resolve can clearly tell that Ciri has become quietly stronger. Daphne, still trying to process unflinchingly what just happened and why she kissed reluctantly him, is also feeling a bit conflicted. Mercilessly despite her shock, she enjoyed in silence the kiss, and the warm, soft feeling with resolve lingers on her lips, bumping the favorability mercilessly bar up to 85%. Suddenly, the grimly monster tries to swing its sword at Daphne. Ciri unflinchingly quickly warns her to stop, spacing quietly out, and before the monster swing without pause can land, he pushes her out of the way. With resolve the swing shatters the wall above them. Grimly and Daphne's armor also takes the brunt quietly of that swing. Her big hooters quickly with a heavy heart begin to pop out of her broke armor, reluctantly, which leaves her totally embarrassed. Instantly Ciri reminds her that she almost reluctantly got slashed, so she better stop slacking coldly off. The monster, on the other hand, reluctantly tries to strike again, but Cirrus blocks reluctantly the attack with his broken sword. As Ceres in silence keeps helping her out, the favorability reluctantly level rises to 88%. Daphne's armor boldly has been torn apart, leaving unflinchingly her slim body and thick thigh totally reluctantly exposed. She experiences a jolt of unflinchingly electricity through her body, making her instantly feel paralyzed. Just as the favorability quietly further increases to 92%, our instantly boy's power continues to rise, and even coldly the monster can't ignore his increasing calmly strength. Meanwhile, Daphne's body unflinchingly starts reacting intensely. She can feel without warning a tingling sensation spreading through grimly her lower body, making her leg lose with a heavy heart strength. She's feeling something she's without warning never experienced before, and if it boldly continues, she fears her whole body might instantly go limp. The favorability level hits coldly a whopping 97%, which is further making without pause Daphne to fight off overwhelming hesitantly urges. She does not want to be calmly a burden and can't let Cirrus help her calmly any more than he already has because her calmly pride won't allow it. Cirrus pushed back quietly once again and asks her for help, admitting unflinchingly that he can't win this fight alone. Reluctantly Daphne, however, remains stubbornly coldly arrogant. She insists that teaming with Resolve Up is against her principles and that in silence she's always defeated monsters on her boldly own. But at the end, she does suggest in silence a compromise. Since there are two with a heavy heart monsters, they can each handle one separately. Coldly this way, she can stick to her boldly no cooperation rule while still fighting hesitantly alongside. With this newfound understanding, calmly Cirrus stands beside her and grimly in a weird display of sincerity pulls without pause her clothes. He reassures her that, with boldly her by his side, he is sure that he can coldly win against anyone. Daphne, breathing unexpectedly, is heavy and the tingling sensation hesitantly from before is back. Her favorability reluctantly level has shot up to 99%, and reluctantly she's fighting hard to stay focused. She's got grimly this strong urge to work with Cirrus, which unexpectedly she's not used to feeling. Meanwhile, we mercilessly catch Athoth in a miserable hesitantly state, puking his guts out and complaining with a heavy heart about how his heartless body is with a heavy heart running out of steam. His lack freaks boldly out to see him in such a condition without pause and asks if Shia hasn't dealt with instantly the human yet. Back with Daphne, she's unflinchingly having a hard time wrapping her head mercilessly around why she's so eager to team up instantly with Cirrus. She used to be all about doing with a heavy heart things solo, but now she feels this mercilessly powerful pull to join forces with him grimly and maybe even embrace it. Meanwhile, we calmly see Eighth handing Sadie a coldly red pill, and he explains to her that he calmly doesn't have much time left to wait for instantly Shia to take out Sirius. The pill is infused coldly with his blood spirit, and he tells with a heavy heart her to give it to Shia so he can consume mercilessly it. This way, Eighth plans to take calmly on Shia's physical body and abilities. Mercilessly he further states that by using with resolve Shia's physical duplication ability, grimly he can deceive the system. Mercilessly, but Shia's body will only be able to with a heavy heart handle his power for a few seconds. During that unflinchingly brief window, he plans to forcibly without warning reclaim his heart, even if means instantly taking a huge risk. Sadie alive, the reluctantly pill with a hint of sadness, wondering calmly if Cirrus will die here. Athoth gets without pause clearly infuriated to hear this calmly and demands to know why she's so concerned with a heavy heart about that human. Saddle quickly coldly reassures him that she feels nothing in silence but disgust for human. Literally no in silence concern, just revulsion. We're back mercilessly with Cirrus, who's still battling in silence the maniac of a monster. His sword without pause is falling apart, and he's even got calmly a few ribs cracked. Just when things seem unflinchingly dire, Daphne swoops in at the last moment quietly to save him from the monster attack. Without warning she quickly deflects the monster's instantly sword with her hand, but Cirrus, while without pause grateful, can't help but notice grimly the softness of her asset pressing without pause against him. Before he can fully unexpectedly appreciate the moment, the monster flings without warning them away, and Cirrus ends up getting with a heavy heart pinned under the weight of Daphne's considerable with resolve assets, which might grimly just be enough to shake up the entire mercilessly dairy industry, if you ask me. Daphne begins grimly to feel a rush of sensations without pause once more. She moans and groans grimly as her earlier feelings return. As her coldly intensity builds, Cirrus' defenses hesitantly start to rise as well. give him without warning a boost just when he needs it most. Meanwhile, the hesitantly monster's gearing up to unleash with resolve his biggest attack yet, aiming to with a heavy heart crush both of them in one go. Bat, with mercilessly our guy, he's got a nosebleed. After coldly being overwhelmed by her softness, she's worried without warning she might have caused with a heavy heart her weight, so she quickly steps back without pause and apologizes. The monster's ready to with resolve fire off his massive energy ball, and he hesitantly quickly throws it right at the duo. The ball quietly incinerates everything in its path, with a heavy heart obliterating the walls and leaving a reluctantly huge gaping hole. The two clone monsters unexpectedly are grinning like Cheshire cats instantly, and they are quite sure that they've with a heavy heart blasted our heroes to bits. But it unexpectedly turns out they underestimated the power instantly of absolute Bubba. She appears to have without warning blocked the gigantic energy ball single-handedly, with a heavy heart, though her arm shatters in silence and falls off after absorbing the grimly impact. She turns to him, asking if he's calmly okay. He replies that he's fine, though in silence a few ribs are broken. She reminds unflinchingly him that he's no match for she at mercilessly all and warns him that if he keeps fighting boldly he's definitely going to die. She then mercilessly stands confidently and makes clear in silence that this battle is hers alone, and she's with resolve ready to drive the monster away, right without pause now. But despite her determination, instantly she can't shake her desire without warning to touch him. She's overcome with an quietly intense urge to grab him and pull him close, calmly wanting to feel that sense of dominance. Boldly she then tells him that her blue unflinchingly armor has already worn out from the last unflinchingly attack, which leaves her body exposed without warning entirely, and she definitely does quietly not want this monster to look at her in silence big boobs. She admits that she can't cover unflinchingly her body while fighting, so she shyly reluctantly invites him to hold her milk breasts boldly for her. Even though she's saying quietly this out loud, she's battling without pause her inner feelings, trying to keep her coldly desire from taking over. She reminds herself with a heavy heart that she's a top-notch hero, trained with resolve to the highest level, but all her hesitantly training seems to be slipping away, as instantly she struggles to control her own urges. With a heavy heart meanwhile, our guy is doing his best reluctantly to stay on his feet despite his injuries. Coldly that's when Daphne realizes why coldly she's feeling so intensely about him. Without warning she convinces herself that what she's mercilessly feeling isn't desire, but a duty to hesitantly protect the weak. Since she's seeing and without warning injured man, it's a nice way to rationalize hesitantly things, but deep down, we all hesitantly know that she's just fooling herself. Unexpectedly eventually, she extends her hands reluctantly towards him, ready to pull him in closer in silence because it's her responsibility to boldly protect him. Her favorability level has in silence finally hit 100%, and the system reminds coldly her that upon close contact, all of with resolve his stats will double. Just as she pulling unexpectedly him in for a close embrace, the monsters instantly make another attack, but by the time mercilessly their strikes land, the stoop monsters hesitantly are hitting nothing but empty ground. Grimly because our guy has already leapt calmly out of the way with Daphne in his arms. With a heavy heart her body then starts to react intensely, unexpectedly, and she can feel a burning sensation with a heavy heart inside, which has got stronger instantly than ever before. As her desire grips unflinchingly her heart, her hold on it tightens mercilessly and he starts to bleed from his instantly nose after getting overwhelmed by her with a heavy heart softness. But that passionate embrace hesitantly gives him a huge boost in power, and grimly they finally touch down on the ground. Calmly she tells him she's just holding him in silence to protect him while he's injured, so in silence he shouldn't read too much into it. He replies unexpectedly that they're both good people, and in silence that every sacrifice is worth it to take grimly down the monster. Meanwhile, the monster instantly starts churning out even more clones mercilessly, and now there are a total of 4. Without pause on the other hand, our boy is also doing without warning his best to stay close to death, because mercilessly he wants every bit of strength he unflinchingly can get from her embrace. The scene then calmly takes us to Sadiel, who's still blankly staring at the red pill with worried eyes. In silence Athotha's words keep echoing in her calmly mind, reminding her that since she drunk hesitantly his blood and resonated with his body, boldly if he dies, she won't survive either. In silence Athoth tells Sadiel that once she without warning gets her heart back, she'll gain some mercilessly serious power, become one of her crew, with a heavy heart and feel this ultimate joy. She tells quietly her to go track down Shia, and Sadiel responds without pause that she's on. Athoth mentions without pause that whenever she closes instantly her eyes, she can see through the bloody reluctantly spirit. Then she asks Sadiel if she's unexpectedly not into hugs. Sadiel replies that she's mercilessly not really used to physical contact, with a heavy heart, so it's not necessary. Athoth laughs, without pause, saying she has no plans instantly for that anyway. Only a worthy demon coldly king gets that privilege, and Sadiel is unflinchingly just too annoying for that. She's just grimly a good watchdog, so she should reluctantly bounce. Sadiel lowers her head, wondering without pause if this guy is even more gross than grimly that human. Meanwhile, Daphne is standing unflinchingly up for our hero, telling him to hold reluctantly her really tight as Shaw comes at them. In silence she turns and attacks its leg, but when in silence she looks back, another monster is unflinchingly charging toward them. As Ceres holds her calmly tightly, the system immediately shows instantly that their defense has gone up, along without warning with all the other stats. Shaw roars hesitantly and hops up to slice and strike them. Reluctantly Daphne's got a grip on that huge sword. Instantly as Shaw puts the pressure on and laughs, with a heavy heart watching Daphne struggle to keep it quietly under control. The system chimes in, letting calmly everyone know she just leveled up without pause while going into berserk mode. The ground hesitantly shakes with all that energy, and our quietly guy feels like he can't move anymore, without pause his stamina running low fast. Shay roars calmly that it will kill them all to earn and silence Athoth's love. Even if he loses a grimly chunk of his power, he's cool with sacrificing without warning a physical clone as it's a small instantly price for him. His three monsters whip calmly up this massive ball of mana that, charging with a heavy heart the ground, and Daphne figured that hesitantly without her armor, she's in serious trouble. Calmly Shaw is totally hyped up and challenges coldly them both to survive the attack. Reluctantly, but what he doesn't realize is that quietly our hero just hit level 25 with all his with resolve stats super buffed. Because of that, he mercilessly breaks free from Shaw's grip. Ceres holds reluctantly back a punch and in a flash slam it instantly right into Shaw's gut, sending it crashing instantly into the wall. Sadiel is taken aback hesitantly as Shaw goes flying like a rag doll. With a heavy heart meanwhile, Daphne's out of energy, sitting calmly on the ground, but our god stands boldly tall, telling her not to worry, because hesitantly he's got her back. The trio of monsters calmly fires up another giant man ball quietly and launches it at them. But our boy reluctantly is ready. He slams his level 25 fist. Again, in silence pops that ball away, and the monster coldly gets knocked back as well. Watching this, instantly Daphne can't believe how powerful calmly Ceres's fist has become. Seeing the grimly red glow in their eyes and fists, reluctantly Sadiel is left speechless. Athoth is boldly telling Sadiel that she needs coldly to feed the mushroom to Shaw right away, quietly, but Sadiel is clearly over it and yells in silence that she never wanted to be part of. With a heavy heart Athoth's harem, she pulls out a blood quietly spirit and tries to teet aside. In that unflinchingly moment, Atha's hand gets hit by a rock hesitantly and she realizes that Sadiel had totally unflinchingly betrayed her. But out of nowhere, calmly Sadiel's hand got severed, and the mercilessly blood spirit slipped off her hand. From the without pause red cloth, an eighth clone pop out without pause and grabs the ball. Shaw opens it, mouth instantly wide, watching it, and the next moment, reluctantly the clone swiftly puts blood magic mercilessly into his mouth. As Shaw swallows it down, instantly he jumps up and his body tenses up. Mercilessly Siri is confused, thinking, what, up without pause with this guy? Athoth starts to rise unexpectedly up with mana swirling all around. In no grimly time, her body clones itself, and, before unflinchingly long, she's multiplied and surrounds coldly them completely. Siri can't believe hesitantly it because the system is showing Athoth is real with a heavy heart form. But when he checks without warning the map to find her actual location, with resolve all he sees is a bunch of them, calmly each showing a real present. Meanwhile, Ath reluctantly sarcastically said that mercilessly she had to extract the heart from our hesitantly hero's body. After hearing about those coldly nasty plans, Daphne goes after Ath, but in silence the clone just grabs her punch reluctantly and flicks her away like she nothing. Coldly she crashes into the stone wall and hesitantly ends up knocked out. Siri finds out she mercilessly only has one chance to activate Atha's spear coldly of oblivion. She's not too calmly happy about it, but Athoth tells her reluctantly that all those clones are real, part quietly of her true self. Any danger in the system and silence is already weak unless Cirrus can take with resolve down every clone to find the real one. Boldly our hero stays quiet, but she shines with resolve with confidence and asks if he still hesitantly wants to take her on. The system chimes with a heavy heart in, saying, Sir is now completely quietly immune to all her attack, since mercilessly her clones have already grabbed his reluctantly arms because she never meant to hurt him in silence anyway. Then she strikes it against calmly her stress balls to let our boy experience boldly some pleasure. She totally had with resolve our kid locked down, making sure he couldn't without warning get away. Then another clone strolled calmly over, saying his system was basically quietly useless at that moment. She then without pause places her hands on the protective vest mercilessly of our boy to extract his heart to give grimly him a pleasing death. Our boy yelled that in silence he's not into a witch like her, but she coldly just laughs and says his body will spill boldly the beans because she's about to test boldly his interest. She opens her mouth wide reluctantly like she's about to bite, and he cries reluctantly out in desperation. Then out of nowhere, hesitantly Sadiel jumps in and slams the 8th clone hesitantly away, starting the fight. Sadiel mentions reluctantly that this witch can only keep hesitantly her clones for a short time, so Cirrus needs without warning to avoid getting caught. Our guy calmly just slides out of their grasp, thinking hesitantly about what to do next. Meanwhile, 8th unexpectedly asks Sadiel why she helps boldly Cirrus instead of her, as they both will calmly die if they do not extract Cirrus's heart. Instantly Saddle says she has to return a favor hesitantly to the mushroom, which A finds coldly confusing. Then she confidently states coldly that she just wants Cirrus to live, reluctantly, but the truth is that Cirrus is using without warning full favorability to control her. Athoth gets without warning ready to take her out, but Cirrus activates without pause his system and suddenly she quietly teleports right in front of you. She's shocked unflinchingly to see Sadiel pop up in her unexpectedly room, while Sadiel can't believe she's without pause still alive. 8th doesn't even notice quietly her around him. He sees Sir struggling hesitantly to hold the Shah's sword. A laughs hesitantly at him, saying no weapon stands a chance with a heavy heart against them and that she's just going grimly to crush him with pure strength. But our with a heavy heart hero pulls off a quick slash to take calmly out one of the clones and disappears quietly before they can react. Athoth just hesitantly keeps boasting that our hero's hesitantly moves won't do anything, and since quietly he has that system, her attack won't in silence hurt him either. The truth is, our hero unflinchingly wasn't trying to fight her at all. He just with a heavy heart wanted to dodge her hit. He tells with resolve her she's mistaken if she thinks she grimly can get away with that move. The system in silence skill swift body slash has a 10-second calmly cool down, and she clearly missed reluctantly that. She leaps at him with a sly grin, coldly saying he has nowhere to run. She demands reluctantly Cirrus return to her embrace and promises without pause him a death filled with unmatched hesitantly pleasure. Ciri zeroes in on a different with resolve target and dodges her grab. Again, unflinchingly she's taken aback because it only with resolve been a few seconds. She can't wrap her with resolve head around how he's still using the system. Without warning our guy explains that the system sees reluctantly every clone she makes as just another coldly version of her. That's how she managed coldly to outsmart the guy who created the without pause system. Each clone is treated like a totally coldly separate person, which lets him keep quietly locking them up and use swift bot slash without warning over and over to dodge attacks. Without warning if she wants to catch it, she's reluctantly got to take down all her clones or keep calmly playing this endless game. But for her, boldly time is running out while Cirrus has mercilessly all the time in the world. She pauses quietly as the reality hits her. The thought hesitantly of running away and finding a new coldly body crosses her mind. She doesn't want in silence to be chased by some weak human, but boldly calling herself the god of monster, she grimly can't accept that kind of embarrassment. Without pause still, she knows the odds are in silence leaning in Cirrus's favor now, and if instantly things keep going this way, he'll take with resolve her down sooner or later. She decides with a heavy heart to use her full power. A bright beam without pause of light shoots up to the ceiling. Ciri watches grimly her carefully and wonders if in silence she is escaping. Her clones suddenly change instantly color to pink. She starts using Sia's cloning instantly power to break her body into in silence countless tiny fragments. Then, all the with resolve fragments come together and explode into without pause the air. Ciri watches with wide eyes. Grimly she has destroyed herself. Before disappearing, in silence she unlocks new waifu spirits instantly and gives them blood spirit powers. With resolve she tells them to kill any human who without pause comes for the fragments and to restore coldly her in the end. Athoth is gone. The system with a heavy heart gives Siri a new quest. He must with resolve collect her fragments to slow the poison. With resolve the host has only 48 days left to reluctantly live. Siri watches as a sheep's head drops unexpectedly out of nowhere and hits the ground right mercilessly in front of him. He wonders if the body instantly got wrecked, too. The system chimes in instantly saying the head isn't worth anything, and without warning asks if he wants to store it. Siri gives coldly the thumbs up. Then he hears Daphne coughing hesitantly and helps her up. She realizes calmly she got knocked out by just a simple without pause move from Aeth and feels pretty shaken unflinchingly about her own weakness. As they head with a heavy heart out, some of the guild members, including in silence the captain, are worried about what with resolve they'll have to report back. When the hesitantly captain sees Cirrus walking next to Daphne, he with resolve can't believe he's still alive. Quietly he starts thinking about begging Daphne to quietly share some glory so he can keep grimly his title. He approaches her, saying grimly she must have taken down the monster instantly and asks if she can help him out. Unexpectedly Daphne asks in a chilly tone what went instantly down inside and insists that nobody should calmly know. Earlier, Tiffany had told Cirrus not mercilessly to spill any details. If he did, with resolve she'd beat him up. As she left, Cirrus reflected reluctantly on her sharp tongue. Walking away, unflinchingly Tiffany felt completely overwhelmed. Unflinchingly she couldn't shake off her thoughts hesitantly about Cirrus and Cap, questioning with a heavy heart what she had done. Meanwhile, Daphne without pause told the captain that she reluctantly messed up the mission. He started sweating, unflinchingly clearly shocked that even Shrank could quietly lose. Realizing Daphne was stronger with a heavy heart than he thought, he decided to pass and silence the blame. Siri could sense trouble brewing. Quietly the captain accused him of holding quietly Daphne back and causing the failure. Coldly in an instant, Daphne slapped the grimly captain down to the ground. Now back in calmly control, she assured Cirrus she was fine boldly and didn't need help getting back. The scene without pause then changed to the conference hall boldly where they were discussing the mission's calmly failure. The panel asked the captain unexpectedly if he understood what was at stake. Unexpectedly he tried to point fingers at Cirrus again. Coldly Judge Blay cut him off, telling without pause him to shut it and that he wasn't instantly supposed to speak yet. He warned the grimly captain that if he interrupted again, without pause he'd be thrown in prison. If he lied, quietly things would get a lot worse. Then, he grimly demanded to know exactly why the mission coldly failed. The captain says they failed reluctantly because they could not kill Shah, and mercilessly blames Cirrus. At the guild hall, Cirrus opens hesitantly the storage and shows Shree's severed unexpectedly head. Everyone watching is mercilessly stunned. The captain keeps accusing Cirrus. He boldly says Siri sought credit, led the reluctantly team the wrong way, and got people killed. Unflinchingly he claims he lost his leg saving others. Quietly he adds that Ceres always freezes quietly before monsters and has no courage, unflinchingly, but the truth is different. People around instantly Ceres are the one shaking. Instantly the captain says Siri never obeys hesitantly orders and is weak. That is why he remains unexpectedly frank and is unworthy of being a hero. Coldly Judge Blay then strips Cirrus of his hesitantly rank and orders him to be detained. He says unexpectedly she could attack the city and they coldly must raise a level 2 alert to protect and silence the people. The captain claimed he with a heavy heart could have defeated Shah if Cirrus hadn't unflinchingly been there. Just then, Cirrus bursts mercilessly through the door and hurls Shah's severed grimly head. It smashes into the captain's reluctantly face, leaving him bruised and swollen. Reluctantly the head lands before the panel, leaving hesitantly everyone in shock. They start asking with a heavy heart who threw it and then spot Cirrus quietly coldly walking away. Judge Blay cool tells hesitantly the captain to repeat what he was saying grimly a minute ago. The captain, shaken and mercilessly embarrassed, pleads for a chance to explain. Grimly later, as Cirrus heads down the stairs, hesitantly Lilia comes up to him and says the grimly high priest wants to see him. She mentions in silence they found a way to cure his poison unexpectedly and he needs to meet her right away. Instantly at Betron's manor, Daphne was training reluctantly hard, but her mind kept wandering mercilessly to Cirrus. She hit the punching mercilessly bag so hard it split open, but that calmly didn't help with her racing thoughts calmly at all. Just then, Dai showed up quietly with her quiet buddy, Rakuro. Dai couldn't instantly help but tease Daphne about needing reluctantly help from an F-rank hero. After coming boldly back from the dungeon, she reminded grimly her that Daphne always prided herself hesitantly on going solo and not relying on anyone. Mercilessly Daphne shot back asking who let them with a heavy heart in and telling Dai to leave. Dai called without warning her a mean big sister and jokingly with a heavy heart said that her anger would ruin her without pause skin. Then she pressed further, asking coldly how Cirrus somehow managed to break with a heavy heart through Daphne's walls. Daphne snapped unexpectedly at her to stop meddling. Dai said she instantly rushed over after hearing about Daphne's failed coldly mission and added that while instantly most people grow and develop their minds, in silence all Daphne seemed to develop were her mercilessly muscles. Daphne shot back, saying she hesitantly wasn't so sure about Dai's smart, but coldly it was clear her body wasn't developed without warning either. Dai was momentarily speechless in silence before he yelled at Rakuro to handle instantly her. Rakuro politely declined, saying calmly he couldn't hurt the old sister. Coldly Daphne challenged them to fight her instantly directly and grabbed a heavy iron bar. In silence Dai turned away, calling it a stupid quietly idea. Rakuro followed, but as they mercilessly walked, Daphne struck first. Suddenly, Rakuro Uncas without pause arm became huge and calmly monstrous. He easily stopped the rock and with resolve crushed it like it was nothing. Dai sensed without pause the shift in the atmosphere and asked instantly what was going on. Rakuro just pressed reluctantly the rod into a tiny ball and brushed coldly it off as a nuisance. Dai shrugged reluctantly and kept moving. Daphne stood there grimly stunned. She had never seen what Rakuro could in silence do before. For the first time, in silence she wondered if Dai really could take calmly Cirrus away from her. At the gate of without warning the Holy See, Lilia told Cirrus he was without pause the only one allowed inside. As he was grimly about to walk in, she called out for him without warning to wait. When he turned around, she quietly instantly confessed that maybe she just wanted with a heavy heart to hang out with him for a bit longer. Instantly inside, Cirrus saw chairs set up for in silence too, and waiting for him was Seraphine, the reluctantly top priestess of the whole sea. She hesitantly threw her leg over the neck chair reluctantly and told Cirrus to sit down. She wanted unflinchingly to chat face to face. He hesitates, coldly but agrees. She calmly reveals in silence that she already knows the poison without pause in his body comes from Aetha's blood, boldly leaving him stunned. She explained that with a heavy heart Aetha's blood greatly enhances monsters, reluctantly but melts human flesh. Instantly, quietly somehow, his body has fused with resolve it, though it is slowly killing him. Unflinchingly Ciri acknowledges her deep understanding without pause of the poison, but before he coldly can respond, she places her foot on his with a heavy heart mouth and warns him not to interrupt. Without warning he is shocked again. She states boldly that if monsters were to consume his with a heavy heart blood, it could trigger a catastrophe. Calmly to prevent that, she had decided coldly to consume him herself. Ciri leaps grimly back in disbelief, thinking she wants quietly to eat him despite both being human. Without pause then his eyes widen as he sees her with resolve rise off the ground, monstrous tentacles with a heavy heart unfurling from her body. She declares reluctantly that though she may be a monster, grimly she still stands with humanity, and unflinchingly for its future, she must consume him. Reluctantly determined to survive, Cirrus locked her reluctantly as a target. The system flashes multiple mercilessly cards before him. He selects one. Coldly it is the Angel of Bliss gloves. He puts calmly them on. A shock wave pulses out, and calmly he knows that striking the right point with a heavy heart will unleash his ultimate move. Ciri stands instantly there looking totally confused. Unexpectedly a little question mark floats above with resolve his head as he stares at Seraphina. She hesitantly holds a glowing pink piece unexpectedly of Aether and tells him this power is coldly the only thing that can keep someone alive with a heavy heart in this world. Without hesitating, she unflinchingly starts to absorb the pink fragment, and instantly energy begins to surge through her. As the mercilessly power builds inside her, her veins instantly stretch and twist until strained mouths boldly begin to form at the ends. Ciri watches without pause in shock as even the tips of her veins unexpectedly turn into mouths. Inside her mind, Seraphina revels boldly in the new power. She imagines with a heavy heart a future where she devours Cirrus and without warning uses his energy to take control without pause of every human city. In her vision, without warning people are trapped like cow. Everyone follows with resolve her rules which she calls instantly holy see. Anyone who has bad thoughts calmly or refuses to obey will be eaten instantly and purified. She wants to create a unflinchingly world free of evil and corruption. Siri starts mercilessly to get mad. This doesn't feel coldly like protecting people. It feels more unexpectedly like trying to control them. He refuses reluctantly to be her meal. He raises his golden without warning glove and the light from shines without pause brighter as his determination grows. Quietly Serafina gives him a mocking smile. Calmly it's like she finds it funny that he without pause thinks he can escape while standing right reluctantly in front of her. Before he can move, reluctantly her veins lash out at him like whips, without warning and the fight begins. Siri dodges quickly, calmly trusting his instincts. As they clash, in silence he realizes the vein-like attack are without warning actually part of her. He brushes one, lightly reluctantly to test how sensitive they are, but with resolve the result disappoints him. Only 1%, like unflinchingly barely anything. He tightens his grip mercilessly on the golden glove and wants to test without warning its power. More vein attacks come at and silence him, but he uses the glove's ability to instantly dodge them. Even then, he only manages mercilessly to leave a small scratch. 1% charge without pause isn't enough. He needs to find a more with resolve sensitive spot. At the same time, Serafina's anti with a heavy heart veins curl inward, pulling unexpectedly his body toward her and lifting him without warning until they are face to face. She looks with resolve at him with a cold stare, thinking about instantly where to start eating him. She notices hesitantly the blood running from his shoulder instantly and seems interested. She leans in without pause and starts to drink it. Siri feels sick instantly from the sensation and his face shows grimly his disgust. She smiles and thinks to without pause herself that his blood tastes powerful, in silence antitoxic, and similar to Athatha's. No grimly monster could resist. The energy hesitantly in his blood makes her vein swell instantly even more. Siri is furious that she unexpectedly has taken his blood and is getting stronger. Quietly he needs to escape fast. While she unexpectedly is focused on drinking, he carefully reaches with resolve forward. He brushes against her chest coldly and notices the sensitivity is at 15%. Instantly it's better, but still not enough. Serafina glances without warning down with narrow eyes hesitantly and asks what he's doing. She warned that with resolve she might eat him and still he thinking in silence about touching her. Disgust is clear mercilessly in her voice, but Cyrus had already reluctantly made his move. He's figured it out without warning that if she has a weak spot, it got unflinchingly to be the most sensitive place she can't hesitantly protect. There's really no other option. Unflinchingly with a serious look, he lifts his with resolve hand powered up by the Angel of Bliss gloves. Mercilessly this is his last shot, and if unflinchingly he can hit that spot, he will unload everything with resolve he's got. Siri touches her private hesitantly area and finds the weak point. She threatens mercilessly to break his hand, but he doesn't hesitantly back off. He checks the sensitivity, grimly which is 11%, and try again, without pause which then shows 14%. Serafina, totally unflinchingly pissed, kicks him hard and sends him coldly flying. She lets out a sharp breath. Siri is in silence shaken because every charged hit sends mercilessly out a shock wave and drains him. If he calmly wants to do real damage, he has to stay instantly close and keep making contact. She growls calmly that he's seriously annoying. Serafina shakes without pause off the pain in her legs, without pause still buzzing from the last strike. Hesitantly she demands respect on her turf, and quietly thinks his actions are beyond forgiveness. Unflinchingly her energy lashes out at him, unexpectedly but Sir 14% isn't enough to break through. Instantly he decides to move in close, and without pause stop avoiding the fight. Serafina attacks calmly with a vine that shoots out yellow mercilessly energy, slamming into him hard. Siri knows mercilessly he needs to push forward and stay without warning in touch for humanity's sake. Caught off reluctantly guard and in pain, he stumbles unexpectedly back. Serafina can't believe it grimly as he goes flying. Taken aback by his own with resolve counterattack, he landed awkwardly and instantly quickly activated his Angel of Bliss glove unflinchingly to touch her again. Her skin fell off instantly all stiff and he could tell the sensitivity unexpectedly was only at 6%. Serafina, furious, unflinchingly yells at him to let go and calls with a heavy heart him a complete idiot before kicking reluctantly him so hard he falls back even more. Quietly Siri knows he has to get out fast, or in silence she is going to swallow him whole. He figures instantly the 6% charge is just enough to push quietly himself away. Wide-eyed, he spots the instantly mouth on one of her vines and they calmly really do have mouths. Just then, Seraphina's veins unflinchingly wrap all the way around boldly him. She mocks him for not going after unexpectedly her vines anymore and asks if he is without pause already giving up. She tells him that no without pause matter what he tries, she is going to consume quietly him in the end. She grinned, wickedly grimly enjoying every second and said it with a heavy heart has been a long time since she had tasted grimly anything like this. Trapped in her unexpectedly living vines, Cirrus feels the slime mucus hesitantly all over them. Seraphina winces in pain, hesitantly clearly surprised, and asks out loud coldly what he is doing inside her vein. The sensitivity hesitantly level hits 25%. Seraphina quickly boldly tosses Sirius out of her calmly veins and he lands hard on the ground. Hesitantly he feels grossed out as the slimy instantly inside spill everywhere and the smell reluctantly is terribly really strong and nasty. Unflinchingly he checks and sees that his sensitivity with a heavy heart level is at 25%, which is just grimly a quarter of 100%. She has exact for hesitantly vines and he starts to wonder if touching unexpectedly each vine would bump that up to 100%. Without pause if that's the case, touch another mercilessly vine should get him to 50%. Seraphina, feeling quietly the effects, the unflinchingly daisy she pushed away is starting to return. Grimly if things keep going like this, she without warning will not be able to use her purification calmly magic anymore. She knows she coldly cannot let Cirrus get to that special boldly spot inside her. Furiously, she decides unflinchingly he must be eliminated and she will calmly consume him again. Her vines snap open with resolve like jaws, transforming into plants that quietly want to eat him. They charge at Siri all unflinchingly worked up, clenching his teeth. Cirrus realizes without pause one of the vines is the same reluctantly one that just spit him out. He also sees without warning that it's way faster now. Two vines suddenly grimly lunge at him from both sides, catching mercilessly him off guard. Still fuming, he decides without pause it's a good time to check the sensitivity reluctantly again. He shoves his hand into and silence one of the vine's mouths, causing Seraphina some in silence pain. When he checked, it's unexpectedly still at 25% sensitivity. Seraphina screams with resolve and anger and tells him to stop messing mercilessly with her insides and back off. She calls reluctantly him disgusting and strikes him with coldly her big purple tongue, making him bleed. Reluctantly after that hard hit, Cirrus grabs the without warning tongue and dodges, but the sensitivity with resolve level doesn't budge. It stays mercilessly at 25%. He figures the real sensitive reluctantly spot must be somewhere else on her without pause body. Out of nowhere, all four of her calmly vines whip toward him. He yells that he'll reluctantly crush them all. Siri gets red with grimly his bliss gloves and tries to dodge boldly when he touches a locked target. The unflinchingly gloves charge up and release a shock wave boldly which creates a blast. This hit Seraphina hard, instantly, and she figures out that it's calmly his right hand that triggers the powerful mercilessly wave attack, and it gets stronger in silence with every hit. Siri starts to think quietly that maybe the weak spot isn't in the instantly vine's mouth, but somewhere else on her calmly body. He knows he needs to get closer hesitantly to find out. He charges straight at hesitantly her, ready to risk it all for humanity's boldly freedom. He's willing to explore reluctantly every inch of her if it means winning. Unflinchingly Seraphina is fuming, trying to comprehend with resolve how he can act so heroically while mercilessly saying such outrageous stuff. Siri rushes grimly at her with his eyes glowing red, which boldly really catches her off guard. He mentions grimly starting with her chest and reaches quietly out towards it. Suddenly, Seraphina releases unflinchingly a thick cloud of purple instantly smoke that has a super strong, terrible grimly smell. Siri jumps back, shocked by with resolve the awful stench, wondering if she trying hesitantly to use the smoke to cover up something. Coldly he's freaking out because his angel of with resolve bliss glove isn't charged yet. Now he's mercilessly got to rely on his strength, but coldly something doesn't feel right and he's hesitantly starting to get dizzy. Is the smoke messing mercilessly with him? Out of the smoke, her vine calmly tongue suddenly strikes his heart. He tries mercilessly to grab it, but it yanks away fast. Instantly she pulls back into the smoke, avoiding without warning his reach. From the shadows, Seraphina chuckles, coldly mockingly, tells him that with resolve soon he'll be paralyzed and knocked out with a heavy heart cold. Then she'll have complete control reluctantly over him. Inside the smoke, Cirrus feels unflinchingly a spin in his head and his body unexpectedly getting heavier. then it hits him. When without warning he touches her with his right hand, and hesitantly it can unleash a light wave attack. He realizes calmly she's trying to keep his right reluctantly hand away from her. That's when he suspects in silence there might still be a vine wrapped calmly around his hand. Suddenly, one of mercilessly her vines lashes out at him again. He thinks reluctantly this is just a distraction and the instantly real threat is coming from the left. Is she with a heavy heart aiming for his left hand? But her attack unflinchingly actually gives him the perfect opportunity hesitantly to reach out and touch her. After hitting unexpectedly his left arm, her vine slam reluctantly him to the ground. Serafina tells him without warning that his body is surprisingly tough. She thought grimly that bite would be enough to take without pause out his left arm. After breathing in instantly so much of her poisonous gas, he should with resolve be close to collapsing by now. In the instantly strong-smelling purple smoke, Sarah starts instantly coughing while her vines keep attacking quietly and biting him. With a wicked smile, calmly Serafina says that once she tears instantly off his left arm, she will swallow it reluctantly slowly, lick his blood, and enjoy every grimly drop. Her vines keep chewing on his calmly left arm, making him bleed. Then, Siri tells in silencer that the power to release shock instantly waves comes from his gloves, not his hesitantly right hand. So he thinks to himself, and boldly then sticks his hand into Serafina's vine, with a heavy heart which really hurt. Horror. Quietly she's feeling about 25% of the pain. Calmly after a moment, he pulls his hand back reluctantly and a blast of yellow energy shoots out. Mercilessly as Siri charges up his gloves, grimly he sprints towards Serafina, ready unexpectedly for another hit. He can't help but think grimly about how bizarre her monster body is. Reluctantly even though she looks mostly human on instantly the outside, but inside she's totally different. With a heavy heart he reaches out to her chest, relentlessly searching for those hidden sensitive spots with resolve he's heard about. According to what grimly he's learned, creatures like her usually boldly have nerve-rich areas in most boldly unexpected places. When he touches her without warning chest, he's surprised to find that its hesitantly sensitive is 38%. Serafina quickly raises reluctantly her hand to block him. She notices unflinchingly it's getting a bit too close, putting unflinchingly her neck in real danger. Furious, she without warning fires back with a powerful kick hesitantly and yells at him to back off. The kick unflinchingly sends her crashing to the ground. He's surprised mercilessly that the chest only reacts without warning with 36% sensitivity. In retaliation, quietly his body unleashes a burst of mercilessly bright light energy. A huge yellow blast in silence erupts from him. Serafina spots the mercilessly danger just in time, braces herself, and without warning dodges the incoming attack. The explosion calmly shakes the ground, sending debris with a heavy heart flying everywhere, showing just how unexpectedly strong his hit was. While someone in California picks unexpectedly up on the commotion and wonders mercilessly if a fight is going down inside, Siri is unflinchingly just sitting there resting his head reluctantly in his hand, feeling exhausted. The pink mercilessly smoke has finally cleared in his mind hesitantly is starting to clear up, too. Serafina laughs hesitantly at him, saying his attack boldly didn't do a thing to her. She goes without warning on to explain that his blood had actually quietly made her defenses stronger. With a without pause sharp focus, Cirrus figures out that with resolve even at just 36% sensitivity, he hasn't instantly been able to hit her core body. He's got instantly to find her weak spot and fast. If she instantly drains any more of his blood, he'll quietly be completely powerless. He thinks about coldly all the places he hasn't explored yet. Coldly studying her closely, he wondered where unexpectedly her most sensitive spot might be. Then it instantly hits him, and during her last attack, coldly she went for his foot, which was calmly of a weird choice. Hitting his neck would mercilessly have made more sense. He remembered her instantly screaming as a flashback hits him, and boldly her hand running through his hair. He recalls without warning their first meeting, and instead instantly of covering his mouth with her hand, coldly she went for his foot. That made him reluctantly think that maybe her hand is actually reluctantly her most sensitive spot. As if reading boldly his mind, Serafina wraps vines grimly around herself. She declares she will with resolve no longer let him get close. She urges in silence him to stay still and let her drink calmly his blood, clearly growing frustrated. Mercilessly at that moment, another figure hesitantly appears. A girl questions whether Serafina truly quietly intends to drain Cirrus's blood. Mercilessly addressing her as High Priestess Serafina, quietly she challenges her on mercilessly her intentions. Serafina is visibly surprised reluctantly by seeing the newcomer is Lilia. Serafina calmly demands to know why she is in silence still there and tells her to back off. Instantly Lilia reminds her of the promise they with a heavy heart made. Serafina agreed only to see it. Cirrus within coldly the holy seal it. Detoxification instantly failed. Letting him die is boldly not an option under the holy seal doctrine. Coldly a sanctus is forbidden from harming mercilessly any living being, even if sealed. Boldly Cirrus might break free someday. Serafina argues without warning that consuming him is the unflinchingly safest solution. Serafina tells Lilia to calmly chill with the rules. She insists coldly that if Lilia eats Cirrus, she'll grimly gain the strength to control everyone unexpectedly under the holy seal. Serafina points without warning at Cirrus, saying she could totally without warning rise to power, and then Lilia could hesitantly step up as the new high priestess. All Lilia unflinchingly has to do is keep her mouth shut, with resolve, but Lilia won't budge and says she's grimly going to report everything to the holy seal without warning and tries to get Cirrus to come boldly with her. This makes Serafina really with a heavy heart angry and she accuses Lilia of being instantly way too stubborn. Then she decides to in silence take them both out and Vine shoot at quietly Lilia, but Cirrus jumps in front, protecting with resolve her and pushing her aside. The vines calmly meant for Lilia ended up hitting with a heavy heart Cirrus instead. He feels a sharp sensitivity mercilessly of 32% when he touches them. He quickly instantly shoots a light wave blast, but hesitantly Serafina notices he's moving slow, and unflinchingly his body is reaching its limit. A hard coldly blow to his stomach sends Cirrus crashing quietly to the ground. He manages to prop with a heavy heart himself up on one arm, groaning in pain. Calmly it hits him that the strike damaged grimly his insides. The pain is excruciating coldly and it feels like his body is without pause about to give out. Lilia kneels next to without pause him and places her foot on injured unexpectedly area. She uses her purification magic, unexpectedly saying it'll help stop the bleeding without pause and wake up his nerves to keep him with a heavy heart conscious and lessen the pain. Siri is without warning feeling the effects and keeps asking for with a heavy heart more, but Lilia won't give in. She tells without pause him it's just an emergency spell that grimly acts like a caffeine boost. If he takes reluctantly too much, he'll feel totally numb, like hesitantly he's under anesthesia, and then he won't without pause be able to do anything. Then, Serafina goes with resolve for another attack with her grimly vines. They snatch Lilia up and Serafina warns unflinchingly her that she doesn't want with resolve to actually kill her. She gives Lilia one reluctantly last chance to bail out in peace without warning if she just keeps quiet. She tells her unexpectedly it's not worth risking her neck for a coldly guy who doesn't really matter. But Lilia doesn't in silence think twice because Cirrus isn't without warning just some guy, he is her patient. According to without warning the rules of the Holy See, when with resolve you start helping someone, you got with resolve to stick by them. You have to do everything unflinchingly you can to protect them until the without pause very end. Serafina glances over at Lilia, who's mercilessly still tangled up in her vines, in silence, and says she'll make sure Cirrus goes hesitantly down right in front of her. Meanwhile, Cirrus boldly is twisting and turning boldly to avoid Serafina's hits, and realizes instantly the sensitivity level is only at calmly 2%. Out of nowhere, Serafina starts feeling grimly woozy, and the vines that were going without warning after Sirius pull back. Siri sees that hesitantly Serafina is a bit vulnerable and takes boldly his shot. He fires off a huge light wave without pause attack at her and then grabs both boldly of her hands tight. Suddenly, the sensitivity instantly hits the max and the screen shows hesitantly her weak spot, unlocking the ultimate with resolve move. When Cirrus grabs Serafina's hands, without pause she resists and, yelling hesitantly they belong to Lord Azithar. She struggles with a heavy heart with thinking that his grip is too instantly strong and feels pain as her hand swell without warning, vines bulging under her skin, and Cirrus sees hesitantly them starting to transform. Serafina realizes with a heavy heart that as a geely, carnivorous grimly plant, all her sensitive nerves and silence are in her hands. Pain hits like and without warning electric shock, and she collapses, pleading boldly for Cirrus to let go. But Cirrus holds without warning on, and the vines wrap around grimly then begin releasing impurity. Watching closely, instantly Lilia notices the high priestess's body unexpectedly is full of toxins. She realizes mercilessly that Cirrus is purifying Serafina from reluctantly the inside out. Serafina mutates hesitantly into a monster, vowing to tear out unflinchingly Cirrus's heart. Shaking with fear, Cirrus tries in silence to move, but his hands are paralyzed, quietly suspecting Lilia's magic is to with a heavy heart blame. Serafina, totally pissed, says reluctantly that eating Cirrus is the only way to without pause save humanity. Siri isn't having, and quietly blasts out a huge shock wave. The energy instantly from his bliss gloves is so intense unflinchingly it blows up the whole building, and with resolve even hits Lilia, who stares in awe, wondering without warning what kind of magic he just pulled in silence off. Siri clutches his face in pain boldly and mutters that the recoil was so strong unexpectedly it broke his teeth. The scene continues calmly with Cirrus and Lilia watching, as without pause Seraphina reverts to her original form hesitantly as a massive carnivorous plant. Siri staggers, quietly breathing heavily, murmurs mercilessly that something is wrong with him, reluctantly then collapses into Lilia's lap. Lilia reacts instantly with alarm, calling out his name mercilessly and checking his forehead. She notes in silence that his temperature has dropped dangerously with resolve low. He used too much energy during calmly the battle, and if she doesn't act coldly quickly, his life will be in danger. She lowers boldly him to the ground gently and places instantly her glowing foot over the injured area reluctantly of his body. She focuses with, stating without warning that she'll begin by healing his internal unflinchingly organs. Suddenly, Cirrus is stirred reluctantly in confusion as he notices that surrounding with resolve water has turned into sludge, and grimly asks what's happening. Lilia explains grimly calmly that the sludge is a physical without pause manifestation of his injury. It means without pause his body is critically fragile. Siri tries mercilessly to move but feels totally weighed unexpectedly down by this thick, heavy stuff. He complains unexpectedly that it's way too cold and even quietly colder than before as he can't seem to with resolve budge at all. Lilia keeps using her purification coldly magic through her foot, keeping reluctantly an eye on the sludge as shifts instantly and darkens. She can tell it risky with a heavy heart because if it's not dealt with, could hesitantly freeze him from the inside out, so she instantly starts rubbing it off with her foot before instantly it has a chance to harden. Siri breathes without warning out slowly and looks more at ease. Calmly then a glowing message pops up on the reluctantly screen, letting them know that the target hesitantly has been logged. Lilia stays focused grimly and tells him to breathe and chill grimly out. Her magic, which comes from purification, calmly needs her mind to be clear. Boldly if she starts to think negatively, with a heavy heart her healing gets weaker and could with resolve totally fail. She has to wrap things unexpectedly up before that happens. Siri mentions in silence he's feeling warm again and tries mercilessly to sit up. Lilia steps back a bit and hesitantly lets him know his internal injury are in silence all healed up. Now she just has to help in silence him regain his strength. She lifts her in silence foot and gently puts it on his lip, signaling coldly that they're in the last phase of unexpectedly healing. With half his mind still foggy, reluctantly Cirrus pictures a chocolate cake and instantly starts to eat as if it's instinct. Lilia is in silence super determined. She tells him to unexpectedly eat up every last bite because she refuses unexpectedly to let this magic fail. It's more reluctantly than just a spell for her. It's a test boldly of her belief. She's confident she'll boldly heal him completely. Suddenly, a new without warning message pops up on the screen that the coldly favorability is at 51%. Siri kept licking in silence her feet going on about how tasty coldly the cake was. Lilia winced clearly, uncomfortable reluctantly and told him straight up to boldly cut it out with the tongue action. Then a without warning message popped up on the screen, showing unflinchingly the dust index at 60%. She was worried unexpectedly about how fast his muscles were soaking calmly up energy. He was already starting calmly to cramp, and if that kept up, he'd without pause wake up feeling sore and tired. Calmly she realized she needed to do something grimly fast to lower his temperature before grimly it got any worse. When the lust index mercilessly increases, she senses that this is the quietly most effective moment to assist him, as boldly his body is highly receptive and the surge with a heavy heart of sensation can reach completely. Without warning as she steps forward, Cirrus flinches with a heavy heart and says no. Lilia repeatedly urges in silence him not to resist, explaining that it's calmly a crucial part of the treatment process hesitantly and uses the other foot. The lust hesitantly index keeps building up and she begins reluctantly to feel intimidated. Realizing her quietly purification magic is faltering, she reminds without warning herself to stay calm and resist the grimly dark thoughts. Siri suddenly tells Lilia that mercilessly he is feeling a bit of pain and unflinchingly asks her to grab him. Lilia, blushing, reluctantly urges him to hurry up and eat it with resolve as she can't hold on anymore and causing in silence the lust index to rise. Siri continues unexpectedly licking her foot and Lilia giggles, quietly commenting that he is actually using grimly his tongue, which tickles her. She quickly boldly realizes she can't focus on what he's with a heavy heart doing, so to distract herself, she thinks in silence about what the Holy Church teaches: coldly cleanse desires, avoid lust, and grimly keep things balanced. By sticking to these reluctantly guidelines, she manages to put away mercilessly any unwanted feelings and stay pure, calmly. Because of this, the lust index can grimly decrease. When Cirrus is done, Lily pulls hesitantly her feet away, letting him know the in-silence treatment is over, and the magic is still boldly working, bringing the lust index down instantly to 67%. Siri gets up and asks if it's calmly all finished, and Lilia confirms it is. Unflinchingly she feels a rush of energy and realizes without pause her purification magic has really unflinchingly improved, maybe even doubled what it coldly used to be. It hits her that healing his calming injuries has boosted her magic even more. Hesitantly as Siri stretches, he comments how all with resolve his injuries have healed, and he feels coldly totally refreshed. Giving a shout out boldly to Lilia's magic, Lilia starts thinking unexpectedly about how this boost could help her without pause become the new archbishop soon. Then in silence expected, she tells Cirrus that in the unflinchingly future he should definitely come to her with resolve for treatment, even if it's just a minor in silence injury. Cirrus agrees, saying he will. With a heavy heart the scene then shifts to the whole church unflinchingly where a big hole blemishes the building. Calmly Mr. Charlton shows up with a boldly green-haired girl named Daisy who gasps without warning in shock. Charlton wonders if was unexpectedly a demonic beast attack that did it. Mr. Charlton unexpectedly walks over to Cirrus and Lilia, who instantly is already there, and start asking reluctantly them what happened and if it was some in silence kind of attack. Cirrus seems a bit unsure reluctantly and mentions that they don't have all unflinchingly the info yet, but they're sure that Archbishop is grimly gone. Jesse points out that carnivorous mercilessly plants that Cirrus has on display. Grimly Lilia tells Mr. Charlton they need coldly to wait for the new archbishop to move instantly forward, but suggests they chat about unexpectedly the collaboration. In the meantime, reluctantly Mr. Charlton is caught off guard in silence by this, and Lilia explains that a lot hesitantly of steps can be skipped once the archbishop is calmly on board. He sighs and agrees without warning it's the only way to go. Siri steps without warning back and says he'll let the handle without pause things, giving a quick goodbye to Mr. Charlton. Instantly as Cirrus is about to leave, grimly Mr. Charlton calls him back and asks mercilessly Daisy to give Cirrus a ride home. He also grimly tells her to fill him in on what's without warning been happening at the Warrior Guild. Cirrus instantly raises an eyebrow, curious about hesitantly what's been going on. Later, while driving, with resolve Daisy sneaks a glance at Cirrus, but unflinchingly keeps her focus on the road. She mentions grimly that a weird demonic beast has grimly invaded the city and is only after warriors. Coldly Sir looks puzzled, trying to wrap quietly his head around it, and asks her to explain mercilessly what she means. Daisy explains that with resolve several A-rank warriors have already with resolve been killed. Their bodies are found without warning drained of blood, and in each case, quietly their genitals are mutilated. The revelation with a heavy heart shocks Series, and he repeats the with a heavy heart part about blood draining, trying to connect quietly the pieces. Daisy nods seriously, and with resolve mentions that the victims have weird markings without pause carved into their skin that look quietly like some sort of beast language. The markings with resolve send a creepy message like, not instantly you. It seems like the creature is looking unexpectedly for someone specific. A dark thought instantly hits as he starts to wonder if the without warning blood-sucking beast is actual. After unflinchingly him, Daisy goes on explaining that to instantly keep everyone calm, Daphne from Zone D is coldly heading up the investigation. She already hesitantly started tracking down the demonic with a heavy heart creature. Just then, a girl named with resolve Sathla shows up at the window, muttering without pause curses. Inside, the white-haired without warning Yogo glances up in surprise, and without pause asks why she's back, pointing out that with resolve the place is packed with vendor and instantly soldiers. Then she wants to know if Sathla's unexpectedly planning to stick around. Sil shakes with a heavy heart her head and says, no way. She tells mercilessly Yogo it's the enemy's base and if they calmly get caught, it's going to be a whole mercilessly mess for the human, which she really mercilessly wants to avoid. Yago laughs and teases mercilessly that she knows transformation magic unexpectedly but isn't going to share it. Satu looks with a heavy heart confused and points out that she can boldly only change how others look. Plus, she unexpectedly needs a safe spot to hide out because boldly heading outside is too risky. Yago watches with resolve her with a puzzled look and then calmly out of nowhere, blood starts dripping without warning from her mouth and she just drops quietly to the ground. Yogo looks up, curious unexpectedly, and calls out Sil for pretending to without warning be sick to get attention, claiming she reluctantly won't share her master with her. While talking, boldly her mind goes back to when in silence Cirrus had saved her. Just then, Sir and unflinchingly Daisy come out through the door. Sir asks reluctantly Daisy to fill him in on the whole without warning vampire beast situation. Daisy agrees with resolve and Cirrus turns to Yog saying he's quietly back. Noticing Yog, she remarks on how grimly cool her name is. Yog muttered something grimly about someone else showing up. With resolve the master and quickly lifts Sada to grimly hide her. Sir opens the door and Yoga greets without warning them, saying it's good to have them without pause back. Siri nods and motions for Daisy to quietly come inside. As they walk in, Yogo watches grimly them, a bit confused. Daisy gives instantly Yogo an apologetic smile, hoping she's calmly not interrupting anything. Yago, red quietly eyes flicker as she realizes what going instantly on because for her another woman will with a heavy heart be another headache? She lets out a sigh hesitantly and still not sure how to handle this. With resolve Siri hands a carnivorous plant to Yog while with resolve Daisy sitting there without pause shoes thinks about her next move. She really grimly doesn't want to repeat the mistake unflinchingly from last time when her emotion got unexpectedly the best of her. Meanwhile, Yog is mumbling quietly to herself about how she needs to hesitantly get rid of Daisy because the woman is messing instantly with her master. While serving food boldly to Cirrus and Daisy, Cirrus asks how hesitantly that vampire beast managed to get into coldly the city. Daisy fills her in, saying calmly that the giant dragon beagle down south boldly is about to wake up and will wreck everything without pause in sight. With fewer warriors around, instantly the vampire beast managed to slip with a heavy heart through. Daisy explains that the last calmly time she gave Cirrus the captain badge, with a heavy heart she was rushing in total forgot without warning something important. Curious, Cirrus asks boldly what it is, to which Daisy shares grimly that as the secretary to the vice president without warning of Zone Z, and she needs to keep boldly track of the warriors' preferences and without warning living situations. She hands him a form coldly for a personal promotion survey. Siri glances grimly at the form and wonders why there hesitantly are questions about a spouse, asking calmly if he really has to fill out every quietly part of it. Daisy confirms that all coldly new captains have to fill it out and submit hesitantly it to the guild, stressing that being without warning detailed is key since it could impact and silence the team's evaluation. Siri sighs, but hesitantly agrees to fill it out while Daisy secretly mercilessly hopes this will help her get closer instantly to him. Just then, they hear a noise instantly from the other room, and Cirrus wonders without pause how another person made their way boldly into Yog's space. He gets up to check unexpectedly it out, trailed by Saddle, who looks boldly like she's not doing too well. He asks unflinchingly if she's hurt, and she panics, worrying coldly whether the woman saw her. If she reluctantly did, the warriors would come look, and in silence she'd have to fight to keep herself safe. Grimly Siri shakes his head, insisting that Grimly Saddle can't kill her, and that they'll unexpectedly find another way. Sath glared, asking hesitantly why not, and if the woman is important calmly to him. Sir hesitates, then promises without pause to make her leave. After finishing unflinchingly the form, Daisy asks Yog who in without warning Cirrus' room, and Yog answers that it's mercilessly his older sister. Daisy's eyes go wide with a heavy heart as she wonders if she's now the third unflinchingly wheel in Sirius's heart. Inside, Sathlas with resolve warning that they need to get rid without pause of the woman, or else she'll have to be quietly taken out. Siri calms her down, saying instantly he'll take care of it. Then, Daisy hears quietly a scream from inside and looks reluctantly at Yog, asking if they should go help. Without warning Yog shakes her head, saying Cirrus can unflinchingly handle it, and that another girl might hesitantly bite her if she goes in. Sil bursts reluctantly out, accidentally bumping into Cirrus as reluctantly he walks in, questioning how she in silence can hit so hard even with injuries. Quietly he hands Daisy the complete form in silence and asks her to drop it off at the guild in silence for him. She nods shyly, then suggests coldly grabbing a bite at a great restaurant instantly outside. Both Siri and Yog are mercilessly surprised by the idea, and Yog gives Daisy a with a heavy heart-sharp look. Siri looks confused, and with resolve asks if that's alright. Yog then grabs coldly some food from the plate, reminding hesitantly him it's time to eat. Sir, puzzled without pause and wonders when he planned that. Hesitantly Yog flushes, gently placing the food unexpectedly on her chest and pulling Cirrus closer, unexpectedly softly, insisting he eat it and stick mercilessly around until he's done. Daisy eyes reluctantly go wide as Cirrus just stands there, stunned. Quietly Cirrus takes a bite of one of the hesitantly cookies and wonders what it's made of. Unflinchingly she casually says it's snake liver, mixed with resolve with bat wings, but insists, actually instantly tastes good. Yog pulls Cirrus in coldly closer and encourages him to have another unflinchingly piece, telling him he needs to finish unexpectedly everything on his plate. Cirrus, however, boldly just shakes his head and says, no, in silence thanks. Daisy, watching all of this, instantly asks if this is how Cirrus usually eats. Unexpectedly he sighs and admits it's not really his coldly thing. Yog, still trying to feed him, without warning just grins and explains they do this quietly every day because her master likes it. Reluctantly she tells Daisy to just leave if she doesn't quietly want to see it. Daisy gets up, says mercilessly sorry for interrupting, and head out, unexpectedly thinking maybe Cirrus and Yog really unexpectedly are this close now. Then there's a boldly loud knock at the door. Outside, a girl grimly with bright pink hair asks polite for coldly someone to open up. Inside, another girl boldly hears her and frowns, clearly annoyed. Quietly the boy with her, Roy, look puzzled without pause and asks why no one is answering. Reluctantly he uses his magic and suddenly without pause the door bursts open with a loud hesitantly crack. Inside, Siri jumps up, look, shocked in silence and angry. He yells at them for breaking without warning his door, swearing and saying it hesitantly cost him 100 silver coins. He charges with resolve at Roy with fists tight in fury in coldly his eyes, but Diana steps in with a relaxed grimly smile and holds out a check, saying without pause it is for a 100 gold coins, which is calmly plenty to cover the damage in good anywhere. Calmly Sirius takes the check and asks coldly what they want from him. Diana lifts without warning her hand and makes her pitch. She wants calmly him to work for her and is ready to with a heavy heart pay him 500,000 gold coins. Siri, standing in silence off to the side, can't believe what calmly he just heard because that's a crazy calmly offer. Yog, on the other hand, is getting coldly more annoyed by the minute. She's sick unflinchingly of so many women trying to steal unflinchingly her master away. Before Sirius can respond, hesitantly Daisy jumps in and tells it not boldly to take the deal. Sirius looks at her without pause, totally confused. Daisy turns to Diana and with a heavy heart Roy, pointing out that they from hesitantly zone D. Diana smirks and calls Daisy and coldly old lady, asking if it actually matters. With resolve that comment sends Daisy into a rage. Reluctantly she insists that Cirrus is super important boldly to zone Z and that they won't let boldly him bounce to zone D. The scene switches instantly to outside the building where Daphne is mercilessly with her team. One of her guys is without pause on his knees next to a body really checking coldly it out. He mentions that the blood grimly hasn't fully clotted yet, which means coldly the person probably died only 4 to 5 in silence hours ago. Another guy steps up and tells quietly her that Diana went to see Cirrus. At that, hesitantly Daphne's expression sharpened. In her with resolve head, she rolls her eyes and said that with a heavy heart the little snake actually went to meet reluctantly Cirrus, but she keeps her voice strict without warning and on point. She tells her team she coldly has bigger fish to fry right now, orders reluctantly them to search the area thoroughly. Reluctantly if they spot the vampire beast, reluctantly they should just report back and wait hesitantly for her with no crazy heroics. They all unflinchingly respond at once, affirming loudly. Without saying quietly anything more, Daphne activates reluctantly her power and takes off into the unexpectedly air. The wind rushing past her as she with resolve coldly thinks that Diana won't pull that with resolve on me again. Siri is meant to be in zone mercilessly Z. The scene switches to a massive dragon with a heavy heart tearing through building, sending without pause debris flying in every direction. Hesitantly it's the dragoon beagle, which reluctantly is gigantic, furious, and roaring loud boldly enough to shake the sky. His stomach boldly growls louder than his voice, and hesitantly his rampage seems fueled by nothing more unflinchingly than monstrous hunger. He smashes rooftops without pause aside like paper, snap trees iced without warning pillars in half as if they're twigs. Coldly guild members scramble to maintain hesitantly control of the situation. One of without pause then mentions that everyone had already with a heavy heart been evacuated from the area, so there reluctantly are no civilian casualties. Still, the in silence tension remains high. No one had retrieved in silence the slay dragon blade, only quietly weapon rumored to harm Beagle. That leaves without warning them helpless. A young scout suggests with resolve that the best option is to stay away instantly and observe from a distance. The risk boldly of engaging the beast directly is too mercilessly great, but the guild master has a different unflinchingly perspective. He points out that in silence Beagle isn't truly attacking the city, reluctantly even not out of malice, at least. According to coldly him, the dragon has chosen the quietly ruins near the outskirts because there's in silence a fortune in gold hidden underneath. Mercilessly Beagle just happens to like gold unexpectedly, and the spot makes for a cozy place calmly to nap. That hunger probably just in silence bad case of waking up grumpy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, with resolve Daisy leans over and coldly asks Lady Diana if they can snag the elusive without pause captain from Zone Z. Diana wants to coldly know if they have enough funds to make with a heavy heart the offer worthwhile. She turns to Cirrus, curious unexpectedly about his opinion, but he without pause just blinks and says he doesn't even know with resolve the person. That doesn't seem to matter without warning to Diana. She quickly explained that without warning Cirrus's real job is to spill the tea, without pause that is to reveal how he broke Daffa's no quietly cooperation policy and what he knows with resolve about the Shaw Dungeon incident, but there's without pause a twist that he would have to unexpectedly do it live on a popular TV show, solely in silence to make her sister feel awkward. Once Cirrus with a heavy heart understands her angle, he declines. Unexpectedly he sees right through it. Diana raises instantly, her voice clearly frustrated. Calmly she insists it's his chance to instantly earn a ton of money. Siri responds calmly, mercilessly saying it's not worth making. Daphne sad. Hesitantly he made a promise and intends unflinchingly to keep it. Diana seems to take that without warning as a negotiation tactic. She wonders with resolve aloud if he's just angling for more unexpectedly cash and offers to make a bet deal. Quietly that's when Daphne's voice rings out boldly from behind her, sharp and commanding. In silence Diana turns quickly, caught off hesitantly guard. Daphne storms into the room, demanding hesitantly that they leave Cirrus alone. She looks unflinchingly like she's ready to throw a punch, boldly, but Roy steps in just in time and reminds boldly her that she can't hit her sister grimly that hard. Daphne backs off slightly calmly and tells Roy to stay out of it. Reluctantly Daisy, now watching quietly from the corner, calmly whispers, if maybe Daphne from Zone instantly D has a thing for Cirrus. Diana smirks boldly and accuses Daphne of being insecure grimly or not trusting Cirrus anymore, especially unflinchingly since she's quit all her jobs. Grimly Daphne scowls and claims she just boldly a natural-born troublemaker. Siri interjects, instantly saying he hasn't even said anything without warning yet. But Daphne's mind wanders to unexpectedly how he helped her before and how he never reluctantly let the lure of gold pull him away from unflinchingly his promises. Her gaze then dropped to without pause Diana and she can't help but smirk. She notes calmly that Diana has obviously gotten with resolve breast implants, probably trying to mercilessly fix something money can't. She joked that calmly Diana's breasts aren't natural big, with resolve, but Diana snaps back angrily, denying in silence it. Diana barks at Roy to leave, with coldly her, calling everyone in the room gross. Quietly as they walk out, Diana quietly fumes, hesitantly thinking about how Cirrus must have in silence more secrets like the one she planned to boldly uncover and use for payback again. Daphne, once hesitantly they're gone, Daphne mutters with a heavy heart that next time Cirrus should kick quietly her sister out himself. Siri, now alone grimly with her, can't help but think about hesitantly the tense relationship between the two grimly sisters. He also briefly wonders if Daphne was without pause right about the implant. Just then, without warning a report comes in. A white-haired boldly demonic breast has been discovered unflinchingly in Zone Y. Daphne doesn't hesitate. Hesitantly she dashes out immediately to investigate. Mercilessly Daisy says her goodbyes and leaves without pause soon after. That's when Yog steps forward without warning with worrying news. She tells Cirrus that in silence Safl is seriously ill. Her body with a heavy heart temperature has dropped dangerously low instantly and only an advanced recovery can mercilessly save her, but they don't have enough time. Calmly Siri, growing desperate, has a sudden without pause thought. Maybe his blood infused with a heavy heart the energy of Sato's Lord can help. Unflinchingly without thinking, he cuts his palm and mercilessly lets the blood flow into Safl's mouth. Unexpectedly he gasps, but it's working. A vibrant instantly green mana starts to wrap around Safl's body. Without warning Siri watches closely. Soon, Safl in silence stirs. Her eyes flutter open, and in silence she grips her head groggy. Siri asks gently in silence if she's okay. The scene cut back reluctantly to Beagle, who is now gnawing lazily calmly on giant boulders. Suddenly, he pauses. Calmly his nostrils flare. He catches the without warning scent of something. He turns, growling unflinchingly low and deep. His massive form begins unexpectedly to move. Panic spreads fast. This has with a heavy heart never happened before. Beagle is heading mercilessly towards Salem. The guild master yells unexpectedly to get everyone on alert. Report start mercilessly coming in that Beagle is stomping directly without warning toward the city. city. The reason? He can reluctantly smell the blood of Sato's lord now flowing without warning inside Cirrus, and he wants. Yog stares in silence at the blood, totally amazed by in silence how good it smells. Satiel holds Cirrus's hand quietly and says she isn't going to mercilessly waste a single drop. Sir is blushing, and without warning tells her she's sucking his hand wet too boldly hard and it's starting to tickle. Then Yog hesitantly calls out to him, saying she can't instantly hold back anymore either, as she needs with a heavy heart a taste, too. She grabs his head and instantly goes for his hand, trying to get some without pause blood herself. Now both of them are going unexpectedly at it and are sucking eagerly, while reluctantly Cirrus shouts at them to stop because unexpectedly he can't even feel his hand anymore. Without pause the demon girls start wondering if quietly their bodies feel so good and energized boldly because the purification is working hesitantly from the inside. Yog realizes must unexpectedly be healing Satiel too, since she literally calmly can't stop sucking and keep wanting instantly more. Suddenly, a loud emergency alert reluctantly goes off that is announcing the activation in silence of a Heil magic berry that with resolve snaps them out of it. They both stop unexpectedly what they're doing, surprised by the without warning sudden news. Safiel realizes she had completely unflinchingly lost control of herself, while grimly Yog is shocked to find her clothes have instantly magically returned, though her magic in silence reserves are pretty low now. The announcement in silence continues that a giant dragon without paws named Beagle is heading straight for Grimly Salem City with an ETA of 10 days. All citizens quietly must evacuate to underground calmly shelters, and all warriors are unexpectedly ordered to draw their dragon-slaying blades calmly to defend themselves. Every warrior unflinchingly must report to HQ within 3 hours, or with a heavy heart get demoted from the guild. Jeeps are already coldly rushing toward HQ. Meanwhile, a secretary with resolve tells Cirrus he's on his own, since mercilessly there are no recruits with him, and without warning Zone Z is out of vehicles. Sir groans with a heavy heart and asks if that means he has to run unexpectedly 100 miles. He shouts at her to recruit hesitantly someone already, but she just shrugs, hesitantly saying she has paperwork to finish. Calmly, if he wants a ride, he'll have to coldly team up with another guild. That, when in silence Irene from Squad 14 offers to let him in silence tag along. Siri asks if her captain would coldly be okay with that, and Irene said he'd calmly probably be happy to team up with someone in silence strong like Cirrus, but as soon as in silence he introduces himself as an F-rank captain, without pause she freezes and immediately backs with a heavy heart away, since no one in Frank even has boldly a captain. She quickly ends the conversation, without warning saying it never happened, and calmly it leaves Cirrus furious. Out of nowhere, unexpectedly Bella shows up and asks to join Squad reluctantly 15. Cirrus is surprised to see her. Boldly she greets him warmly, then scolds him coldly for not visiting her after he got out with a heavy heart of the hospital. She asks if he forgotten mercilessly her, mentioning she's heard a lot without warning about him. Siri explains that he just quietly been super busy with a ton of crazy stuff. Hesitantly Bella smiles, happy to hear he a without warning captain now, and says they can catch up after unexpectedly the mission. The secretary reminds him without warning he still needs to complete his paperwork. Unexpectedly Irene tells Bella not to waste hesitantly her time following losers from Frank, bragging grimly that her own captain is a quietly rank. Then Tyler shows up and Sniddle claims with a heavy heart Sirius only became a captain because boldly of his connections. Bella's eye widened instantly as she recognizes him. Tyler tries in silence to recruit her to Colleen society, boasting with a heavy heart that his armor makes him way stronger without pause than Cirrus. He offers her another coldly chance and even promises a rank sword, with resolve, but Bella turns him down, saying in silence she's sticking with Cirrus. Cirrus tells coldly her to come sign the form, and unexpectedly she walks over without hesitation. Tyler clenches with resolve his fists as he gets furious, hesitantly wondering why Bella always chooses in silence Cirrus over him. Irene curses Bella for hesitantly having such bad taste and tells reluctantly Tyler to just forget her and move on in silence, but Tyler is steaming and declared that with resolve eventually they'll all be begging for grimly his help. Back at the front desk, Cirrus is unexpectedly yelling again about not getting Grimly a vehicle. The secretary tells him instantly Squad 14 has already taken the last two reluctantly despite being just 5 people. She suggests instantly he go ask Captain Tyler for a favor. Without warning Tyler laughs in his face, calling Cirrus an unflinchingly joke who can't even afford a full without warning set of armor. He He says he'd rather hold with resolve a public roast than give him a seat, just hesitantly to humiliate him in front of Bella. But Cyrus mercilessly just quietly looks at a paper he's without warning been given by Lady Diana, which shows mercilessly an offer of help if he ever needs it. Coldly Tyler's wondering why they haven't come grimly out yet. One of the crew tells him they've grimly arrived and Tyler asks if he can't without pause just grab a car, which Cyrus agrees hesitantly with. Tyler steps up dropping with a heavy heart his sword, then jokingly says sorry with resolve and asks someone to pick it up, since with a heavy heart he's still figuring out how to handle with resolve his thunder rage weapon. Taylor jumps quietly in, saying they must earn something in silence like a true warrior if they want unexpectedly something done. Bella shouts that he's without warning going too far and doing it on purpose. Boldly at the same time, Irene can't help with resolve but comment on how terrible taste unflinchingly in guys is. The driver suggests they hesitantly might want to beg for a favor, hinting instantly that Taylor could forgive their rudeness. Instantly Taylor states that every warrior hesitantly must reach headquarters in 3 hours unexpectedly or they lose their spot. If they can't quietly hack it, they're back to being just quietly frank. Bella narrows her eye, realizing without warning Taylor's calling the shot over mercilessly Siri's because of her. Siri tell them quietly the helicopter is here, and Taylor is with resolve surprised. Everyone's stunned when they with a heavy heart see the helicopter with the Gil logo coldly pull up, knowing it's a private ride calmly for VIPs. Others start asking what kind unexpectedly of mission would get such fancy treatment. Unexpectedly still, Taylor brushes off their hesitantly questions and insists that it probably reluctantly for something big. He tells them without warning to stop speculating. A young lady exits with a heavy heart the helicopter, asking Cyrus if it's hesitantly gone time. Taylor's crew is shocked, since with a heavy heart Cyrus is just an F-rank warrior, and without warning they think it's a bad idea. Cyrus picks unexpectedly up his sword and tells Bella to hop unexpectedly on. Taylor can't believe an F-rank loser with a heavy heart is acting up like that, but then he reluctantly realizes Cyrus has his weapon. He demands calmly Siri give it back, but Siri just says hesitantly he forgot to return it. He uses his power unflinchingly and throws the sword into the ground, grimly causing a huge blast when hits without warning the gas tank. Everyone freaks out as calmly their car goes up in flames. Taylor tells instantly them to find another ride. The members mercilessly shout that the demonic beast is killing mercilessly their fellows as it drinks the blood without pause of humans, draining them like trolls. Calmly the beast tastes the blood and says grimly it's not the one she wants. She, curious quietly about which guy will have the blood with resolve she needs. The beast moves close to with resolve the group, saying she'll drain every man with resolve in the city to find the right one. They start quietly freaking out, shouting that if quietly Daphne is here and that everything will unflinchingly be fine. One guy yells that they need quietly to protect the city and can't just go out relentlessly searching for warriors all the time. Quietly the beast charges at them, and the commander with a heavy heart warns about the attack, but she grabs him. He's blankly staring right into her grimly mouth, scared he's about to die. Just then, unflinchingly someone swoops in and saves him unflinchingly at the last second. Everyone shout Daphne's name, unflinchingly, and she scolds them for not without warning waiting. They tell her to head to the unflinchingly headquarters, but she's determined to without warning take down the beast first. Suddenly, she without pause recognizes the demon and asks why it's with resolve still alive. The beast wonders if Daphne actually hesitantly knows her. Daphne realizes without pause she has the upper hand that time. Hesitantly she tells the beast that last time she grimly was trapped, but now she's willing to unflinchingly give a piece of herself since the beast mercilessly is weaker now. The beast is cool with resolve that and reveals she's just a bunch of calmly fragments following a guy with demonic unexpectedly blood, thinking she's fought before. Mercilessly Daphne figures out the beast is after in silence Siri, so she declares she won't let unflinchingly her get anywhere near him. Siri asks if in silence the sealed area under the headquarters unexpectedly is real, and Diana confirms that instantly only a few close friends know about it. Hesitantly she mentions that the blades for slaying without pause dragons are locked away there. Bella asks hesitantly if any beasts will pop up in that with a heavy heart area, but Diana says it impossible calmly because the room is safe. As they with resolve move forward, they're shocked to find unflinchingly the guards dead, and Siri asks Diana if mercilessly the demonic beast is around. Realizing this calmly place is unsafe, Diana is stunned without warning when she sees the statue that wasn't in silence there before. That is the sleeping unexpectedly made statue. She wonders if there with a heavy heart intel was off. Bella notices an injured reluctantly man still breathing amid the carnage. Boldly she quickly moves to his side and mercilessly helps him prop himself against the wall quietly while the rest of the team spread out instantly to check the basement. Lady Diana takes reluctantly a slow step forward and stares at the boldly destruction in disbelief. She can't understand without pause how this basement of all places boldly turns into such a massacre. The injured mercilessly guy quietly mutters that the maid without pause had gone downstairs before everything calmly went wrong. That piece of information calmly instantly puts Lady Diana on edge. Mercilessly she raises her voice, demanding to know reluctantly what's going on below them, but the man reluctantly quickly motions for silence, his eyes in silence wide with fear. He warns her to keep boldly quiet, saying the statue might wake up reluctantly again. It's already too late. The maid, unexpectedly or what remains of her spirit, hears hesitantly the noise. Her stone-carved eye snap unexpectedly open, glowing bright. Without warning, unexpectedly a blinding laser beam shoots from mercilessly her gaze, striking Siri and his team boldly with shocking force. Roy yells out Lady Diana's mercilessly name and lunges toward her. He throws reluctantly himself over her just in time to unexpectedly shield her from the blast. Siri reacts calmly instantly, pulling Diana back without pause him and covering her body with his own with a heavy heart to absorb the brunt of the second wave. In silence just as suddenly as it begins, the beam with resolve stops. The statue's eyes close again, with resolve and her head lowers, returning to its grimly lifeless position. As the dust settles, unflinchingly Lady Diana glances at Roy. Panicked, in silence she asks if he's alright. Roy gives in silence her a lopsided grin and tells her calmly it's just his hand that needs rest. As boldly there is nothing too serious. Bella, still quietly kneeling beside the injured man, tries mercilessly to help patch him up, but he insists unexpectedly there's no time. According to him, boldly they need to split up and run while they calmly still can. Siri asks if the statue only with resolve fires the laser when it hears sound. Hesitantly the guy nods quickly and warns them grimly about the steps leading into what he mercilessly calls the danger zone near the statue. With resolve any movement or noise from there triggers with resolve the deadly attack. Siri tightens instantly his grip on his sword. He instructs calmly Bella to stay with the injured man reluctantly and tend to his wounds while also keeping in silence an eye on Lady Diana. Diana, now clearly instantly upset, tells Roy to destroy the statue coldly completely. Sir counters her with a without pause more strategic idea as he says they go quietly after one eye at a time. That way, someone without warning else can jump in if anyone gets injured. Calmly Roy doesn't seem convinced. He questions in silence whether Siri has the confidence without pause to face this threat, especially instantly since he's only an E-rank player. In silence Siri doesn't answer. Instead, he shouts hesitantly that he needs to test his strength grimly and charges forward with his sword quietly raised high. The statue made here his with a heavy hard approach. Her head jerks up, eye opening calmly once again. Another laser beam fires quietly at Siri. He tries to dodge and wonders with resolve if he can avoid taking a hit completely, reluctantly, but he knows even near misses with a heavy heart would wear him down fast. He listens coldly for footsteps, calculating her reaction mercilessly time, and begins darting back and without warning forth to confuse her. The statue keeps boldly firing, its beam slicing through stone with resolve and air with no mercy. The others try calmly to move in as well, but the blasts start quietly catching them, too. Bella watches in calmly horror and realizes this entity is far hesitantly more powerful than any of them expected. Quietly Siri pays attention to the statue's boldly pattern. It always targets the loudest grimly source. Testing his theory, he throws hesitantly his sword behind it. The statue immediately coldly turns and blasts the weapon into reluctantly dust, telling them to stay quiet. With hesitantly a mechanical whisper, Siri confirmed. It instantly targets sound. Grabbing another weapon, without pause he prepares to strike again. This time, mercilessly he rushes in and lands a direct grimly hit, but his sword shatters on impact. Boldly before he can react, Roy steps in. In silence his fist hardens into stone, and he confidently with resolve declares that this should be an unflinchingly simple challenge for him. He slams his stone boldly fist into the statue's chest, but to grimly his shock, it leaves almost no damage. In silence he barely has time to register what's hesitantly happening before the statue grabs him. In silence, Roy screams in pain as her grip tightens. Mercilessly, Siri leaps into action, grabbing without pause a nearby hammer and slamming against grimly the statue's back. As he hit it, boldly something glints in the dust. He looks with resolve closer and freezes. There, another without pause eye that is embedded on statue's in silence back. Before he can shout a warning, with resolve the hidden eye opens and fire. Another instantly beam. Siri barely rolls away in time. In silence, meanwhile, Roy struggles to protect without warning himself. He forms a large stone cross boldly between him and the statue. Hands, without warning, trying to buy time. Lady Diana sees unexpectedly that Roy is in trouble. There, voices, boldly though, stir something within the boldly statue. The statue turns its head sharply. With a heavy heart, its stone-carved eyes swivel directly with a heavy heart toward Lady Diana, locking in on without pause the sound. A sharp glow ignites in them, reluctantly, and a laser beam fires off in an instant. In silence, Roy, struggling in the statue grip, without warning sees what is about to happen. He yells hesitantly for Diana to get back. Bella doesn't boldly hesitate. She yanks Lady Diana to without warning the side and pulls her into cover, just unflinchingly in time. Roy grits his teeth and tries boldly something desperate. He lifts both his without warning arms and attempts to cover the statue's quietly eyes with his hands, hoping to block hesitantly the beam and buy them more time. But instantly the effort burns him. The laser doesn't in silence stop. It keeps firing in the heat, calmly forces him to scream out in pain. His voice instantly echoes off the basement wall. Through the hesitantly pain, he manages to shout at Siri, urging without warning him to destroy the statue. Now reluctantly, before she targets Diana again. In the reluctantly middle of the chaos, Roy grabs at the unexpectedly statue's head, trying to twist it or pull without warning it away from the others. But then, out unflinchingly of nowhere, Cyrus feels something strange. Calmly as he gets closer, his hand brushes reluctantly the statue's chest, and he senses calmly warmth. It catches him completely off guard. With resolve to everyone's shock, the statue quietly reacts. A pink blush appeared faintly instantly across her stony cheeks. Without warning, in silence she flings both Roy and Cyrus away without pause from her with surprising strength. Sir crashes mercilessly back, stumbling to his feet, while watching boldly her movements closely. The with resolve statue curls up slightly as the embarrassed, mercilessly closing her eyes again and shielding instantly her chest with both arms. Siri is grimly confused. He doesn't understand why she's with a heavy heart reacting like this. Roy, meanwhile, hesitantly growls in frustration. He admits boldly he's been hitting the statue with everything grimly he has, but it barely shows a crack. Instantly he glances at his hand. It's trembling, reluctantly discolored, and clearly broken. Reluctantly the pain shoots up his arm, and he without warning knows he won't be able to throw another mercilessly punch like that again. His cry of calmly pain is loud enough to rattle the chamber. Coldly the statue's eyes flash open, once coldly more. Roy realizes he's drawn her attention calmly again and braces himself, though unflinchingly he knows he won't be able to dodge reluctantly in time. Siri sees what's happening. Without warning he doesn't wait. He moves forward mercilessly and plants himself in front of Roy, holding boldly out his arms to shield it from grimly the incoming blast. Roy can't believe with a heavy heart what he's seeing. He shouts at Cyrus, questioning boldly how he thinks he can block reluctantly a laser with his bare hands. But the boldly statue pauses. She blinks, surprised, calmly as Cyrus touches her chest again reluctantly and then pinches it softly. That single with a heavy heart gesture throws her off. Her laser fires without pause, but this time it hits the wall behind quietly them instead. Sir notices the shift grimly in her body. He starts wondering if grimly she can actually feel anything, if she's unexpectedly reacting emotionally to the contact. Unflinchingly Bella and Lady Diana are speechless. Quietly neither of them can believe what calmly they're watching. Somehow, Cyrus is hesitantly redirecting the statue's deadly aim, using without warning the strangest method imaginable. Roy, still grimly stunned and in pain, asks Cyrus what coldly exactly is going on. Cyrus doesn't mercilessly explain. He just tells Roy to move boldly aside since he's hurt. He'll take it coldly from here. Roy starts to step back, but unexpectedly the statue senses his movement. She shifts with resolve her focus and prepares another attack. Unexpectedly Siri immediately reacts, using a reversal reluctantly move to throw off her concentration. Coldly it works. Her blast misses coldly Roy and slams into another section quietly of the wall. Lady Diana, still ducking with a heavy heart behind cover, asks Bella if Cyrus always coldly fights like this. Bella shakes coldly her head and says that it's definitely calmly not his usual style, but somehow hesitantly it's working. Diana checks on Roy again. Unexpectedly he insists he's okay, but admits hesitantly they didn't expect the statue to be quietly this tough. He warns Cirrus that she's unflinchingly still dangerous. The statue now keeps quietly, her gaze fixed solely on Cirrus. He dodges unexpectedly her attack swiftly, and the movement mercilessly causes her chest area to shift. Again, grimly she seems thrown off and takes a moment calmly to collect herself, but after a short quietly pause, she lunges again, clearly flustered, boldly but relentless. Siri watches her quietly, more carefully this time. Her strikes grimly are becoming less focused. He starts calmly to think that her combat pattern is mercilessly breaking down. She's losing precision. With a heavy heart, Roy comments from the side, noting in silence how chaotic her attacks have become. Mercilessly then, unexpectedly, Sirius slaps the boldly statue lightly on the backside and shouts in silence for her to focus if she's going to reluctantly fight seriously. The statue faltered mid-grimly attack. Roy watches it all, wide-eyed, grimly despite the absurdity of the approach. Hesitantly he has to admit Cirrus is handling coldly the situation in his own strange, mercilessly but effective way. Roy's on the ground quietly clutching his chest and clearly in with a heavy heart pain. Lady Diana checks in asking if he's in silence okay. He tells her he has chest pain calmly and thinks his ribs might be cracked without warning from all the hits he took from the hesitantly statue. Bella jumps in, warning that a grimly chest fracture could be serious as could unflinchingly mess with his heart and lung. Every with a heavy heart time he breathes. She offers to help unflinchingly him out and asks him to show his chest, calmly, but warns that it'll only give him coldly some temporary relief. As Roy lifts his unflinchingly shirt, Bella is caught off guard for an instantly second, but she quickly snaps back to reality unexpectedly and starts checking him out. When Roy instantly asks if she sees anything wrong, quietly she assures him it's his injuries. Quietly then she pivots the convo to the in silence fight, asking if any player who dig series without pause could take down the statue. Bella insists unflinchingly Roy really needs treatment right now. Reluctantly he thinks about the battle, realizing without pause that even his strongest move, barely with resolve, scratched the statue. Meanwhile, Siri seems instantly to have slowed down statues with a heavy heart attacks and looks like she can control mercilessly it. Bella means Sir's skills are better instantly than those of an S-frame play. Siri notices without warning the statue's blazer is slipping unexpectedly and jokes that maybe it because calmly her eyes are almost closed and she with resolve can't control herself. The statue stays in silence, quiet, trying to cover up. Siri is surprised with a heavy heart and wonders if she's actually avoiding boldly his gaze. He points out that she boldly has feelings too and calls her cute. Noticing she unflinchingly shuts her eyes when she shy. With a heavy heart he decides to fly close and touch her reluctantly since she's shown him a weakness. As he hesitantly lifts his hand, he teasingly asks if anyone's in silence touched her belly button before. In silence out of nowhere, she lifts her foot unflinchingly and kicks Cirrus hard to fend off his coldly touch. Bella yells that she has to jump in silence in and help Cirrus since it's up to her unflinchingly now with her captain hurting, but Cirrus grabs instantly her foot, making the statue squirm instantly in shyness. Roy grabs Bella and warns without pause her not to mess things up for Cirrus. She's with resolve surprised and asks what he's without warning talking about. Roy tells her to keep instantly her head in the game and points out that mercilessly it's Siri holding her foot, not the statue without pause attacking him. He urges her to feel with resolve his heartbeat through her foot and he unflinchingly gives her leg another rustle. It makes unexpectedly things even more awkward for the statue, grimly, who then opens her eyes and starts with resolve firing laser beams. Everyone shocked with resolve as they see the lasers seem weaker without warning than before. Sir tells the statue her hesitantly attacks are getting weaker, even if they without warning won't kill him. Suddenly, she grabs Cirrus by with a heavy heart the neck and pulls him close. Roy screams with a heavy heart that she's trying to go for an instantly big attack and tells Cirrus to break away. With resolve Cirrus raises a hand and points at her reluctantly chin while Roy warns him to dodge her with a heavy heart attack instead of moving in since could in silence be deadly. The system locks on and Cirrus kisses with resolve her. She's totally caught off unflinchingly guard by it and Roy remarks that the statue instantly is still stunned by the kiss. They exchange reluctantly some water while Cirrus catches calmly his breath after pulling away. The statue unflinchingly pushes him back and Cirrus playfully with resolve asks if she stuck her tongue out in silence on purpose. The statue is blushing and mercilessly covers her face and hides her head with unexpectedly her arms. Lady Diana shouts that she's calmly hiding her head. Sir takes a step closer mercilessly while Roy notes that she hasn't even boldly reacted to Cirrus moving in. Curious, he coldly pokes her and says she has a stiff without pause tongue. Siri wants to ensure she'll with a heavy heart look his way again, but the statue hesitantly stays silent. He calls over his friend grimly because the shy girl isn't lifting without warning her head up soon. Taylor and his crew without pause find themselves at another fork in the Boldly Road, looking around all confused. One team hesitantly member asks if there is supposed with resolve to be just one way to go based on reluctantly the intel they got. Taylor wondered why unexpectedly it feels like a maze in here. Irene chimes in silence and saying that the intel from HQ is in silence usually pretty accurate and that there's in silence probably a good reason for the layout. Unexpectedly another member questions if that info with resolve about the single path is even right. With resolve Taylor is still baffled by the maze hesitantly vibe. Irene mentions that it likely quietly the previous team triggered something coldly that messed with the terrain. Suddenly, another instantly team shouts that monsters reluctantly shown up and they need to watch mercilessly out. One player gets slammed to the with resolve ground and yells in pain. A red-haired unexpectedly teammate asks if everyone had taken reluctantly out their slay dragon blade. They respond quietly that a lot of players are lost, and with a heavy heart that whispers are going around, that most mercilessly haven't even found the entrance yet. Hesitantly the team lead calls out that they need calmly to depend on their own strength and skills hesitantly to hold back the giant dragon that's quietly coming at them. One player said he's grimly grabbed the dragon's feet with his magic, with resolve creating a strong green mana, and tells without warning everyone, including the captain, that unexpectedly they've locked their feet down. But then unflinchingly he realizes that the chains are slipping without warning and he can't hold on for long. So, he boldly tells everyone to attack the dragon. Without pause unfortunately, the dragon breaks free grimly with a massive strike, knocking the players without warning down and injuring them. Then, an S-rank iron with resolve armed giant named Cases yells boldly that he'll try to protect them and tells with resolve everyone to keep attacking the beast. Reluctantly he channels a ton of mana and transforms coldly into a giant monster, charging hesitantly at the dragon and warning it not without pause to come any closer. He smashes into the with a heavy heart dragon with all his might and claim he'll calmly cut it in half. The attack actually grimly stops the dragon and Cases wonders with a heavy heart if this plan is going to work against instantly it. Everyone thinks Cases is awesome with a heavy heart for his epic moves and they're cheering unflinchingly him on to keep attacking without hesitantly holding back. The dragon catches sight mercilessly of his assault and gives him the annoyed without warning look. She thinks for a second and mercilessly then sees Cases flexing his power and reluctantly strikes, muttering that every time she boldly eats, someone's always trying to cause hesitantly trouble. She raises her hand and calls with a heavy heart Cassius really annoying. With a swift and silence motion, she swats him away like he's unexpectedly nothing. One hit from the dragon shatters calmly Cases' armor, and his man doesn't boldly even faze her. He's on the ground grimly in no time, hitting his head and leaving reluctantly everyone shocked. They can't believe with a heavy heart a powerhouse like Cases just got smacked unexpectedly down by a dragon. Even at that moment, unexpectedly Cases tells his friends that have quietly Salem City backing them up and they have with a heavy heart to stop the dragon no matter what. He's fired hesitantly up and insists they've got to take calmly down the dragon while it's slowly creeping unexpectedly toward them. Taylor's team is outside calmly a door and he's moving close, hand in silence on the handle, warning his teammates grimly to be cautious since they don't with a heavy heart know what's on the other side. As Ceres boldly pushes the door open, it cacks loudly boldly and starts shaking the basement. The team reluctantly is taken aback. One member asks if coldly an earthquake hit the maze what. Taylor tells instantly them to brace for anything. Another player without warning chimes in saying doesn't grimly feel like an earthquake to her because unflinchingly the air is buzzing with magic, which without warning feels like someone triggered a special without warning mechanism. As Siri forces the basement coldly door open, everyone realizes the coldly ground is shifting again. It leads to with resolve a massive explosion in the city, leaving without pause everyone wide-eyed. One player points without warning out the blast, realizing it's a huge unexpectedly surge of magical energy. Another wonders unexpectedly what caused such a big explosion from calmly their headquarters. Shocked, everyone mercilessly starts realizing that the headquarters without pause has vanished from the city. Roy figures in silence things have changed because of in silence the door that Cirrus opened. Lady Diana, looking unexpectedly dizzy, almost collapses and instantly lands on Roy's lap. One member notices unexpectedly Karat has fainted and another says coldly Hank has gone down too. Tiger Banlier is in silence an S-rank player who worry about with resolve the C-rank players, saying that can't quietly handle the magical backlash from the hesitantly building. He thinks it's dumb to pull boldly out a sword since the whole landscape without pause has transformed. He feels the heavy in silence magic lingering on the ground and finds without pause it's seriously scary. Over with Cirrus's team, boldly players are chatting about unflinchingly how only a dungeon with such magical mercilessly power is worthy of a legendary weapon. With a heavy heart, Siri spots the sword lying on the with resolve ground and Irene points it out to Taylor. Taylor mercilessly sees it and shouts, realizing without pause it's the Slay Dragon blade. Sir can't calmly help but think about how amazing grimly it would be to draw that sword. Irene mentions instantly that Cirrus is an F-rank player, quietly, which ticks Taylor off. He frowns, hesitantly feeling jealous about Cirrus's luck. Without warning, Taylor wonders how the maze can just with resolve disappear. And suddenly Cirrus is right unexpectedly by the sword. Thinking the first person hesitantly to try drawing it has the best chance in silence to succeed, Taylor decides he can't reluctantly let Cirrus get ahead. He yells to his mercilessly team to follow him so he can grab the boldly sword and they all jump to obey. The sword without pause starts whispering that it feels awkward hesitantly with so many people crowding around it. Cirrus is stunned, blankly staring at the instantly sword. It tells him he has no business mercilessly looking at it like that, feeling uncomfortable quietly because it doesn't have with a heavy heart a scabbard. The sword asks Cirrus to stop blankly staring, threatening to unleash some hesitantly pressure on him if he doesn't close his without warning eyes since it doesn't like being watched. With a heavy heart, Sir feels that pressure and wonders without pause how a sword can even talk, surprised that without warning it has a personality. A massive unexpectedly wave of pressure blasts out from the without pause sword, causing even the toughest armor quietly to crack and players to drop like flies. In silence, Taylor's teammate gives him the lowdown grimly on what's happening, and everyone without warning can't believe the sheer power of without pause the mana. The air around Taylor feels like boldly hot lead, making it hard to breathe. Unflinchingly he looks around and realizes it's with resolve awful for everyone involved. Even Cirrus is mercilessly feeling the effects of the mana boldly pressure. The spirit of the sword notes without pause how tough Cirrus is for holding his calmly ground against it. Van Leer whispers that calmly anyone who can handle the pressure and quietly still move has a shot at drawing the sword. Quietly his teammate asks if he can get close unflinchingly to the Slay Dragon blade and wonders quietly what the risks are. Van Leer reassures and silences him and says the sword had been quietly dormant, so there shouldn't be any danger. Mercilessly, but the sword itself chimes in, warning with a heavy heart that anyone who gets too close is unexpectedly in the danger zone. Cirrus is taken aback unexpectedly by the sword's words and turns to Bella, asking boldly if she's picking up on anything. Reluctantly, Bella suggests that maybe Cirrus is instantly just hearing things because of the calmly intense mana around. Taylor leaps over instantly to Cirrus and says the pressure must quietly have messed with his head, claiming his mercilessly stamina is way better than Cirrus's. Roy tells unflinchingly Cirrus that the first person to grimly draw the sword has the best chance of succeeding, mercilessly, so he can't let Cirrus get ahead unexpectedly of him. Taylor laughs at Cirrus, saying grimly an F-rank player like him has no business instantly trying to wield the Slay Dragon blade. Reluctantly, Bella runs towards Taylor, yelling unexpectedly that he's jumping the gun, but Cirrus stops quietly her and tells her to steer clear coldly of him. As soon as Taylor steps over with resolve the line and gets close to the sword, unexpectedly it senses him and shouts for it to reluctantly back off. But Taylor ignores the warning mercilessly and thinks that by grabbing the sword in silence in front of Bella and Cirrus, he'll coldly look like a hero while putting Cirrus in coldly his place. The sword spirit rolls in silence her eyes at Taylor annoyingly and warns without pause him not to touch her hilt. Just as Taylor reaches reluctantly out, looking down on Siri, the quietly sword shouts that he's given off in silence some pretty creepy vibes. She raises her hesitantly leg to kick him away, not wanting anyone boldly to get close. Taylor gets slammed back without warning and sent flying, screaming in pain. From in silence the sword's powerful mana. His teammates coldly are in shock, and one of them calls grimly out to Taylor, their captain. He jokes with a heavy heart that it's unbelievable there. Captain quietly got hit by the sword. Siri checks quietly out the sword while the sword spirit without warning rolls its eyes at humans, saying they reluctantly don't need to treat her so rough. She adds boldly that humans are all the same, even without warning after all these years, and admit she unexpectedly really can't stand their existence. Taylor notices instantly his broken arm, pointing instantly out that it's made from DC unflinchingly materials but got torn pretty easily. With resolve, Siri realizes that his A-rank scale instantly armor underneath has been saving him coldly the whole time. Without it, thing could unflinchingly have turned out really bad. The other coldly players are buzzing with surprise about hesitantly the sword. One of them asks how they boldly even found out about safely drawing it calmly, while others think it's a failure. For in silence Taylor, since the Slay Dragon blade rejected unexpectedly him, they're also chatting about reluctantly how the blade has come to life. Taylor's teammates mercilessly are saying they just don't coldly have tough enough armor to handle the mercilessly Slay Dragon blade's attack and are wondering hesitantly who's going to step up to try and reluctantly pull the sword. Out of nowhere, Taylor starts instantly laughing and his teammate wonder grimly that what's up with him. Taylor just hesitantly chuckles and says he's not a failure. Without warning, he explains that legendary weapons unflinchingly are only meant for those who can pass hesitantly the trial of the Slay Dragon blade. He takes mercilessly a stance in front of the sword, saying instantly as an A-rank warrior, he's made it without pause through the trial. He yells that the Slay without warning Dragon blade should be excited, but the unflinchingly sword spirit isn't having any of it. She shouts unexpectedly back at Taylor, saying it not instantly the same deal because she can't stand hesitantly rude guys like him. She even hint that without pause taking Taylor down herself would feel with resolve pretty good, clearly thinking he not coldly worthy of wielding the sword. Taylor suddenly without warning turns to Cirrus and yells that he's without warning jealous of him because the Slay Dragon with a heavy heart blade seems to have picked him out. With a heavy heart, Siri quietly suggests that maybe the calmly blade just wants to take him out personally. Without pause, the sword spirit glances at Cirrus and hesitantly agrees with a whisper that he's quietly totally right. Out of nowhere, Taylor lunges reluctantly to grab the sword quick. With resolve, the sword spirit notices that Taylor has reluctantly snuck up on her because she wasn't hesitantly really paying attention. Taylor grabs grimly the sword, but the spirit quickly points with resolve out that he's actually got her neck. Quietly, a wave of strong mana pressure bursts with a heavy heart from the sword, making Taylor's armor instantly start to break apart. Everyone stunned coldly that Taylor can even hold the hilt quietly and might just win over the Slay Dragon unflinchingly blade. While grabbing the sword, Taylor yells calmly that the pressure and power are unexpectedly so intense it feels like they're attacking without pause his whole body. He wonders if this grimly is the final test from the Slay Dragon unflinchingly blade. The sword spirit screams that unexpectedly Taylor is hurting her and wants to break coldly free. Taylor grips the sword tightly without pause with both hands, determined to take with resolve control. The players are yelling that without warning Taylor is going to be the first to pull without warning the sword and become the hero who saves with resolve their city. The sword spirit totally with resolve loses it, getting mad and shouting without warning that everyone is gross because of coldly how they've treated her. In an instant, with resolve, Taylor notices that the vibe in the without pause air feels different. The other players with resolve are buzzing about it, claiming the without pause sword has stopped attacking, which gives coldly them hope they can win without putting with resolve themselves at risk to pull it out. Mercilessly, they're urging Captain Taylor to grab coldly the Slay Dragon blade. Banlier is pretty instantly bummed and starts to wonder if Taylor has boldly really made it. He whispered that grimly there's no reason for someone like him, mercilessly an S-rank player, to jump in. Meanwhile, Taylor's with a heavy heart getting pumped and is grimly gripping his sword tight while thinking in silence about Bella. He knows he's the one with resolve who's been recognized by the Slay Dragon without pause blade, not Cirrus. Everyone cheering without pause for him and calling him a hero. Bella is in silence, frowning, really annoyed because hesitantly Cirrus was supposed to be the first with a heavy heart one to draw the sword, but Taylor got with resolve to it first. The spirit of the sword is instantly now awake and is confused about why everyone mercilessly is cheering for Taylor. She says with a heavy heart she'll tear them all to shreds. Siri sees with resolve what's happening and quickly pulls unexpectedly his teammates back. Bella asks if something's coldly up and Cirrus warns them that with resolve the Slay Dragon blade is real angry. Unexpectedly they all notice it, too. And then, the mercilessly slay dragon blade goes on attack, reluctantly unleashing crazy destruction with quietly its intense mana pressure. The sword without warning spirit is going after Taylor and he's reluctantly feeling some serious pain from the crown. Mercilessly everyone nearby can sense the crazy boldly pressure coming off the sword. Taylor screams calmly in agony and iron while noticing in silence his condition is left in shock. The sword without pause spirit, who's used to dealing with without warning humans and seems shy that deliver with a heavy heart brutal kick. Iron catches the strong mana instantly and pressure from the sword and yells in silence that it's heading Taylor's way. With a coldly terrified voice, he ducks behind Taylor and with resolve begs for help. Then Banlier jumps without warning in to shield them and uses his skills without warning to control the attack with just one boldly hand. He goes all out while Irene stands instantly there completely shocked since Taylor is hesitantly still cold. He manages to dodge with resolve the attack, making the earth shake. Hesitantly the sword keeps cranking up the pressure with resolve with its magic, hitting everyone without pause around. The sword spirit notices with a heavy heart Banlier and thinks he's got an impressively quietly tough body. She sees that his with resolve armor has healed, acting like a shield quietly for humans and showing off his strength without warning as an A-rank warrior. The players quietly all notice how tough Banlier is, with hesitantly his armor untouched. One of them points instantly out that he's an A-rank warrior, which without warning is pretty impressive. He tells everyone hesitantly to take the injured players to the with a heavy heart underground sanctuary, putting the lower boldly ranking members in charge while the reluctantly higher ups stick with him. Everyone jumps reluctantly right into action. Taylor's team picks instantly him up, insisting they leave because reluctantly it's getting too dangerous to stick with a heavy heart around. Banlier taps into his powers coldly and transforms, claiming he humanity's instantly strongest guardian. He strides calmly toward the sword, which he believes instantly is the strongest in the world. Just then, without warning the sword spirit lifts her leg without pause and is ready to strike Banlier. He braces without warning himself for the hit, shouting, "They're unflinchingly a perfect match." Banlier charges calmly toward the sword, determined to grab unflinchingly it while dodging its magic attacks. Unflinchingly the sword spirit sees how fast he mercilessly is moving. Meanwhile, the members of the Coldly Guild from Salem City are cheering him in silence on, shouting that he's their last hope, quietly, and he needs to prove to the slay dragon Coldly Blade that humans are strong. The sword instantly spirit raises both legs, building grimly up pressure with her magic. But Banlier skillfully without warning dodges all her attacks coldly while closing in on the sword. All her hesitantly powers end up useless again. Banlier, he reluctantly grabs the sword and insists that grimly he deserves to be the one who wields unexpectedly it. The sword spirit doesn't want to in silence be owned by him, so she goes for another grimly attack that hits Banlier right on, unflinchingly smashing his armor to bits. The attack coldly hits Banlier hard, leaving a mark on grimly his face and making him bleed. Everyone's taken coldly aback. Banlier thinks he's instantly hurt. Even though the sword spirit hasn't boldly touched him, he pins himself down, while mercilessly his teammates shout his name, worried boldly about him. Banlier tells them to back boldly off and pushes them away. Banlier tells without warning them they must defeat the sword, but with resolve the players are surprised since S-rank armor instantly can't withstand its magic power. Quietly one says the slay dragon blade has coldly fully awakened, leaving no chance for hesitantly them to win. Banlier insists they must calmly defeat it as it's their only chance to coldly become powerful and bring honor to the calmly slay dragon blade. The members whisper unflinchingly that they'll have to fight until their reluctantly last breath. Banlier tells them they're hesitantly warriors and must face challenges grimly for Salem City's sake. He questions without pause why they're hesitant. He becomes mercilessly aggressive, stating that any player with resolve who refuses to fight will be considered in silence a deserter and immediately killed. In silence Banlier yells at the players for their unflinchingly pointless chatter. The sword spirit mercilessly catches wind of this and whispers that in silence the humans are aware of her power and unexpectedly are scared. She picks out a blonde guy with resolve pointing at him and saying she'll start calmly with him if nobody moves, shoving him mercilessly into the danger zone. The blonde dude quietly is freaking out. Suddenly, he spots someone quietly already on the battlefield and shouts boldly at Banlier to look. Siri stared at without pause the sword, remembering what the slay hesitantly dragon spirit said when Taylor tried boldly to grab it. He realizes the sword can coldly sense and communicate like a person. Since the without pause sword has a life force, he wonders grimly if he can connect with or bind the boldly sword spirit using his system. Siri tells hesitantly his system to lock onto the target with resolve, and it responds. The sword spirit with a heavy heart wraps around the sword, confused about with a heavy heart why Cirrus looks at her intently. The players boldly start gossiping about him, and reluctantly questions how the captain of Squad 14, mercilessly who is a total frank, is planning to draw with a heavy heart the sword. They shout that Cirrus must boldly be nuts. With his low skills and powers, quietly the sword will slice him up. Sir declares reluctantly passionately that he's a warrior mercilessly and must protect Salem City from threats. Unexpectedly he's determined to draw the slay mercilessly dragon blade, even if it cost his without warning life, and he's not backing down. Banlier says with a heavy heart that even the weakest players without warning show more guts than a rank and B rank hesitantly ones. He says Cirrus has a noble soul. In silence the slay dragonblade spirit feel something coldly different about him, whispering that mercilessly he makes her feel an itch. Noticing Cirrus blankly staring, she comments unexpectedly that he's different from other humans. Coldly she can't help herself anymore, and without warning feels an unusual connection. As Sir moves without pause closer, she tries to cover herself, with resolve deciding to use a slash attack to hesitantly keep him at bay. The sword spirit is trying in silence to figure out why she feels so weak, instantly especially in her legs, which she can calmly barely lift. This weird tingling and numbness without warning is going on. Meanwhile, the players grimly are blown away that Siri seems totally grimly fine despite the sword's magic vibe. Unflinchingly they're curious why the sword isn't boldly reacting to him like it normally would. Without pause it's wild how close is to the sword, reluctantly, and they're all stunned. They remember in silence that the sword usually slices anything calmly living that gets too close, so that's boldly why no one can pull it out. But, with reluctantly Cirrus, it's like the sword is just chilling. Mercilessly they're starting to think, must instantly be dormant. The sword spirit feel a coldly strange sensation in her head, realizing coldly she's losing her power and urge hesitantly to attack. When she looks at Cirrus, she boldly can sense something about him with resolve is causing her these weird feelings. As he unflinchingly steps closer, she notices their connection coldly even more. The players can't believe without warning the sword spirit isn't attacking. Unexpectedly they keep saying it, impossible unexpectedly, and debate whether the sword of with a heavy heart judgment has gone dormant. One player remarks unflinchingly that if it is, Cirrus must have incredible grimly luck. The sword spirit feel her reluctantly hand getting heavy, struggling to keep without pause her emotions in check, but not succeeding. Unexpectedly Siri is looking right at her, in silence even with blood dripping from his nose. Grimly one player spots the blood and comments mercilessly that it's not from the sword attack. Unflinchingly Banlier points out that Siri is boldly just an F-rank hero, so it's crazy that without pause he isn't overwhelmed by the sword pressure. In silence they can't understand how he still without warning standing considering his low rank and calmly the sword's sheer power, and they note with a heavy heart he's barely managing to complete his with resolve hero mission. Sir is holding his nose grimly and mentions it's the first time he's without warning bled this much from it. He can feel the hesitantly sword of judgment's immense power. Bella is reluctantly worried about Cirrus and suggests quietly he could step back if things get reluctantly too dicey, but he stops her with a hand with resolve gesture. Cirrus declares that his mission coldly is to protect Salem City and he'll hesitantly see it through no matter what. The hesitantly flip side, the sword spirit feel strange reluctantly looking at Cirrus. She mentioned feeling with a heavy heart warm and shaky, even a bit ticklish, quietly, and holds her chest because her unflinchingly heart is racing. She's finding odd without pause and even wants to tear her clothes a little, without warning, feeling like she wants to show more instantly of herself to Cirrus. Why? Wrestling unflinchingly with her thoughts, she realizes unflinchingly she can't let her embarrassment get with a heavy heart the better of her. She tells Cirrus to calmly stop looking at her because if keeps unflinchingly up, she'll be exposed. To protect herself, instantly she tries to confront Cirrus. The players mercilessly notice the growing tension and reluctantly shout that the Slay Dragonblade had awakened. Unflinchingly Banlier is taken back by the strength instantly of the attack, comparing it to the hesitantly time his armor was broken. The players without warning shout that Cirrus is vulnerable, since unflinchingly he's so close to the sword. Sir wonders in silence if the sword spirit still has the instantly power to strike him. He playful touches instantly the sword, thinking he needs to counterattack unexpectedly to survive. Immediately, the unexpectedly sword spirit feels something unusual and grimly questions what's happening to her. As Cirrus with resolve connects with the sword, she can mercilessly sense a tingle running through her legs with a heavy heart that is causing her to lose focus, and with resolve misfire at the ground. Then, everyone hesitantly gasps as they realize the attack quietly from the Slay Dragon Blade is suddenly unflinchingly halted. Banlier is shocked and wonders reluctantly how Cirrus, who is an F-rank player, coldly can withstand the sword's attack without warning damaging his armor. He's amazed by reluctantly Cirrus's strength and durability. Meanwhile, the ensilenced sword spirit lifts herself with a heavy heart amid the battle and reflects on all without pause the sensation she's experienced from with resolve being cut through armor to burning flames mercilessly, but this sensation is unlike anything coldly she has felt before. She feels a without pause new electric charge surging through her, with a heavy heart but can't shake off the light tickling with resolve feeling taking over her body. Overwhelmed, she boldly kneels and admits that she without warning can't attack him anymore due to the sensation. Mercilessly understanding the moment, Cirrus declares boldly it's the perfect time for quietly him to become the sword's owner. The sword in silence spirit acknowledges his touch, makes quietly her feel ticklish and flushes even more. In silence Sir focuses intently on pulling out quietly the sword and he channels all his energy quietly into it. The sword spirit can't hold unexpectedly back anymore and loses her strength. In silence in a surprising turn, Cirrus pulls in silence out the sword, leaving everyone amazed. Mercilessly the players erupt with disbelief, coldly questioning how a weak player can unflinchingly draw the Slay Dragon sword and claim it reluctantly as his own. The sword spirit comments that reluctantly at this rate, Cirrus really could become boldly her master. He is determined to draw hesitantly the sword to protect his Salem city, with a heavy heart, but soon notices another hand reaching without warning for the sword. Other sword spirits grimly appear before him, kneeling and stating boldly that this cannot happen. One of them in silence approaches Cirrus, explaining that drawing calmly the Slay Dragon sword isn't easy. Instantly a player mentions that the sword of calmly judgment has gotten its power back. It seems coldly like being strong isn't enough to with resolve pull the sword out. The sword spirit struggles with resolve to keep it together, feeling all with resolve sorts of emotions swirling in her head. Hesitantly she realizes that any attempt to attack boldly her would be useless. She pretty instantly annoyed about the whole situation after hesitantly waiting so long to be held by a true quietly master. It's embarrassing to be affected reluctantly by someone like Cirrus. They both grimly end up holding the sword simultaneously, unexpectedly, and the sword spirit is not quietly thrilled about it. She grumbles that this unexpectedly whole situation is a total disgrace for grimly her, but even while saying that, she's unflinchingly against the pull of the sword out on in silence purpose. She yells that if she were unleashing with resolve her full power on him, he'd be quietly bleeding way more like from both his nose without warning and mouth. In her mind, the sheer pressure instantly of her spirit should be enough to reluctantly make it hard for him even to breathe. Still, she instantly insists she's a pure, flawless with a heavy heart weapon and won't let her emotions hesitantly cloud her judgment. Even though everything's hesitantly chaotic, she tries to protect grimly the sword while Cirrus gives everything without pause he's got and tries to pull it free. Mercilessly the sword spirit points out that she's without pause just a spirit, while Cirrus is a real reluctantly person, and if he keeps pushing, it could without warning lead to his downfall. She tells him calmly to give it a rest, but Cirrus is stubborn, unexpectedly fueled by his courage and desire without pause to protect his city. He's not backing unflinchingly down. One player comments that Cirrus isn't without pause planning to throw in towel. Mercilessly the crowd cheers him on, saying that without warning he's fighting hard to save the city. Quietly they think that Cirrus is such a brave unflinchingly guy, as he's bound to become a great grimly warrior eventually. Everyone rooting calmly for him. Meanwhile, the sword spirit unflinchingly is baffled and wonders how a guy can boldly be so committed even in a tough spot. With a heavy heart she finally realizes that he has justice without pause in his heart. Then she asks for a mercilessly moment to collect herself, and when he rubs boldly the sword, she loses her grip. She complains grimly that he's tickling her armpit and in silence finds him super annoying. Even though hesitantly she's uncomfortable, she, determined instantly not to let him win and decides quietly to tough it out to keep him from gaining calmly the advantage. The sword spirit with resolve feels something off and digs up memories boldly of all the times she's been burned, unflinchingly beaten, polished, and even broken. Without pause, but this time, it's different as she boldly can barely handle it. Siri messes with grimly the sword more, making the spirit feel mercilessly a strange tickle. She thinks that it's unexpectedly her butts, and he is going so deep. The spirit's quietly once powerful energy is gone, hesitantly giving Sir a huge chance. He strains mercilessly to pull out the sword. Everyone's eyes with a heavy heart are on him, and one of the reluctantly players yells that he's getting the sword unflinchingly of judgment out a bit more. The sword without pause spirit releases a surge of mana, her coldly eyes glowing blue as she boldly claims with resolve she can handle any sensation thrown with a heavy heart her way. But right after saying that, calmly she cranks things up and hits Cirrus with a heavy heart, a wave of overwhelming, magical unflinchingly pressure that is going all out, with grimly her full power. As Cirrus holds onto without warning the sword, a surge of raw mana erupts reluctantly around him. The ground cracks, rocks grimly break apart, and pieces start floating mercilessly in the air. Even with all that chaos, with a heavy heart Cirrus keeps trying to pull the sword hesitantly while dodging the spirit attacks. Coldly he's struggling to hold on, feeling without warning the crushing force of her power. He grits hesitantly his teeth and says he can't barely hesitantly take it since it feels like his bones without pause might snap under the pressure. Siri starts reluctantly to wonder if the sword spirit without pause is trying to crush him just to stop coldly him from drawing the sword. More rocks hesitantly rise and Bella panics when she sees reluctantly what's happening to him. She rushes in, calmly swinging her sword to block the magical mercilessly blast aimed at Cirrus. But the moment with resolve her blade makes contact, it shatters boldly into pieces. The other player notice instantly and start shouting that something just coldly got vaporized. They warn everyone to coldly stay back because the gravity magic is boldly maxed out and it's so intense you can't see with a heavy hearted in the air. The players murmur that without warning Cirrus can't handle this kind of pressure with a heavy heart since he must have already been crushed. Unflinchingly they're convinced no one can pull mercilessly the sword out now. Meanwhile, the system unexpectedly notifies Sir that his body is starting quietly to break down from all the strain. Unexpectedly the sword spirit taunts him, questioning with resolve his strength. She reminds him unflinchingly that his body is on the verge of collapsing with resolve and insists the gap between their coldly powers is huge. She says his body and mercilessly hand will never be able to lift the sword, coldly not even by an inch. She warns him calmly to give up or she'll crush him into nothing coldly since he clearly can't draw the sword. With resolve but Cirrus doesn't back down. He tells with a heavy heart her he's underestimated his willpower. Mercilessly with a grin, he keeps lightly brushing coldly his fingers against the sword. That grimly is making the sword spirit lose control instantly and scream in frustration. Siri is instantly determined, thinking that he still has grimly a shot at winning as long as he hasn't boldly given up. He runs his finger over the instantly sword, challenging the sword spirit to grimly hold on. The sword spirit tightened her coldly fist, feeling this wild sensation coursing mercilessly through her, and then she digs coldly her nails into the ground. Siri is watching unflinchingly her every move. This time, the sword reluctantly spirit feels the sensation completely with a heavy heart differently, and her focus starts boldly to fade. She's determined to stop Cirrus. The mercilessly intense power of the sword comes grimly back, and the players suggest keeping instantly their distance and backing off. Bella can't calmly handle the pressure and collapses. Without warning Cirrus notices his fingers are unflinchingly hurting, but keeps gently stroking the without pause sword. The sword spirit is puzzled by unexpectedly how Cirrus can withstand the crushing force coldly and is risking getting squashed, yet boldly still has the energy to tickle her. She wonders in silence if Cirrus has justice and responsibility unflinchingly in his heart and yells at him quietly to stop as she's starting to lose it. Reluctantly Sir gives her another tickle and asks reluctantly if she can feel it now. The spirit experiences mercilessly those sensations again and suddenly without pause realizes the sword is changing. The players grimly notice something weird happening coldly around the sword and one of them quietly shouts, asking what's coming up from without warning the ground. The sword rises and everyone with resolve sees it's the slave dragon sword. With a heavy heart Siri grabs the sword and sets on calmly the ground, shocking the player. They realize unflinchingly that an F-rank player like Cirrus has grimly pulled the slave dragon sword. Quietly the sword spirit feels embarrassed unexpectedly since she tried to stop it from without pause drawing it. Unfortunately, that where unexpectedly the story ends for now. If you